Welcome, one and all, to a very special premium line review of the Dalmore. I am the elated and excited King of Extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partners here in eventual inebriation, the one and only
Chicken
and
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe.
This is one I've been looking forward to for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
You don't say.
This is like, this is like all of our powers combined into like Captain Planet, like a couple of his bottles, a few of my bottles coming together to make a full line review. This is one I've been looking forward to for a while, guys.
Really?
And yeah.
More.
None of the duty free, none of the really super special got to be in a certain country to get it. If you're in the good old US of A, this is the stuff that's available to you. What we have here is the Dalmore 12, half small batch bourbon, half sherry. We have Dalmore Portwood, actually the highest ABV of the bunch.
Yes.
Tony noticed that.
Yeah.
This is aged in only Portwood, no age statement. I'm
46 and a half.
guessing somewhere from 6 to 10 years.
Yeah.
One of the better ones, the Dalmore 15. This is aged in 3 types of sherry: Methuselah, Apostoles, and Amorosa. And there is some bourbon influence here. 15 years. Marvelous. Then, aged icon, the Dalmore 18 years. This spends 14 years in small batch bourbon. And then the rest of the time, every drop of whiskey in here is anywhere from 18 to 21 years old. It spends the rest of its time in 30-year-old Methuselah sherry butts, which is a very special 30-year-old sherry.
It's good stuff.
Then we go to the Cigar Malt Reserve, which is mostly sherry, 70% sherry, 20% small batch bourbon, and then 10% of my personal favorite, Cabernet Sauvignon. I love whiskeys aged in Cabernet Sauvignon. So this one, and we actually have done a cigar review, so definitely.
And it was a perfect match.
It
was.
Yes, so definitely check that out. And last but certainly not least, and one I'm really looking forward to your reaction to as well.
Me too.
The Dalmore King Alexander III. This is aged in ex-bourbon casks, Methuselah Oloroso sherry butts, Madeira barrels, Marsala casks, port pipes, Cabernet Sauvignon barrels to make an amazing. This is the only single malt in the world with 6 different cask maturations.
Yeah, it's a pretty special process that goes into creating that, and it definitely shows. I was pretty damn impressed with it when I tried it, so I can't wait to get back into it.
Yes, so we're going to start at the 12, and we're going to work our way up, and there's a conclusion that I'm wanting to derive from this. But
what is the order that we have in front of us? Because this is how I'm going to keep it.
Start at 12.
12?
Yep, right in front of you is 12. If you want to look on the bottom, it'll say 12, just to make sure. This is actually me and my younger brother's favorite whiskey. We have gone through quite a few bottles talking about life and truth going through this. So, and when we were last here at Castle K.O.E., this scored incredibly well. This was 5-star
our
compared to the rest of the island.
Scotch wine review was the Dalmore at the tail end. That was my introduction to it, and it's obviously grown since then. And man alive, alive,
our love of Dalmore grows.
This was the introduction for me.
I introduced Dalmore 12 to my brother just last night, and it went down very smooth and very fast.
And that it tends to.
I love the smell of this. This was the first time I smelled this, I could not get enough of the nose. And I'll be honest, like we've had these glasses poured for at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, we let them all sit for a good 15 minutes to
Oh, wow.
really get
The
some air.
nose on this after sitting. I got to tell you, that's just incredible.
There isn't just like heavy orange marmalade.
It is. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's just beautiful.
Oh.
It is. It's like a jam, a jelly, a sweetness.
And it hits you afterwards too. That orange marmalade, like you were saying,
Mhm.
the little citrus tingle.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I think, I don't know if it's exactly fair that we added this one to our original Scotch
No,
review, because
it was not.
this is a finished whiskey.
Yeah.
The other ones were just straight from the distillery.
Yeah.
So, of course, this is going to be like a delightful dessert at the end of it, which
Well, that was kind of the intent.
it is. Yeah, I might have been trying to win over.
the Dalmore muscle, and
It did work that night. It was amazing
good.
stuff. It is amazing stuff. And yeah, this has been a personal favorite of me and my brother. So shout out to him. And oh God, yeah, just amazing stuff. This is the introductory.
Oh.
This bottle is going to cost anywhere from $50 to $60.
It's a smooth finishing, exquisitely tasting, affordable Scotch. You can't go wrong with the Dalmore 12.
You don't feel bad if you and your brother knock one down in the night.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
Like, we've all been pretty close to that. Like,
Yeah.
now your brother tends to like more Texas whiskey, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's a different.
But yeah, like you and your brother knocked down a bottle of 12, no problem,
No
over
problem.
a night of talking about life and truth.
Absolutely.
Me and my brother have talked about life and truth over. So, Richard Patterson, thank you for giving us this amazing whiskey, sir, and all the rest that we're coming to. So,
Yeah.
this one,
I love that.
my God.
It's pretty beautiful.
Let's move on down the line a little bit before we start getting into anything. I think what would be fair on these ones, because we've done grades for all of these in the past, maybe perhaps a little bit grade the noses, grade a few different things, grade it as a Dalmore. That's all of them 5
I'm
star.
sure one of them is going to get a low ranking.
No, that's the problem. They're all 5 star to me. Never mind.
What do we have next up?
The Portwood.
The port.
This is one of Tony's favorites.
Oh, love the port. Oh, that nose.
There's a little bit more wood in there.
There's wood,
definitely.
and you definitely get that bite of that port wine scent.
And you guys are definitely right. Letting it sit. It's a whole.
Oh yeah.
Whole different ball
Letting it
game.
breathe is so important with something.
When
like
I
this.
first bought a bottle of these, and I'm trying to of the port versus the 12. The first time I bought a bottle of the port, I don't know. I appreciate it a little bit more now than when I originally tried it.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that comes through so much more.
Wow. That lingering taste,
Like these both
it
have,
just expands on your tongue.
they both have the same house style, but so vastly different. You could believe they come from the same distillery, but there's a big difference. So there is.
You wouldn't, if you put these in front of somebody and didn't tell them what it was, you wouldn't really guess that it's from the same line. It's familiar, but they do feel a bit like strangers back to back. That nose is definitely strong.
Going back to the 12, I pick up a little more honey out of it. There's just the honeyed sweetness, the bourbon elements come through a little bit more. I wouldn't say vanilla, but yeah, there's the honeyness that you get out of bourbon.
I think, you're right.
The honey for sure.
I definitely noticed the honey after the port. The port's so overpowering on your tongue, but like I said, it just expands.
Yep, and we're taking all these as they are, as they hit the palate. Our palate cleanser is the next drink of whiskey. And moving right along, actually, I need just one more sip of the port.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is really nice. It's so. It's obviously like stronger, 46 and a half.
I could tell it was stronger.
You taste it, but it's not like invasive strong.
Get ready to hear this a lot. If you let it sit on the tongue and wash above and below, you get like this really dark chocolate.
All right. Well, you talked me.
Yeah. I twisted both your arms. Let me just set them back for you. Yeah, let it go above, below, let it get on the walls, the cheeks of your mouth, let it get everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And then there's this dark chocolate.
Definitely.
Once the oxygen
like a
hits your
baking
mouth, especially.
cocoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's good.
Yeah.
that's really
So,
nice.
all right, now we move on to 15.
Oh,
This is another one of Tony's personal favorites.
I think for sure, just price wise on the
nose is so
line,
buttery.
the best bang for your buck, in my opinion, is the 15.
Yeah, if you're wanting the highest quality for the least amount of money spent,
Right.
I think Tony might be good. But isn't this such a buttery nose?
Oh my god, it's like a not a popcorn, but like a caramel popcorn.
Yes. There's this. You're right. It's this just sweet butteriness to the nose.
Oh, I love the nose on this one so much.
Chicken's like, I like the palate on it better. And now, all right, on this one, keep it on the palate for 15 seconds, at least a second for every year that the great Richard Patterson was so kind to age this for us.
Oh wow, this is my first time with the 15. Holy cow,
Isn't that great?
that is amazing.
Isn't that great? It's so crisp and light at first, but it just kind of opens up, and the lingering is, and the tingling is very mellow and nice.
Marvelous.
It's it's so smooth. It's so smooth. It's
Yeah,
so nice.
That's considerably smoother from the previous
Oh
two,
yeah, that is.
which is one of the most over-abused words in all whiskey. Smooth, but this one actually does
No,
deserve it.
this one
that
absolutely
redefines
is
smooth. At
Yeah.
this point.
Yes, you got to
Yeah,
remember,
you're not overusing it.
we're in uncharted territories for chicken
Yes,
at
you're
this
popping
point.
my cherry on a few of these.
Oh, I think pretty much the rest of them from here
Yeah.
on out.
Yeah.
So 15.
Wow.
This is 3 different sherries, as opposed to this one is just one sherry. So that's the big
If you
difference.
go back to the port, you can definitely taste the difference in the ABV, because now that port just it stands out so much more. Like it's still very nice. It's not an offensive ABV by any means.
Oh yeah,
But you definitely tell.
I wonder if it's because port is a fortified wine or if it's something to do with the aging process. Because
I would go with yes.
okay, yeah, let's go with that. But yeah,
So buttery.
yeah, you can definitely tell this is a lot younger than the 15.
Yeah.
Like, I'm if I had to guess, now this is just shot in the dark, but probably somewhere from 6 to 10 years, which
Fair.
is a good age for any whiskey.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that.
So, oh my God. So
Yeah, it's hard to move on from the 15.
it
really
deserves
like
one more.
you didn't pour me enough.
Well, we can fix that, sir.
That is beautiful.
Do you know how hard it was at the intro to not just go off script and just start pouring them all together?
Oh, that's coming probably at the end of the video.
Well, yeah.
Like, just wait for
Whichever glass is left,
Yeah,
I'll
I mean,
probably have to
Richard
little-
Patterson's got nothing on you. You can blend it better.
He's making and distilling amazing scotch, but I mean, he could learn a couple of things from me. So
Oh, yep.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yep.
I'm sure after he watches this video, he will take some
sure.
notes.
He'll be like, I've been doing it all wrong. Thank you, Tony G.
Exactly.
Thank you. So, all right, we move on
Oh boy.
to the Cigar Malt Reserve.
Take a nose of that and let me know what you think of that nose.
Oh.
Yep. What does that remind you of? Is there anything that sticks out specific on the nose?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what. It's not coming to mind. It's just.
There is something so specific there.
Yeah.
It's
I don't want
familiar.
to ruin it. I'll let you
There's
play this
something familiar
game.
in
You
which-
love doing
It's
this.
just.
I just love this whiskey.
To me, on the nose, it's called cigar malt. You get a bit of a tobacco scent with like a vanilla extract vanilla. And then there's something else hidden there too that I can never put my
I
nose
get the
on.
vanilla. Now that you mention it, I do.
What was the first thing you said? Not the vanilla, but
Tobacco.
oh yes, like not like smoking tobacco, but like you're chewing on the end of a really thick Nicaraguan
Yeah.
cigar that you haven't lit yet. That flavor is what you get there. It does have that just tobacco, and it really does match with smoking a cigar, I will say.
And the flavor of this is in no way an insult. Yeah, like that one.
I picture a Nicaraguan cigar in one hand.
Yeah,
and
the
oh, wow.
the pairing. What was the cigar we had? Do you remember off the top of your head? Because it was an
Acid
amazing
blonde Nicaraguan cigar.
It was incredible. It paired so well.
Yeah.
The flavor for me, and this is in no way an insult, but anybody who's ever used chewing tobacco, like in their younger years, maybe in your latter years, Skull Straight or Skull Vanilla, which is basically straight with vanilla added into it. You've had Skull Straight before.
Yeah.
Swish that around in your mouth and let it sit for about 10, 15 seconds and tell me that.
Yeah, I just did.
You
I know what you're talking about. And the vanilla is not as strong for me. I get it more in the nose than the flavor. But yeah, I definitely get the Skull. Brings back some high school memories. Yeah.
It's a nostalgia. And that's one thing you get with a nice scotch is the memorable, nostalgic memories that come with each different flavor and nosing.
There's a certain dryness to this that I think comes from the cab, this is French Cabernet, which if you think California cabs are dry, I mean, California cabs are downright fruity and tangy compared to French cab. So like that could suck some of the moisture out. So
okay.
Or not French cab, French Cabernet Sauvignon. Those are two different things.
No, yeah, you're right. If you switch this one around and really let it overtake, like it's gonna be hard to move past this one because it lingers and tingles so much harsher than the other.
Well, luckily for us, what we got to wash it down and move on right past is aged luxury, the aged icon, the Dalmore 18-year.
Yeah, this is some incredible stuff.
Oh my God. It's like this deep toffee butter on the nose.
Definitely the butter.
Mhm.
It's sweet.
It's a sweet butter.
But now go to grab your 15 here. This is a lighter butter. This is a deeper, just more, feels like it's like.
This is like a milky butter. This is,
this is like, I don't know how to.
18 is like a.
It's like a tangy caramel.
Butter that you just put on a hot stove or something like that. It's just got a deeper smell to it.
Yeah, the 15, I don't want to call it weak, but its nose is so clean.
It's clean, a little bit of honey and a little bit of tanginess here. This one is just deep like black cherries on the nose and butter. And well, let's just see how it hits the mouth.
Yeah, let's see how that one tastes, huh?
Chicken, have you taken your first taste?
I just did.
Okay, what's your thoughts? Because then I want you to do something.
I got a swisher first.
I was about to say, keep that one on the tongue for 18 seconds, a second for every year that the great Richard Patterson took. I haven't even taken my first drink yet, just so I can keep my glorious voice going while these two do the 18-second dive. And there's going to be some incredible flavors when you're done with it. And that's kind of my rule for aged scotch, at least a second for every year it was aged.
I get like that there's a little note of butteriness, but like a milk chocolatiness.
Yes.
It's not like a fruity chocolate, just like a straight milk chocolate. Oh God, that is just beautiful. That's the Scotch tries to be that, and most of them can never achieve something like that. That's just a master blend. I can't fathom how he managed to do that. My hat.
There's a lot of chocolate in there.
Oh, so many good flavors there.
That one sticks to the tongue more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm actually getting
stays with you too. Like,
yeah, like you can't get it off your tongue. You know what I mean? Like it's
there's
there.
nothing wrong with it.
Like
no,
it's like an
great.
Advent calendar milk chocolate. That's just all I can think of. Oh, wow.
There's a little bit of that house style marmalade, but it's way
There's
in
a
the back.
spiciness there. That's why I'm reminded of like an Advent calendar chocolate, because it's Christmassy, spicy.
Like after you get done with that
chocolate.
little piece and you get the after.
Yep.
Yes.
And that buttery, milky aftertaste that just sits on your tongue. It's just a beautiful one. That's
this is
so good.
Top notch, top of the line whiskey.
Yeah.
18-year.
Yeah, this one's gonna run you about $180 to $200 a bottle, and unfortunately, it's worth every penny.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is like, oh, damn it. When I saw that, I was like, I need to have a bottle of that.
I can't really fault you.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty magical.
And then this is one. The next one we're moving on to. This one I had to search the country over to find, and I found it.
Fine.
Give this one a good nose for a moment before. Yeah, this is the King Alexander III. There's just a lot of deep richness to it.
It is very rich. There's unfortunately for me on the nose on this,
brownies.
There's something in this that
I can't identify what it is, but it stands out from the other.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think I could pick this one out of the lineup by the nose, just because it's so different.
Almost got like a fruity tone to it, but like.
What attracted me to this one is Lunninghorst Lunning from whiskey.com says this is one of his favorite whiskeys of all time, and he drinks whiskey for a living. And also, I can't remember his name, but he's one of the guys down at the Gentleman's Gazette, and he says this is one of his favorite scotches of all time. So,
like a dehydrated raspberry, maybe something
like the dry.
Yeah, there's raspberries.
Yeah, that's where I was hit. Yeah.
Damn it, you're right. It's raspberries. Well, guys.
Oh wait, now I'm getting floral on the tail end there. I don't know if I got that the first time I put this to the nose.
This is just everything.
Yeah, it's. You could sit here all day and smell this, but I think we drink it. Wow.
Like fruity chocolate.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that smooth.
Yeah, that went down way too easy, and it's not just because we just drank 5 scotches.
There's no bite to that.
We could go back to the port, and that would be a lot harsher.
Yeah.
Even the 18.
Yeah.
As good as it was, there was a harshness that stuck to your tongue.
Yeah. There's no bite whatsoever.
No bite that in you.
But the flavor's still there.
The flavor's still there, and it's not that it's dry, but it's like you still get that buttery feeling.
And oiliness.
Yeah, oiliness afterwards.
Mm-hmm. That's just
not in a bad way, though.
Insanely good. I can't.
And you're right. No bite, no tingle in the mouth.
I can't imagine how they achieved this to be so smooth and taste so little like alcohol. It's insane to me how clean this finishes.
That is great.
Oh.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now, unfortunately,
and I'm waiting for something to spring up. Nothing springs
this
up.
bottle will. It's unfortunate, but now you see why.
Mm-hmm.
They come out with so little of it, and it's so specifically aged.
Oh wow! Yeah, it's.
There's like a leather
smooth.
Leather.
There. Oh my goodness! Thank you. That is part of the nose. It's that new car leather. You can smell it so pungently that you can taste it.
Now,
and it's nose to mouth that way. Yes.
Here's a crazy experiment. Take your King Alexander III. Take your Dalmore 12.
Okay.
Compare noses. Amazing.
Oh, this is just so much like the caramel chocolatey.
Yeah, it's a lot of caramel, a little bit of that orange.
Yeah.
I don't think I can ever get over the nose on the 12. It's just always stuck with me. Yeah. There's nothing that could possibly make this better.
One of the reasons I wanted to do this, guys, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. In my personal opinion, a lot of people say that these are, a little high in their price. In my opinion, the Dalmore 12 is actually undervalued.
I believe.
Yeah, I got to agree. I just took a drink of the King Alexander and then to the 12 and then back to the King Alexander. And yeah, after going through the entire line and then touching back on the 12,
which I'm about.
It's impossible to deny how, yeah, you're right. It's underpriced because that is so damn good. You taste everything that you get out of all of these still, and you get it with the 12. That craftsmanship's still here. Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
The next time you take a taste of King Alexander III, see if you don't taste wheat on the back.
Yeah.
Like it's strange, but it's like wheat on the back.
Yes. It's if you goodness, like a dried wheat, right off of a grain truck. And obviously this is going to go over a lot of people's heads, but
we work in mills.
You get that dust in your nose, you get it in the back of your throat because you breathe it in. And yes, that is one of those flavors in there. Oh yeah, 100%. I know what you mean.
Now this isn't wheated whiskey. No, this is 100% malted barley.
You're right.
So yeah, I guess if we got to go back to the King Alexander and have another drink.
Yeah, way heavy on that one.
God, it's smooth.
Every time, immediately after I swallow it, I get that little like oily deposit, but it just sits there and savors the flavor. It's such a weird. I usually do not like that oily like deposit after a drink, but that one I just want to leave it there.
Yeah,
like
I love
going from
whiskeys that are a little oily. So
going from the King back to the 18, now I get a bit of a mint. A bit.
Well, for science, folks.
Yeah, for science. Just a little. A freshness.
Yes.
Yeah. You swishing around a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Now.
Oh yeah. And now. A freshness in my mouth after that. Now.
I was about to say that's closer to
a cooling sensation.
A little up closer to your alley. Tony likes whiskeys that have that cooling.
I like maybe that's that secret about the 18 that I like so much. Okay. Now we know.
I tend to like ones that are a little bit sweeter, fruity, oily. That's what I kind of like. But Tony likes some.
Is this the cigar?
Yes.
It is. I want to go back.
Moving back down.
I'll be honest. This is oh yeah, you get that. It's not a harshness, but it's like just a raking down the back of your tongue. Like it really digs into your tongue to give you the flavors that are in that. It really latches onto your taste buds now.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of that.
This is hands down my favorite experience
for sure.
So far with the cigar malt. This is definitely the best it's been for me. So
yeah,
far.
that dryness has hit my mouth again.
Yeah.
Which the best way to wet the palate would be the 15. Yeah.
Just have to get back.
Funny that. So yeah, the 15.
Yeah, that is about the best palate cleanser you can get because it's so crisp and smooth. That's got a bit of an orchard fruit crispness to it.
I don't imagine this is what the folks at the Dalmore Distillery intended when they said palate cleanser, but you know what? We're enjoying it nonetheless.
Three guys from Nebraska drinking their entire lineup probably wasn't what they intended either, but hey, we're here for it.
I think that's what they hoped.
I'm sure that's what they had in mind.
So yeah, the 15, oh my God, amazing stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to the port now.
And then let's give port just one last go.
Man. Yeah, definitely after coming back down the line, that lingering on the top of my mouth, that wine lingering.
Feeling slightly loosened up now after going through these lines.
Crazy.
I know, it's crazy.
And finish the
So.
And there I can get the port, port's burn.
Yes.
Being the higher ABV as the rest of them.
So this is the best way to go about it. We've all had the 12. We love the 12. Yes. We're probably always going to keep some 12 on hand going forward. Wow. Because I think the one thing that we have established is the Dalmore 12 is an incredibly good value, but they got to have one affordable bottle out there to grab market share. I would have never known about this whiskey if they hadn't have had an affordable bottle out there for me to grab. Yep. And me and my brother had a damn fine night on it.
Especially how expensive just
some of them
whiskeys, bourbons can get.
Yeah.
And you're looking for something incredible with a line like this. 12 is just like you said, undervalued.
Yes. Now what's great is all of these you can still get without having to go to the secondary market. And that's what, even though it's incredibly high value, you don't have to go to those crazy secondary markets for it. So Chicken, you've also had the port. Let me ask you, going forward, are you going to keep a bottle of port on your bar, or are you going to move on to other types?
So currently I have the 12 and the port sitting on my bar. When I finish the port, I'll probably jump up to one of these other ones that we've tried and may or may not replace it. Depends.
All right. Tony, I know you're a huge fan of the port. Are you going to, once your 12 runs out, replace it with a bottle of port or keep the 12 going?
I'd like to. I have to keep at least one bottle of Dalmore on the shelf because it deserves to be. Once the 12 runs out, I'm either probably going to look to get a bottle of 15 or port. But, gosh, that 18 just is so darn good. Maybe I'll get a bottle of 15 and then get a bottle of 18 just to work my way up the 18.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's only fair.
What I'm trying to arrive at here, gentlemen, is let's say the next bottle of Dalmore you buy is you can only have one bottle of Dalmore in stock. Out of any of these, keeping in mind the prices, keeping in mind everything, like I said, this one here costs about $115. This one's about 80, 60, about 115, almost 200, well over 200, depending on where you buy it. Keep in mind all of these factors. If there was one bottle of Dalmore on this whole line, that was the one you could keep stocked, which one would that be?
Well, if I'm only allowed one.
I know, such a tragedy.
And assuming we could afford it, yeah, I think it's pretty clear. But in realistic, real world scenario, if you don't want to spend $200-300 for the obvious choice, I would say I think the 15 is 100% worth keeping in stock.
Yeah, it's so crisp and smooth and clean.
Yeah, I
It'll
think
impress anybody.
this is your best value.
Yeah,
This is your highest quality for the least amount of money you're going to spend.
Agreed.
The other ones are definitely worth every penny, but you're paying for the craftsmanship.
Yep.
Like Richard Patterson has been distilling and blending for over 50 years. He's a third generation blender. That's a lot of craftsmanship that gets poured into each of these bottles.
I think you could introduce, out of all of these, 15 would be the least offensive to somebody who's never really experienced Scotch.
Yep.
I think 15 is clean and crisp and smooth enough that you could really turn somebody on to Scotch by offering them a dram of the 15.
Yeah. Now, like you said, yes. If somebody has never had Scotch, doesn't really like Scotch, give them a 15. I think that would be more effective because actually at Christmas, I've had this bottle for a while now. I brought this over to my dad's house and I wanted him to try it. My dad hates Scotch. Not because he's never tried it, but apparently him and his brothers almost drank the island of Scotland dry back in the 80s. So they've had their share of Scotch. They don't want to. And so
18?
I had him try the 18, and I'm going to do my impression of his. So he. It's Scotch. Good Scotch, but Scotch.
Yeah.
So I haven't converted him back to the island of Scotland yet. He is still a stickler for his Canadian whiskey, but
I think
I'm going to give this a shot. See if it gets.
it's different.
The King Alexander
It's different enough.
He might at least appreciate it. I don't know if he's going to drink it.
Has he tried the cigar malt?
No, and I don't know if you got to remember his favorite whiskey's Crown Royal. Yeah, so fair. I don't know if that would, you know what I mean?
It's unique enough, and if you enjoy smoking anything, I think there's an appeal there,
it, right?
Yeah,
so you're either gonna love it.
There's an appeal there that might. I don't know.
I could go
either way.
I do have some family from California that's really close to Napa Valley, so he does have an appreciation for red wine. Okay, so that might be the only hook.
Sure.
Maybe if I don't tell him it's a Scotch, he might actually enjoy it. Like, hey, this is some crazy stuff from Canada. Yeah. The C's for Canada.
Don't watch.
I really like the port. I think it's very unique. The cigar malt, this is definitely my best experience yet with it. It seems to get better each time I try it. And the King Alexander is it's ridiculously smooth.
Ascendant.
Yeah, it's something else. There's something there that it's really, really good, but there's something that would hold me back from specifically seeking a bottle out. There's just one thing that I can't put my finger on. I think the age statement bottles.
There's almost, I hate to say, almost like a mustiness to the nose, and I think it's that leather.
There is the leather's there, but I think your best bang for your buck is going to be 12, 15, or 18 if you want a very impressive high-dollar bottle of scotch with an impressive age statement on it. The Dalmore 18 is probably about the best thing you can get. If you want a crisp, clean tasting whiskey that you could introduce somebody to scotch to, the 15 is perfect. If you want an affordable bottle of high quality scotch, it's the 12. So the age statement is probably just some of the best stuff I've seen out of any scotch line.
Yeah. So just the 12, 15, 18, those are the ones that really impress you.
Yeah.
These other ones, these kind of side projects.
So unique, but good in their own ways.
Yeah. So
Really
Tony's going to, so are you going to go, this is the big question, after your 12 is empty, are you going to go with the Portwood or the 15 year?
I think I'm going to go with the 15 next.
All right.
After the 15, I will probably be looking for an 18 because, gosh, that's just swell. You know, I think that deserves a spot on the top shelf. I can't really see any other way around it. I just promoted the age statements. I've got the 12. I want to go to the 15. So obviously, logically, the 15 to the 18, right? Makes perfect sense to me.
Work your way up the age statements.
And on that note,
oh no, the blending's begun.
now it has to happen.
He's going to blend all of the Dalmores together into the 12 glass. And he's going to let us know how it is.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be great.
I don't know how. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah,
it's not going to be bad. There's no combination of this that's bad.
The 15 and the port, 50-50 together. We tried that.
Oh, I thought it was going to be bad. It was amazing.
It was incredible. It just paired so stupidly well together. It almost wasn't fair.
Mm-hmm.
So here are all 6 of the standard line of Dalmore. Oh wow! Yeah, that's just stupidly good. There's so much going on there. That's like a party. That's a party in a glass.
Look on Phil's face. I'm like,
wow, you at least have to smell that.
So if you've got about $1,000 just laying around,
burning a hole,
just buy every bottle of the Dalmore, put it in a cask, and age it for about a year. I think that's the way to go.
I think you could just drink it then.
Well,
then you'd still have a pretty good time.
If you want to go eccentric,
it's the.
There's a reason this had to be a group effort, folks. This is
to me. It's the cigar and the port that stand out, though.
They do. They're definitely the most intrusive on the nose, not in a bad.
With that tiny bit of King Alexander in there. That one I pick up as well.
Still hangs out.
The 18 doesn't really show up for me. And
yeah, don't do that. That's terrible. You guys wouldn't like that at all.
Well, I'll just turn the glass so we're.
That's wow. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Well, I don't really know how to put into words how good that is, but that's really good. Yeah, that's special. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's
yeah, me and Chicken kind of polished that off.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
To quote Ewan McGregor from the movie Trainspotting, oh, it's really good.
It's really
fucking good. Oh man, that's.
I don't know that that's the comparison Richard Patterson was going for.
No, probably not. But sorry, man. We gotta.
If nothing else, we just gave him another idea for
Yeah.
a specialty bottle to come out with.
Now, if
Let's
you
just make it equal parts of the 6.
try the 15 and the port, if you have a little bit left there.
15.
The 15 and the port specifically.
I've had this blend before, so I will save my glasses. But oh man, this has been yeah, it's quite the blend. It's
God. Everything's so crisp and clean about the 15, but unique about the port
It
and robust.
The port.
It's so good, isn't it? That's so stupidly
it does.
good.
It fixes the port. All
It's
a few things they
so
don't
stupidly
really
good.
pour around,
Yeah.
all the edges.
It does.
It's
It just makes it perfect, man. That's what I wanted the port to taste like.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So let's just go ahead and try the King Alexander and the 18.
You mad scientist.
Stupidly smooth, but the King Alexander kind of overtakes it. Yeah, it's still amazing.
The King Alexander is gonna be.
It does. It overtakes.
It's a
everything.
heavyweight. Its flavors are so overpowering. Oh, and Tony's just dumping them all together
Yep, now
for his
let's
last
just-
master blend.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that.
I'm going to do King and cigar.
Ooh, there you go.
The noses.
I bet cigar and
Going
port
back and
would go
forth.
together.
I
really
was
well.
just thinking that cigar and port kind of
might.
be in the offshoots. Yeah, those would be.
In fact,
Pretty
that'll be the one that
spectacular.
I do here, gentlemen.
All right. So
Cigar and port.
King Alexander.
Yep.
And
Because honestly, I don't mean to be like, because those are my two least favorite of the line, cigar and port. But
But
you're grading on.
keep a bottle of the cigar on hand.
Yes, you're grading on such a slim curve, Tony.
I was
Okay?
gonna say,
Because you're talking about the 15, the 18,
Yeah.
the King Alexander, and the 12 that I have so many good personal memories with.
not fond of that though.
What is that?
Cigar and King. It's not bad, but I
what's
think
the nose?
I think it ruins both of them.
I think yeah.
It ruined.
All right. This is
Their noses are so
cigar and port.
standoutish that they kind of clash.
Oh, I
They're
like
better
this.
on. They're better on their own than.
Oh,
Cigar and
here.
port.
Give me just a little
Oh,
sniffy
wow.
sniff of that, if you would. Yeah, I think that's. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
well.
Takes all the dryness out of the wine.
Anything that you might not like about those two,
Ooh.
it just kind of covers it up, and yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Yep.
So yeah, this is actually more fun about this video than anything else.
Welcome back to Mad Scientist Dalmore Lab.
Well, guys, this is the last blend we haven't tried. 15 and 18.
Okay, there you go.
One last sip of each.
15 and 18.
This stuff is so good.
Oh, he's already got one made up.
I'm really impressed. Even a bad blend is still really good.
Which one was your 18 glass, T?
Oh, excuse me. That one was not marked. That must be the King. So that's cigar 18. Yep. 15 and 18, huh?
Yep.
Huh.
It's either be great
Honestly,
or not. I don't know.
I thought both of them had an excellent nose. It's just now it's just.
I don't smell either of them.
No.
This takes a lot of the mint and a
Yeah.
lot of that burnout. It stays on your tongue though. It coats
It
your
almost
tongue with
doesn't.
that
It doesn't smell like.
marvelous oiliness.
It doesn't smell like either one now. It's weird.
No, it doesn't.
The blend is just on the nose. It's weird.
You still get that oily.
Yep, but
Mm.
that okay, it stays on the back of your
Oh,
tongue and in your
Yeah.
Cool.
chest. Mm.
I like it though.
Oh yeah.
So I think the next bottle I buy is gonna be a mixture of the 15 and 18. Holy shit, that's good.
Yeah, that's
We'll just go halvesies and then we can just
Yeah.
mix and match. We'll be
Yep.
Wow.
We'll all go halvesies on some bottles, send some mix and matches back and forth. Oh,
Well,
so we've discovered that blending can be fun, folks. Yep, Tony's just like, nope.
I'm just gonna sip this all night, and guess what? It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Everything
What I'm
from
planning now.
Yep. These two guys, they got an amazing dram. They both got a one of a kind.
Wow.
One of the finest drams in all the world.
I was gonna say, like,
That is beautiful.
what's sitting on the bar here? 6 different bottles of scotch from one of the most respected brands in Scotch whiskey, and all 6 are in the glass. That's something special that not a lot of people have probably tasted. So honestly, you've got to think about that. And now I'm going to do it. What if there was just like one more flavor you could add to such a? Oh yeah.
You mean the Dalmore 99?
Surprise cameo at the end.
Yep, running at the end.
There we go.
And 3 shot glasses.
Coming.
So, guys, we've experienced the entire line. Now, Chicken, I wanted you to
Go light on.
I wanted you to experience this because this bottle was $100 USD. Okay, This is the only cask strength Dalmore, 55.6 alcohol by volume.
Nice.
It's
If
heavy.
you want to get a cask strength Dalmore, otherwise you have to purchase the Constellation Collection, which costs over $150,000.
How many bottles is that?
21 bottles of
21
scotch.
bottles.
Usually you have to be some sort of eccentric billionaire to even get your hands on any of this.
Yeah, it's
Well, this one you can get for $100, but any
If you
other
can find
cask
it.
strength,
not so much for keeping it light.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
well, he's had the least amount of it.
I'm gonna pour a little bit into the blend.
Oh.
And now let's get a nose of
So what-
cask strength. This is 15 years old. It was distilled in 1999.
What
I love that.
what
Sweet.
throws me off with this is it's cask strength, but yeah, it's sweet, it's tart, but it doesn't smell overly boozy, does
No,
it?
it doesn't.
No, but it's cask strength. So you would think it would be one of the more alcohol offensive to the nose. Not in
No.
a bad way, but it is very light on the
Now,
nose.
it might have something to do with the fact that we have primed our nose a little bit to alcohol this evening.
Oh, that's right.
That could have something to do with it, but
You might have a point there, Phil.
for science, folks,
Mhm.
let's see how it hits the palate.
Yeah, it definitely tastes cask strength. But
A lot more cinnamon and spice.
there's so much cinnamon and spice and
wow.
a candy,
Sweet, but spicy.
like a hard candy sweetness.
Definite cinnamon.
Don't
What else?
chastise me too much, but do you remember like the hard candy root beer barrel hard candies?
Yeah.
That lingering
Bubbly,
numbness,
bubbly
Yes.
numbness. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's almost like a grape or
Mhm.
like maybe not a grape, like a raisiny. Like
Yep. And I think we made mention of that.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
raisins.
Yep, it's there. It's,
So
it's
this is
undeniable.
really good stuff. Alexander Murray and Co. I don't know much about them. As far as I know, they were trying to be like the Eddie Bauer of Europe or something like that. So
Yeah, that's
this was their like,
good.
this is our Alexander and Murray and Co. Dalmore 99.
I love the 15-year age statement. I love the Dalmore line. And 1999 was just a special year in music.
I mean, so
it's got 3 amazing things going.
so with this
for it.
Dalmore, we're going to be drinking like it's 1999. Sorry,
Oh.
I had to get that one in.
Nice.
And let's
Love
see how that changes the blend.
Probably not by too
Notice
much.
the like aftertaste on this one. It's got this like
Oh
subtle and smooth,
My.
just like bland though.
God.
I'm sorry, I got to turn
The
it to the
ultimate
side.
mix.
Yeah, that's. Oh my God.
Now, that single malt though, when you're done with it, it has this like almost like this bland, like
Mhm.
just it just sits there,
Yep.
and you're like, kind of tastes like cherries or something.
Yep.
Like it's just this weird, but it's boring but fruitful.
Yes.
Like it's so weird. I really like that.
That's something else, isn't it?
Yeah,
Um,
it's unique. That's worth every penny.
Yeah, if you can find that.
Tony, I'm so
get it.
glad you mentioned it.
Yep. I thought you might like
it, sir.
I had a feeling you would appreciate it.
Oh,
I was so
yes.
excited to try it.
It's
It's one of those bottles you're just not going to happen across. And the fact that you were able to locate it, pinpoint it, and find somebody who was capable of acquiring it for you
yep.
is pretty incredible alone.
The good philosopher king that found me this bottle was the same guy who found me this bottle. So I'm going to be enjoying this one quite a bit. I am going to try and save a little bit of this for cold weather.
I think
This would be a perfect.
that's a bottle you should probably just not drain down quickly at.
That is a special occasion bottle. In my
Yep,
opinion.
that's one of those.
And I thought the reuniting of the Three Stooges of
Yeah.
podcasting here
Yeah,
was an apt occasion to pull out a special occasion bottle. Tony said, I don't know, Phil. I think 6 whiskeys is enough.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that this is your line. That's not something you're going to happen across if you go into your local liquor store.
Yes. This is a very rare find. And it was just right place, right time. Had a buddy that happened to be close to that liquor store. I happened to be looking at that website at that minute.
Yeah, it worked out.
So if you can find a bottle of this,
Get it?
I would say this is actually the best value
Honestly, yeah, you're getting full cast strength scotch
for just $100.
It's a
If I had
Dalmore.
if I had a 15 or that sitting in front of me and that was a choice, I'd probably grab this because I know I can grab a 15 anytime.
Well,
That's true.
this is aged 15 years.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's because, these are.
But you've
both
got all those
15.
nostalgic feels of Britney Spears, NSYNC,
99.
Flagpole Sitter, Harvey Danger, good stuff like that.
Y2K words.
Right, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you realize this one is just like a few years more. And actually, every whiskey in here is 15 to 17 years old.
Ooh.
So it's something to keep in mind. This one is 18 to 20 or 21.
Now, that one's 40% ABV, correct?
44. They're all 40 except for this one's 46.
No, they're not.
That's 12.
That's the 40. That's 46 and a half. The cigar, 44%.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
why it's a little drier.
This one,
That makes a
40.
little more
Yep.
sense now.
And I believe those two are 40 as well. So yeah, that was the one thing I looked at before we started this entire process, and that stood out to me that the port was that much higher. But I guess, comparatively, the port and the 1999 are the highest in the ABV.
I know we haven't been very COVID friendly this evening, but hey, it is what it is. But this, guys, you need to both try. This is a blend of 12, 15, 18. Just the age statements.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's really the last combination we haven't tried tonight.
12, 15, 18.
If you got any other combination we haven't tried, let me know. But that's actually pretty good. It's very minty,
oh yeah.
but it's subtle.
Oh no, that's very appealing. I love mintiness.
Yeah,
regardless of what
he's
whiskey I'm drinking, I love a mint.
Yeah, he loves the mint.
Oh wow, that opens up really interesting. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. I think my favorite blend so far.
Citrus. Wow.
Yeah, very citrusy.
Yeah. Floral and citrus.
Yeah.
Which
That's
I'm
good.
a little surprised by with.
Okay, this is just King Alexander. I've let it sit. Bring it to your nose. Tell me you don't smell like a grassiness.
Oh yeah, like a fresh cut. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If you poured a nice 1 to 2 fingers of that King Alexander for a special occasion for yourself, and you poured it a couple hours ahead of time and let it just become a room temperature, open air dram of whiskey, and you came back and you sat down and you contemplated life and drank that, I think that would probably be one of the best experiences of whiskey you could ever have. There's something about that it just grows and ages after you pour it. There's so many complexities.
This has been an amazing exploration.
This was the best
I think
we've done so
Oh
far.
yeah. This is the best lineup.
This is as much as I hate to say this, my review, Dalmore Distillery of Scotland.
Listen up.
5 stars for all of you. Thank you for these amazing spirits that you have given to the world. Thank you, all of you. Take a bow. That's my review. 5 stars for all of it because every one of them has a different appeal. And like even the first selection, you and I have had a lot of good memories with brothers drinking it down.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. So, folks,
I think at the end of the day, what really needs to happen here, since we've spent the last hour blowing Richard Patterson on the Dalmore line, is he should probably maybe just send us a Constellation Series cabinet.
at least.
I think that's fair.
Some kind of special edition,
Right.
And mix.
Maybe some of those duty-free bottles that we have to go to like Singapore for,
Yeah,
like the 17 or the 14.
I would just settle for like the quintet, the quartet, or the trio that you got to go to Canada to get. Like I would settle even for that. Like
They should make the blended bottle, like we said, of the 6.
Oh,
and have our beautiful mugs on the front of it.
Yeah.
Name it what you will.
Yeah.
But
Dalmore, Three Stooges Reserve.
yes.
The Dalmore, the Sixth Sense, one of each.
Woo.
And now
I
it's
don't have a
Or
marketing
seventh.
degree if you can't.
or
tell.
7. Well,
Well, yeah,
got
I
the
think
7th now.
this as a baseline is a damn fine blend.
Mhm.
This one just adds a little bit extra nuttiness and
It does. It adds everything that's subtle about all of these 6. That brings the ABV back up. It reminds you that you're still drinking Scotch whiskey, and it adds, like you said, that nuttiness. That
There's a lot of complexity.
oh
in
god,
that,
it's
though.
it's
Yeah.
so
Now,
it's a strong Scotch. It's not intrusive. though.
I'm not a huge strong Scotch fan, but
Yeah.
that was incredible.
That's really good.
yeah.
It's really damn good.
Now, Tony, this is going to be a very big shock for you, but
Okay.
my personal favorite, I know it's going to be hard for you to believe.
King Alexander.
King Alexander. I know. I fuck shock to the both of you. Amazing craftsmanship.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe sometime, maybe the next time, this particular gentleman's down, we'll do a blind.
Man, that'd be tough.
God, it would.
I'm gonna throw this out on a couple of different ways. I think honestly, my favorite nose of everything sitting here, still the 12.
God damn,
I
it's
don't know how or
it's
why.
so orangey, marmalade, sweet.
It's so good.
Tiny bit of chocolate, not too much.
Not going to disagree.
It's
at all.
it's got one of the best noses. out of
I did
all
like the
Scotch.
cigar nose.
Yeah, it's unique,
Yeah,
but something about the 12.
the 12's noses,
The
especially
12's nose is
what I
amazing.
noticed after we went through all of them, then we went back to the 12.
Yes.
The nose was just even better. all of a
Yes,
sudden,
it
so,
was.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Just candy
It's
marmalade.
the most affordable. It's the most available, and it has, in my opinion, the best nose. And if I'm going to be completely harshly honest, my least favorite nose.
Oh,
Yep.
Is it because of that leathery mustiness? I still have a glass of it.
The mustiness it triggers some nostalgic memories in my head for some reason that are not appealing. It's still a good nose, don't get me wrong, but it's my least favorite nose. This is still my
Okay.
favorite. The
I think-
cheapest is my favorite nose, the most expensive, my least favorite.
Okay, I think it might be kind of like my Jameson 18 review,
It's
where
very similar.
I crapped
Yep.
all over it because the nose was the exact same as the worst wine I ever had.
Yep.
But it was very meaty, and so I couldn't get past it. The palate was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
On the palate is great, but I ended up letting this guy take the rest of it. It just didn't appeal.
I got it at a pretty good steal that day because he's like, man, that nose, I just can't get past it.
Yeah, so I gave it to him for like
It's hard to get
30%
past the
undervalue,
nose.
so-
Once you start appreciating whiskey and Scotch for all of its different complexities and uniqueness, it's hard to get past the nose because you dive so deep into the nose before you even taste it. So I completely understand.
Okay, there's
what
one
you're
last swallow of this. This has been sitting all night alone. Either one of you want to take the
saying.
last?
Go ahead.
Open
It's
it.
only
All right.
right.
Sure.
It's only right.
All right.
While he's having his final sip there, I'm going to say the
Switch
one
it.
that I didn't appreciate the nose so much, and I'm going to have a hard time finishing the bottle is the port. I know that's one of your favorites. It's not.
I
bad,
like the
it's-
uniqueness of it.
but that's out of all of these.
Okay.
Port is
I can understand that.
not my favorite.
I
Mix
can
the rest of
understand.
it with a bottle of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
You'll love it. It's
yeah.
or a bottle of this. The
Yeah, the
port and
cigar.
cigar went together
Port
really
cigar
well.
did
go good.
Yeah.
What was the one mix that we did that we didn't like?
I didn't care for. Was it the
The 18 and the King Alexander
Yeah.
were good, but
And the
the
15
King
was-
Alexander overtook
The
it.
15 and the
It took all the good
cigar,
things
I
away
recall
from
you guys not. There was one with the cigar that I recall you guys not liking, but
Yeah, but the cigar and the port was good in its own way. But yeah, it's funny because the age statements went so nicely together. The cigar and the port went
The
nicely together.
specialties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting how they pair together. But then again, when you put them all in the same glass,
they also
They're
let it
beautiful.
breathe.
well
Guess
there.
what? Mm.
Marvelous.
Anything that one of them individually is missing, guess what? The other one's there to prop it back up. And this is one of the most marvelous glasses of scotch. Not only that I will ever taste, but anybody out there, if you ever have a chance
I am
to put an
spoiled,
ounce of
sir.
every one of these bottles into a dram, I can't imagine that many people would have that opportunity.
Oh,
I feel so privileged right now. This is insanely good.
yes.
And
There's
these are the
chocolate,
sacrifices we make for
chocolate,
science, guys.
oil, butter,
Not all heroes wear
fruit.
capes.
That's right, sir.
Mint.
That's right.
Just some of them wear suit
Oh.
jackets. Yeah, I mean, Tony, this is one of the better blends and
Oh my
blending
God.
experiences will have.
ever experience.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
this
get
is-
much better than this.
So I still have a little bit of whiskey left. You got a little bit of whiskey left. Tony's got.
Hardly anything left.
Oh yeah. You might need a little more here.
So
man.
I'll be fine.
Darn good.
Remember, you did refill my 15. So.
Yes. Yeah. That's it.
I still love. I think my favorite blend was still the 15 and the port, just because it's two completely different spectrums of the Dalmore line,
that
and
compliment.
for some reason they just complement each other so
Yeah.
well. But the 18 was it the 18 and the 15? We'll have to look back. Was it the 18 and the 15?
Yeah. Well, let us know in the
18
comments
and
section.
15 were pretty good.
Yeah.
There was only like one or two of them that we weren't like. This is amazing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Let's go back and watch ourselves.
yeah. So.
We'll get there.
Oh my God.
We got a lot of other stuff.
We've
to
only been
report.
doing this for an hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's wrap this
And I
up
will
and do
say,
some other
Tony,
stuff.
I am feeling a little loosened up. That's it. There's just a little, little extra pep.
Getting a little
But
froggy.
as I am known to say around here, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this exquisite
No, hang on. Let's talk for another 45 minutes.
Dalmore line review, where we went into the whole line. The Dalmore 12, the Dalmore Port, Cigar, King Alexander,
Wow.
18, and two different 15s with a surprise guest appearance. I mean, really, we had to include it.
I just didn't want it to be the upfront
Yes,
included. It
Oh,
had
there's more to
out,
come,
though.
but
folks.
this
Don't worry.
was
It was here.
a great journey for all three of us. This has been a long
You
time
had
coming.
1999 references. We did Captain Planet references, and we had some great booze.
So top notch.
This is
It's been fun.
honestly, if they don't send us some free shit, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'd take a poster
They
or
never
a
did.
glass for fuck's sake. Send me a glass.
If you don't, I'm still
Send
gonna
us a
buy your
glass.
stuff.
Yeah, we're still gonna keep buying it at this point. We should almost just like own stock in the company. Like it's
At least send us a nosing glass. Come on.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
that would be sweet. So,
Yeah.
folks,
Do
Thank you for-
the right thing.
thank you for joining us. Chicken, Tony, thank you for all of our powers coming together for one amazing review.
Just making sure I get every last drop.
Get in on this, T.
Sorry. There's just
I mean, come on, leaving us hanging.
Boy.
This is like the Shield. We got our
Wow.
fists up, and we're waiting for Dean Ambrose to get in.
it had settled to the bottom of the glass. I wanted to make sure I got every ounce of goodness.
Wow.
Thank you for joining us for this amazing Dalmore review. Like, share, subscribe, folks. I'm Phil K.O.E. Chicken, Tony G.
There, that's better.
Thanks for joining us. Catch you around, folks.
Oh.
Mm. Yes, indeed, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for the 1K subscriber celebration, folks. Yes, I am your King of Extreme Phil, KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance. Let's make sure that, yes, you're getting every sweet, soft summer sound that is my voice. God bless every last one of you folks. We are here for my top 20 KOE Nation videos of all time thus far. Yeah. But folks, we finally hit a decent mark. 1K subscribers, KOE Nation on YouTube. It was quite a mountain climb, but we made it, folks. We finally made it, and I couldn't be happier. I'm pleased as punch, folks. It's not often where you set a goal and you make it when you want to make it. Now, folks, with that being said, we got a lot more videos to get into, but also I wanted to drop for any of you folks. There's another channel me and my buddy Tony are working on. I'm dropping it in the comments right now. The algorithm is not kind to us. Our YouTube channel is called Hazard Analysis. We'd love you to stop by and give us a subscribe over there as well. That's where we're going to get into some more breaking news and latest happenings. But here at KOE Nation, we are truly timeless, like all of my beautiful fans out there. All of the beautiful folks that make up the KOE Nation, you are more timeless than anything. I mean, thank you. I can't thank you enough. So, and yes, Phil KOE 2024, cheers. And lost Kyle V in the CV. No, I don't have any 1962 Dalmore. If I did, I would definitely have a review of it for you folks. Goodness gracious. I do wish, though. I do wish. But now, folks, we're going to get into, this is a much, much, much shorter video. This is number 19 on the top 10 KOE Nation videos. Let's see, with a whopping, 1,123 views. We've got my review of True Utilities Tweezer Tool. This is an interesting one. So without further ado, let's get right into it, folks. You have arrived at the KOE Nation. Folks, you have indeed arrived here at the KOE Nation for this box opening review of True Utility Knife, Tweezer Tool, Small Pocket Knife, and tweezers. So you know what? Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing what we got here. And it's got a free carboner. So, folks, this is what we're getting here tonight here at the KOE Nation, which you can, of course, find at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion on that one. But let's get right into this one without further ado. So, True Knife. Let's see. We got high-grade 420 stainless steel, ergonomic grip. That's to be seen. Tweezer handle, black oxide blade, bottle opener, file, and a flat driver, and a little carboner. So this is quite a few little small tools, but it's also tweezers that you can keep on you. And also what I like about True Knife is they include a free little key ring right here. So let's get right into this. And of course, the handy dandy, always reliable Cold Steel 1911 for the box opening. Whew. Just a clean cut. That thing is like a lightsaber through plastic. So yeah. All right. On this particular key ring, the key is happiness. Happiness is the key. They always have some strange little saying on these rings. That is pretty funny. I like that. But let's get right into the main course here, folks, shall we? So before we get into the main tool, let's take a look at this little tiny carboner. It's got some tape in there. And you know, I could pull it out with my hands, but that is so undignified and so uncivilized when you can just do it like that with a blade. And that's one of the reasons why an everyday carry is necessary, because like ripping into things is seen as kind of uncouth in some social circles. But so this little carabiner, let's see what we got here. It screws open. It's little. I feel like if I tried really hard, I could bend this. Not even that. Like I'm not going to do it, but that's interesting. I'm not sure how much I'm ever going to use this, but it's nice to know that they throw that in there. Now, let's get into the main event, if you will. These tweezers. Could these be the tweezers of extreme? We don't know yet. So what we got here, interesting little implement here. As you can see, there's your tweezers, I believe. And then there's a couple of things that screw out. So you got a nice, actually a considerable blade for how tiny this thing is. There you go. You can see that up against my hand, if you will. There, I'm palming it like a magician. But yeah, there's the blade. And then over here, okay, a considerable amount of tools on there, as you can see. I mean, we got bottle openers, we've got box openers, we've got a little flathead. There's quite a few little implements right there. That is fascinating. That is fascinating. And then, most important of all, okay, we got some not great tweezers. But yeah, they could pull a splinter out. These require some force to close, but they work. They do work. I will give True Knife this. Like this requires a lot of force to close it, but it gives a good positive clamp on anything that would be stuck in terms of like any kind of thorn or anything, and you can utilize it while the tools are inside. Okay. Yeah. See, the tools are inside and you can still utilize the tweezers. That's actually impressive. I'm satisfied with that. That is very nice. Now, whether this holds up over time remains to be seen. That's probably how you attach it to your keychain right there, is one of them two little holes. But my initial impressions are skeptically optimistic for the true tweezer tool. But we're going to have to put this bad boy through the proper paces before we give the final judgment on the true tweezer tool. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that was this review of the true tweezer tool box opening and first impressions. Keep your eyes on this space for the full in-depth after I've put this bad boy through the ringer on the farm. So basically, after this thing is utilized to pull out its first thorn, if it's worth half a damn, you'll know, because this thing's gonna be riding in my truck tomorrow. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Please like, share, subscribe to the KOE Nation. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. Yes. So that was number 19, folks. And now we move onward and upward. This one's super short. This one's just like almost blink and you'll miss it. But, it also featured some of my beautiful singing. So I had to include. So, and it's also number 18 on the top 10 KOE, or top 20, actually, KOE Nation videos. This one with 1,124, so just barely ahead of the previous. This is me singing about We Are the Dead song, a song by Machine by George Orwell. Did George Orwell predict ChatGPT? I'll let you be the judge of that. In the film 1984, there's this brilliant scene where Winston Smith is standing with his lover, and they're standing at a window. They're both naked, and they're watching this washerwoman, this old overweight washerwoman, sing. And she's singing this song that Winston knows was written by a machine, was written by an AI to make it a very patriotic song. And she's singing it, and she's putting her whole heart into it. And the lyrics, beautiful stuff. They say that time heals all things. People say it heals nothing at all. And the smiles and the tears through all the years. And while she's singing this song, Winston looks down and goes, how does she make a song written by a machine sound so beautiful?
So,
and now here we are.
Yeah.
That one's short, but sweet. And that was number 18 of the top 20 KOE Nation videos. We Are the Dead from 1984. Now, this next one, there's a little bit more meat on this bone, folks. This one is another really fun video that I had a lot of fun making with Tony G. And with a whopping 1,157 views, this is the Old Forester line review. This was a great fun, and it is number 17 on our list of the top 20 KOE Nation videos. Let's get right into it, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special premium spirits line review. I am the elated and excited King of Extreme, Phil KOE, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, the indomitable, the clearing his throat, getting ready for this evening and all of its frivolities, the one and only,
the thirsty Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Hot damn, we are finally getting a chance to do this. Oh,
the Old Forester line. So without any further ado, let's get right into it. We've got quite a few whiskeys here. We've got six whiskeys that we're gonna, and one of these will be the entrant into the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament to represent Old Forester against a very big line. Now, we've got some contenders here. Now, we've got their baseline 100 proof offering, yes. Old Forester. We've got
We decided to skip the 86 proof. We figured this was probably good.
That and good God.
Did we need 7? Not necessarily.
Oh, yeah. Then we've got the 1870, their original batch.
Yes.
Then we've got the 1897, their bottled and bond. We've got the 1910 at 93 proof, which I'm quite curious about.
I'm excited about that one. I think that could be a personal favorite.
Yep. And then there is the 1920 at 115 proof that everybody I've never had.
Yeah, I've never had it, but that one is the media darling.
And then last but certainly not least, Statesman. I have had this before.
Oh.
I actually remember Maya Nurse Ratchet. I actually gave this to Maya as a wedding present.
Okay.
So I have actually tried it, and he thoroughly enjoyed it.
This is the only twisty cap.
Yep, the only twisties. And these will just be going into the standard.
That's plenty.
Crown Royal glass.
I don't think that one's going to be very
high up there.
No, I'm just going to spoiler alert. I don't think the 100 proof standard line is going to be the one that moves along.
It's
in the interest of fairness,
we're going to put it in. And also keep your eyes out for the eventual review of the Cold Steel Spartan, awesome knife. They actually the owner of Cold Steel just sold the company, actually, to a much larger knife manufacturing company. So a lot of things coming down the pike from them. So here we go with the 1870. This whiskey was distilled by us only, and we are responsible for its richness and fine quality. Its elegant flavor is solely due to original fine finesse developed with care. There's nothing better in the market. So this was pretty much the original recipe for Old Forester. The guy who started the distillery thought that his stuff tasted best at 90 proof.
Okay.
That was
Nice
satisfying.
work.
And that's going to go in the slightly fancier Scotch glass.
That's fair. All right.
Yes, this one I've heard nothing but good about, but we've got quite the journey here we're going on, folks. And now we've got the 1897 bottled in bond, and it used to be a very big thing, bonded whiskey. I looked up, like, if there's like 5 or 6 regulations you have to follow to make any of these whiskeys, to have a bonded whiskey, there's like 240. Okay, it's like, the joke is it's like whiskey jail.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and these we will be pouring into what are referred to as Canadian Glencairn glasses. Big, wide rim, so you can actually fit ice into it.
So when you think Canada, you think I need ice.
Yeah, well, you know, that's pretty typical for Canadian whiskeys. Now, this one is the one I'm really looking forward to. The 1910. This is 93 proof and old fine whiskey. And I believe this was following a recipe that involved a little bit extra charring because there was a batch of Old Forester that there was some big fire in Whiskey Row.
Oh.
And so this is kind of in tribute to that little extra charred batch.
Okay.
No, I mean, Tony, you and I have worked in a mill before. They very rarely just throw like, oh no, it's a bad batch. You very rarely hear that unless it's really bad.
Well, you know, bad batches can be made into good batches.
With
Just takes
with
right
the
time.
art of blending.
With the art of blending.
And what do you know? We're here with the blend master.
I know, it's
So
weird.
that's what you were referring to this whole time. Oh, okay.
And yeah, we're very excited for another reason, because between the 1910 and the 1920, there is a internet darling blend between the two that comes up to a 1915, they call it, that is the perfect blend. So
that
will be coming.
In
That
terms of-
sounded good.
In terms of cork popping, this one's already the winner.
Yeah,
For the 1920.
excellent. A lot of aromas already just coming through in all these glasses. I'm very excited. This is one we've been waiting to do for a while. We just needed the right window of time and opportunity, and finally
It is here.
here.
It's upon us.
Ah,
And then the Statesman, this is in tribute to anybody that really likes the Kingsman movie franchise. This was actually made in conjunction because the Statesman is apparently a faction within the movie.
okay.
So this... Okay, that was good. So if you're a huge fan of the Kingsman movies, this would pretty much be the bourbon for you.
Okay.
Or, I mean, you know, I've seen the movie, you know, the Dalmore 62, if you can find it.
Well,
That's, you know,
I'm sure that's cheap.
Oh, yeah. They just a few $100,000.
Probably have to win the lottery twice to get a hold of that.
Oh, you're getting close.
Okay.
All righty. So let's start off, folks. We now, without any further ado, we are now getting started with the Old Forester line. I'm going to get started here with their base 100 proof offering. Let's see how it hits the nose, folks.
You can tell it's 100 proof for sure.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of oakiness, not a lot of sweet.
I'd say, yeah, mostly just oak. I can get a little bit of. There's like. I can't put my finger on what the sweetness is. It's actually pretty light on the nose. I cannot put my finger on what the sweetness is.
Yeah, it's there, but it's almost like maybe like a toffee,
Yeah.
like just it's a mapley sweet. But let's see how it hits the palate, sir.
Indeed.
Delightful.
Wow, that's actually
Very minty.
okay. Wow, that's pretty good as the base offering.
Not
gotta
a
be
lot
honest.
of sweet comes through.
No.
Heat and some mint on the back. So if you're one of those people that likes those like Macallan minty scotches and that kind of stuff, that's right up your alley.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad I picked this one up now. That's actually very pleasant. That's a really nice bourbon.
That's right up your alley.
Yeah,
So that'll probably be your
I think this
a
one
nice
was
mixer for you.
a $20 bottle. That's a very affordable bourbon.
You know, yeah, not bad. Now, we're just going to real quick, we're going to give these star scales as a bourbon, and pretty much that's it because we got a lot of reviewing to do, and then we got eliminations to get to, folks. So keep your eyes on this space for the full comprehensive review of this entire line. But, Tony, as a bourbon, what do you give me?
I'm pleasantly surprised, honestly. I'm going to go 3.5. This one's right up my alley. I'm sorry. I know you're not going to be as generous.
No, I'm going to give it 3. It's a 3-star bourbon. It's like in the 5 bourbons you need, which definitely check that out, folks. It's another video you need to check out that I put out. This would go in my cheap mixer category, but it would be one of the better for it. So
that's just a great sipper.
Like I put Woodford Reserve there, and that's a much higher priced.
I think this is perfect for somebody who just wants to throw an ice ball in or
mix it with cola.
Yeah, this would work well for that, and it's affordable, so you're not going to feel bad doing it.
It's got just enough of that bite on the end that you'll still remember there's bourbon.
I can see why this is their base offering. That's a really nice one. Pleasantly surprised.
So we move on now to the 1870 original batch.
Okay.
I'm really looking forward to because this is the Whiskey Row series right here. These 4 is kind of their base Whiskey Row. Now, they're very available. You can find them anywhere, which I got to give Old Forester credit. They've got amazing distribution.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can find these in almost any Walmart. All 4, to be completely honest.
There's a more sticky sweetness on the nose here, like way stickier sweet.
It's still really light on the nose, honestly. You really got to dig deep here to get into the nose. I'm
trying to find caramel, but I can't find it there. It's just this sticky mapley with a little bit of vanilla. That comes through more in the Whiskey Row series is those basic, your sweet, your vanilla, not as much oak, weirdly enough. I'm not getting that.
So far, I'll be honest, one of the big nose profiles I'm getting so far between the two, this is going to sound ridiculous, but water. This smells like it's been watered down, but it does not taste like it's been watered down. I don't know how to explain it. That's what I'm smelling. It smells like a fiery bourbon that's been watered down. But this is 90 proof.
It is 90 proof. So
still.
To some folks, that is watered down bourbon.
But I felt the same way about the 100 proof. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, let's see how it hits the palate, sir.
I'm ready.
Wouldn't be the first time that those have been a little different.
Okay. Oh yeah, more of I think that's vastly different.
Woo!
Yeah. Wow. It tastes stronger, and it's only 90, but it's got the characteristics of minty. But I'm not getting hung up on the minty.
It's got a spice more than a mint.
Much spicier, but it really opens up the back of your palate.
When it first hits your tongue, there's a sweetness there.
Yeah, it's
but that goes away pretty quick with the heatness there, which, again, T, this is just seeming to be right up your alley. I'm sure you don't hate this line at all.
I was thinking a little bit of honey with the base, but I'm getting it a little bit more here. And a little bit more vanilla. Now that I took a second sip, I'm getting a lot more of that wood. That's really nice. That's really nice.
I took a second sip right after I took a drink of water, and I got a little more caramel, got a little more sweetness out of it.
Yeah, that's really impressive. I really like that a lot.
This one I'd give 3.5 as a bourbon.
I'm going to stick with 3.5. I think it's very different, surprisingly.
Yeah, for very different reasons.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with 3.5. I like both equally. Both I think would be great sippers. Now the entire baseline that runs roughly 40 to 50.
Yeah, these are all somewhere in the $40 to $50 a bottle.
And I believe the Statesman was right at 50.
Yeah, sometimes 60. When I
Yeah.
bought it for a wedding present at some store, it was
Okay.
$60.
I caught it cheaper than you then.
Well, aren't you the best? Now we move on to another 100 proof, but this is their bottled in bond Whiskey Row 1897 recipe. So this is how they were producing it.
I like how all the labels are very familiar, but it has the specifics of what makes this one special printed in fine label on top of the label. It's just kind of a nice little touch. I like uniformity, but with a touch of uniqueness.
Because what's kind of interesting, the reason they kind of put this series out is Old Forester was one of the few distilleries that was able to keep distilling before, during, and after Prohibition. Because they were one of the few people that had what was a medical exemption license. And now it's highly illegal to even imply that alcohol has any medical property whatsoever. But at the time, you could actually get an exemption and you could actually get a whiskey prescription at 100 proof.
What's the nose that you're getting? I have a very specific nose that's a bit of a nostalgia for me, so it's probably not going to hit home for anybody else, but I'll wait till you've said something.
Caramel apples.
I can see the orchard fruit.
Kind of a toffee. Wood smoked vanilla, little bits, but this is a very sweet nose.
I don't know why, but for me, I'm getting the aroma of, I haven't had this in so long, I'll have to remind my mom to make it if she remembers how, but chocolate mayonnaise cake.
Never had that.
It's interesting, it's delicious, but that's what I'm getting. Like a chocolate cake, but specifically that recipe.
I can see it because there's this sweetness there that when I said caramel apple, like my grandma would put caramel apple in the oven for a little while to just get this kind of weird.
A baked sweetness, yes. Well, shall we? Oh, wow. I'm going to stick with some chocolatey flavor on that. A lot hotter on the back end.
Not for me.
No. Definitely.
I found the original recipe to be hotter on the back end.
I'm getting a lot more pulsation out of the heat on the back end of this one. I don't know why.
There's a hot on the tongue, but it's not like that persistent spice.
No.
But to me, this one's the bottled in bond is a lot more well balanced in its flavor profile than the original batch or the regular 100 proof. The original batch is good. Starts off sweet, and then it's like, whoa, a little bit too much heat on the back. Now, if you're a Macallan drinker, this would be right up your alley for a bourbon because it's got that extra flavor profile where if you're not used to it, you can almost go, whoa, how do I get off this ride? But not too bad. As a bourbon, I'm going to give their bottled in bond 3.75. I'm thoroughly impressed with it. It's just so good with its balance of flavors, its balance of aromas. You could use it in a cocktail. You could drink it neat.
I really like the nose on it. I like it a lot, but I'm going to give it 3.25. Taking just a step back. I've liked these two just a little bit more, honestly.
Okay, we got some discrepancy here. I mean, don't get me wrong, Tony. You're allowed to be wrong. I get it. It's
as are you, and this is one of those scenarios.
I'll let you know when it happens. It hasn't happened to me yet, but when it does,
I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I've just made a list, and eventually I'll just dump that on you like a big atomic bomb. It'll be fine.
Oh boy, well, folks, it's coming down to it now. One that I've been really looking forward to.
Yes.
The 1910, because these two, I'm sure, Tony, I'm actually kind of giving you credit that you haven't blended them yet.
I know, it's aching at me.
So these two, when you blend them in a half and half blend, it's referred to as the 1915. This is kind of the heatier end of it, 115 proof. They say this is the sweeter end of it. And I'm really curious to try 1910 because if you've watched this podcast for any amount of time, you know when it comes to whiskeys, I got a bit of a sweet tooth.
A
So
little bit.
we'll see how this one goes here, folks. So this is the Old Forester 1910 93 proof. I am quite looking forward to this one. This is the Old Fine Whiskey.
Oh wow, much stronger.
Yeah,
aroma.
very. You feel like there's going to be a lot of heat on this. Nose.
And I'm wondering if part of this isn't due to the glass shape. I think that might
maybe a little bit,
but just,
not as much as you'd think.
Yeah, it feels a lot.
Like
stronger.
for the nose, yes, but well, the thing is with any kind of tulip-shaped glass, these outer bowls they're designed to actually catch the ethanol vapor. So your nose can actually get past the ethanol vapor and just consider the whiskey, which is why these are better glasses. But I figured, okay, with as many whiskeys as we're going through tonight, let's pull out some other glasses. Yeah, this is just a more heaty nose.
Yeah, I'm not getting a ton of sweetness or wood specifically.
Just getting all these spices.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting cinnamon. I'm getting
there you go. That's
vanilla on the back to tie it together. But
yeah,
well. I'm more than a little curious.
Yeah,
on this one,
definitely.
That one's toasty.
It is. Wow.
Reminds me of like a really toasty, like Maker's 46 or something like that.
Okay. I really expected a lot more sweet on that.
But yeah, that's a toasty,
It
nice oaky. There's some vanilla, but yeah, it's a lot of wood.
It is. It's very.
Which I think this is the one that they're referencing the fire.
Oh, okay.
At Whiskey Row. So
sure.
That makes some sense there. Boy, interesting.
Okay. A lot more sweet comes through on the second taste. But yeah, it's just very cinnamony, spicy.
Yeah,
wood.
it's like cinnamon sugar sweet,
Mhm.
not like caramel sweet or
Yeah.
candy sweet.
It's like they have to really extract that sweetness into this whiskey.
This
That's
one,
really nice.
I'm going to give 3.5 as a bourbon, 3.5 stars. Actually, I think I like this one the most out of any that I've tasted thus far, but this fight is far from over, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna go. I'm torn between 3.5 and 3.25, so I'm gonna go with 3.25. I don't know why, but these two have just captivated me the most so far. Like these are still very, very good in their own way. They've really found a nice way to make them all very different from each other. That's
some
what
of these,
excites me the
some
most.
of these I wouldn't even guess same distillery.
Yeah, for sure.
So I do have to commend them on that. I'm going to go in for just
That's really nice.
one more little sippy bit.
It's really nice. It's just, I really thought it was gonna be sweeter.
You know, with each successive drink, it does more come out.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot more on the
There's
second.
also kind of like a saltiness to it. I know it's weird, but just a slight one.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So again, if you're a peaty Scotch fan, you'll also find a bit of saltiness, and if you like that salty brininess, so interesting. So rinse off, and then we go to the big dog.
Yes.
1920.
Ugh. A lot of expectations for this
A
one.
lot of folks just fall over themselves over this one, saying like they're saying, all you people buying your Blantons, all that nonsense, this is where the unicorn tears are, and you can actually find it. So we'll see if that actually bears out.
Oh, okay.
Very
okay.
sweet. There's your sweet.
Yeah. Like a frosted sweetness.
Again, I'm getting like very heavy, not like caramel apple, but candied apple.
Yeah.
You can tell my grandma used apples a lot.
Oh, wow. It's an intense sweetness. It's an intense fragrance.
I was about to say, like,
It's got that perfume pugnancy.
Yes, I was just like I got my daughter some really nice perfume for Christmas, like really, really nice stuff. And
This does remind me a bit of like a Blanton's nose.
yes,
but my bottle anyway.
But like when you're standing near her when she sprays the perfume, and like it kind of really overwhelms your sinuses.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
I'm getting that here, but it's all of those sweet notes. Very little, like I've noticed with all of these, very little vanilla. But it's more of like a back end tie together, which I don't really have much of a problem with. Let's see.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, wow.
I got spicy up quick.
Woo!
That one was spicy right out the gate.
That's 115 proof. Goodness me. That's really nice. I can see why people fall over themselves for this, because that's got, I think a lot of people get into bourbon, find themselves chasing a higher and higher and higher proof. And this being the highest proof from the Old Forester, I see why people would flock to this, but that sweetness and that intensifying heat as it sits on your palate, I see why people like this so much.
Yeah, here's the thing. There is a point of diminishing returns with higher proofs when it comes to bourbons.
I think this is knocking on the door, but it's not in the door.
It's not there. But, well, now here's the thing. I've noticed that there's a lot of people that they're just looking for the highest proof they can. I get it. If you're just drinking a whiskey just because you kind of want to feel a little bit different, okay.
Wow.
But the flavor profile on here is quite interesting. Like, I figured it was going to be a lot like
marshmallow. I don't know why that just stood out to me on that stuff. Marshmallow. Like another toasted flavor profile.
About to say, yeah. Okay. And then I was going to add in some baking spice there. That's definitely the most complicated flavor.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is the one out of all of them so far that would taste different every time you have it. And I think that's what people really like. You're not going to get stale on this because there's such a complex profile here.
Interesting stuff. So now last, oh yeah.
Before we get ahead of ourselves.
Star scale.
Go ahead. I know what I'm saying.
375.
Yep. 375. I think
nice.
I hate that it's the highest proof, but I don't care. That's the best so far.
Proof on this bad boy. 95. So it's basically the one proof that they don't really have available. 95 for the Statesman. So it's the second lowest proof, or third lowest actually.
Yeah, 190, 193, 115, 95. Okay.
So let's see how this one hits the nose. The Statesman. If you're a huge fan of the Kingsman movie franchise, you're really pulling for this one.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It honestly kind of tastes like
I was going to say, that smells a lot
brought down to 95.
Yeah, that smells a lot. Wow.
In fact, I would not be as tiniest bit surprised if that's what it is. It is 1920 brought down to 95.
Well, but here's the thing, though. I think it smells exactly like the 1920, but I think the Statesman smells more intense. So they've added something there to bring the aroma back out. Because I think this smells more intense than the 1920, but obviously it's a lower proof.
Well, let's see what the palate has to say, too.
Damn.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Took a minute for the heat to get there, but it's there.
It's just a gradual. A little bit of black licorice on the end.
I can see what you're saying there.
Wow.
Well, this is going to be hard. Now, for stars, what do you give that?
Let me go back in.
Yeah. Slanjiva, folks.
Wow. I really like that. I'll be honest. I think I'm pretty happy with the fact that I acquired these two, because these are really fucking impressing me. For the price here and for the uniqueness. Wow. I'm going to give that 4. I'm giving it 4. I really like that a lot.
I hate to agree. I'm going to agree.
Yeah.
So Oh, boy.
Damn, that's really nice.
Now we get to the interesting part here, T.
Yes.
The eliminations. And this is, there's going to be one that's easy, and then there's going to be 4 that's going to be hard.
Okay,
So now, Tony, I think without any further ado, we can go ahead and eliminate the easy one.
Okay.
Old Forester 19. No, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. Jeez. Like people are trying to reach.
No!
Like people are trying to Bart Simpson. Like, are you little? But no, I'm sorry. Old Forester baseline
Yeah.
offering. You're great stuff.
Yeah.
Shockingly good.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the solo review.
Yep.
But
No, this can't move forward. It is very entry level. It's really nice. This is a great sipper. It'd make a great mixer, but no, this is not going to make it through.
yeah.
We knew that.
So now it's the unfortunate. All right. Bring up your glass of 1870. The original batch.
Yeah, I'm not ready to eliminate that one yet.
God damn it. We're going to go through this whole thing, like, go through all 5. Like, I'm not ready to eliminate that one, or that one, or that one.
If I was going to eliminate one, I would go.
Don't you dare.
This
Oh,
one.
I was going to say, 'cause
That'd be
that's one of
me.
my favorites.
This is one of my favorites so far. It's weird. Okay. Shockingly enough, could we agree that this will not be the winner? The 1910?
Let me go back to it. This is science, folks.
It's really nice.
It is just a little too charred.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
That it wasn't as sweet as we were expecting.
Yeah.
So, didn't meet our predetermined expectations.
Yeah, which isn't fair at all, but that's not the point. Okay,
But that one did.
so let's be
Of
realistic.
all of them, that one reminded me of, like I said Maker's Mark.
Yeah.
It really reminded, and we've already got Maker's Mark in the bourbon tournament.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right, I'll set
That
that glass
distillery
aside.
specifically is well represented.
God, I love Maker's Mark. Sorry.
I think the only fair thing to do is we both know that even though we really enjoyed both of these, neither of these are going to move forward, are they?
No, they're not.
Okay.
Okay, that was a concession we both had to make there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really like the 1897. I'm glad that's my bottle. I'm going to probably find myself sipping on that on Saturday nights, or if there's another big storm that rolls through here.
And I'm going to find
here.
myself coming over and I'm just going to sip on this.
Yeah. Tony's got this 1870 he's going to want to be sipping on every time he comes over now. So, not bad. So now, Tony,
This is tough.
I kind of knew it was going to come down to this, but I didn't want it. Like, I thought maybe one of these others will rise up. But it comes down, folks, to Old Forester 1920 Prohibition style. And the Statesman. Boy, folks, this is tough. Tony's doing his science while his pal's deciding. I will, and then when he's decided, I will go in. But folks,
Okay.
the 1920, it is the iconic, the Statesman. It is pretty damn good. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I'm going to move 1920 up to 4 stars.
Uh-oh.
I am. I just, like I said, every time you come back to it, it has a different profile.
I'm agreeing with you because
I'll be honest. I prefer the Statesman myself. I do. I still prefer the Statesman.
but you and I both know the 1920 is the best representation.
The only thing is it too high of a proof for a larger crowd of us, going through a tournament?
We've got bookers in that tournament. Your argument is
Okay,
invalid.
that's
Okay? Bookers tries, let's put all the proof in there.
I mean, I think the Statesman would do just as well. That's the thing.
I tell you what, just like we did with the Knob Creek, if my 1920 gets sucked down for whatever reason before the bourbon tournament, the Statesman is our alternate. I think that's fair.
Which one do you prefer out of the two?
I hate to say I kind of prefer 1920 by just a barely little edge, despite it being a lot thicker, a lot meatier. There's a little bit of nuttiness there. There's a lot of there's a lot more profile and just hits you right away.
I just
Like
I prefer
the 19
sipping on the Statesman, I think.
Oh, it's a good sipper, but I'm just saying as proof of type, like this one has so much flavor that just hits you up front.
All right, I think the complexities alone are just barely for me what tips it to giving it the nod. Like I would love to present this into the tournament and be like, look, this is like their perfect sipping bourbon of the entire Old Forester line, but damn it, yes, there's so much going on with the 1920 because of the proof that you get a different characteristic every time you sip it.
And let's be frank, every single Old Forester mark out there is like, what? Why didn't you put the 1920 in the tournament? It would have destroyed them all.
Okay, that's probably fair. You almost have to go with one of the years. Okay.
Yeah, and 1920 seems to be the most popular.
Yeah.
So
right.
now, Tony, without further ado,
I will bow down to the internet community and allow the 1920 to be the representative.
the grand champion, Old Forester 1920. Now, Tony, without further ado, and actually, hell, I'm going to join along.
Yeah, damn right.
The 1915 blend.
Here we go. This I've been looking forward to. So
I really hope we're not thinking of entering this.
they do make a beautiful label on Etsy. I'm just saying. Oh, hello.
That marshmallowy.
Oh my God! Yes,
comes out.
exactly what I was thinking. That toasted marshmallow. Maybe this is like a s'mores in a glass, Phil.
Uh-oh.
No, we can't enter a blend. It's not fair.
The Tony G blend.
But I'll consider it. Oh
Okay.
my God.
Okay, Old Forester.
Oh my God.
Why do you not have this bottled as a
Why
product?
is that not bottled?
Why is that not a product that I can buy?
No,
right now?
okay, no. Old Forester put that label on Etsy. The 1950. Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
All right, I'm going to go in a second time and make sure it's not just my expectation.
Nope. Yeah. Okay. No, that's marvelous. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's better than any whiskey we've tasted tonight.
Yeah, that's a 4.5-star bourbon right there, folks. Holy shit. That's really good.
They call it the perfect blend.
That is. Wow.
Now, Tony,
But we're not done yet.
on a 5-star scale, wait, before you do anything, how many stars do you give that as a Tony G blend?
I'm going to give that an A.
An A, folks. So
That's an
Old
A.
Forester, well done.
That's not even my idea, so I can't take too
All
much
right,
credit.
Tony, now come on,
Yep.
do it. Tony's going to blend all
Let's
the
just
whiskeys
get
together.
this out of the way
He's
now.
like Captain Planet, our powers combined. And you know what? Why not?
And I'm going to have a nice little dram off to the side the
We're
rest of
gonna-
the evening of some
I'll
very
join you.
nice bourbon.
I'll join you here. Why not?
Oh,
Life's too short. Oh,
Wow.
that's a little much.
I'll be honest. It really dilutes it back down to the nose of
If I-
these two.
Don't like this. I've got plenty of bourbon to put into my cast iron skillet for when I make eggs.
I don't think there's going to be a problem with this. You got to get deep to get the flavor profile on the nose.
I was about to say
It
that
kinda comes
that
back down to
baseline
this.
kind of cuts it all, but let's see what the taste does.
It's a little tangy.
Honestly,
Hmm.
when you blend them all together
Wow.
like that, I think if we would have excluded this, it wouldn't taste so basic bitch to me. So, like, let's be frank. Like, it just
Okay.
cut the uniqueness out of all of them. So I think the 1910 and 1920 is where you should maybe stop.
I think at
folks.
some point we will do a versus video of the 1910 and the 1920.
I think we're going to do
And
a
then-
versus video of this line.
Well, okay, but I think if we do just the year statement, all four in a glass, I think that's going to be one of the better bourbon blends.
yeah,
you can
like
do.
I hate to say it like that, but like I would just exclude this one if you're going to play this little blend.
That's fair. That's fair. But I'll be honest, folks, do not sleep on this. If you want a affordable daily sipper, right here, that's really nice. And I'm actually tempted to get the 86 proof down, just knowing how much I enjoyed that one.
You know, that one might also be a pretty good mixer. But
Yeah.
folks, we now have our representative for Old Forester going in to the bourbon tournament. It will be, big shock, Old Forester 1920. Who could have seen that coming?
I'm just ready to put this in if that can't show up.
You know, we'll see what happens. But
Okay.
folks, as I'm known to say around
Get it.
here, all that being said, thank you for joining us as we did our official line review of Old Forester, the 100 proof, the 1897, the 1870, the 1910, the Statesman. You all put forward tremendous efforts, but the 1920 115 proof will represent Old Forester in the bourbon tournament. Keep your eyes on this space because, folks, we're just getting started. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony fucking G. My God. That was beautiful. I'm glad we waited as long as we did because that was well worth the wait. Thank you very much, Old Forester. So nice. So nice.
All right.
That's some damn fine bourbon. My God.
Yeah, that's some drinking whiskey. That's some drinking whiskey. Ah, yes. And that was number 17 on the top 20 K.O.E. Nation videos. And we move onward and upward to one I'm really happy made it as far as it did with 1,197 views. The Finished Mill. My dad and I restore my great-grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill, part 15. And that is the number 16 video of K.O.E. Nation. That is the 16th most viewed K.O.E. Nation video. Wow. I'm really happy about that. So here we are. This is me finishing the mill with my dad. And this is us restoring my great-grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill. And this is the final video where we actually get it rolling. There's another video where we're just getting started that's got even more views than this. But for now, let's rock and roll.
I was just directly downwind. Okay. Something's something. We got a scoop to pick. All right. This is going to be a moment of truth, if you will. Yep. Sure is. It's just tape. Hit it. Cross your fingers. Fingers crossed. won't it open for a minute?
What's that?
I don't understand why it wouldn't run when it was open.
It'll run.
Okay, open it up again. Little tiny seeds. Off that first one. In. Coming down. That bottom one. See? Getting a few. I know the other one. Now let's check this. Need more air. I think that looks pretty good, don't you? Looks a heck of a lot better than it did going in. Put that in my drill. Yeah. You don't have to slow it down. So there's a little something leaking from up above it. First time getting this bad boy running in decades. My great grandfather's crippin' mill. I can now mill just about anything in God's creation.
Yes, yes. So that was the conclusion there, folks. That now that mill, I can mill just about anything you can name in God's creation. Now, the next video we got here, that was number 16, but one moment here. Now we're going to get rid of that and get into number 15. So number 15 is a departure from what we just saw. This was from the first ever bourbon tournament. This was from 2021. This with 1,244 views. This was the budget bracket of, well, I'll let you see what four made up this particular matchup. Make it a bit of a mystery, if you will. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. Folks, it is finally upon us, the first opening round of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and I am here with a couple of indomitable broadcast partners. There has been an invasion of Castle K.O.E. I am joined by
the one and only Style and Profile and Chicken.
and
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Well, let's do this.
yes, we are going to do the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and we're going to be going on a point scale. Allow me to explain it to both my judges here and you, the fans at home. These four bourbons have been poured into these glasses. As you can see, they have a letter on the bottom. These two gentlemen do not know what are in each glass. I labeled them as I went, and I did as hard as I could to just forget them. And I think you can both agree. I probably
Yeah, that's not going to be an issue whatsoever.
So yeah, but I've got the cheat sheet right here. And once we're done, we're going to figure out who won. Now, each bourbon, we're going to be going on a 4-point scale. 4, 3, 2, 1. One bourbon must be given 1 point. One must be given 2. One must be given 3. The best must be given. Your personal favorite must be given 4 points. And then when we add up our scores, whichever bourbon wins moves on to the final 4. So, our contenders. This is the budget bourbon bracket. So if anybody ever asks me what's a good budget bourbon, this is going to be the video I'm going to point them to. We've got a couple of heavy hitters. We got Mitchers, which is a favorite of this guy over here. Wild Turkey 101, which is, just well known. It's got a reputation the world over. The cult following, Evan Williams, White Label. I'm not a member of the cult.
One of them had to win.
Yeah, we gave 7 different whiskeys a shot for the Heaven Hill Distillery, and this is what won. And then Jim Beam Black, which is my personal favorite of all of the ones here.
Wow.
But, full disclosure. So, without further ado, gentlemen, let's take Whiskey A, which...
It's fairly light on the nose, but it does have that sharp bourbon cut.
I was about to say, it kind of opened my nasal cavity a little bit, kind of opened my sinuses.
This is bourbon.
Oh,
Yep.
definitely,
Well,
I can tell.
Gentlemen, we ain't going to find out which one's better by talking about them.
Sweet. Got the sting.
Yep. Now,
Mhm.
this is also my first drink today.
Yeah, same.
So it's got kind of that metallic copper back.
Yeah.
Like you can definitely...
Not a ton of flavor there, though. I mean, in terms of tasting notes.
So I'm going to do a quick palate cleanse. And then I'm going to move on to Bourbon B. Definitely more muted nose.
Mhm. Yeah, a lot more delicate. A little more bold. A little lighter on the booze.
Yeah,
Almost.
that one's a lot easier on the palate.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very smooth.
Yeah, that one, sweet.
Yeah.
It's not overbearing and too much oak, too much caramel, too much vanilla. It's got it all there, but it's muted.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Cleansing of the palate. Yes.
Very, very light.
C.
Like a sharp.
I'm getting grain. I'm
I
getting
say,
a lot of grain on the nose.
Yeah. Yeah, sharp grain note.
Yeah, super green. Wow.
Hey! I gotta stop the presses here. Hang on. Hey, Oliver. Hey, I'm doing my top 20 videos that I've ever gotten any hits on. Good seeing you, Oliver. And yes, I'm in the new man cave, if you will. Hi, crop cover. But hi, Oliver. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Glad to see you. And yes, good to see you too, crop cover. And yes, I am making room for the the new additions, if you will. Life's a changing. Life's always change. That you can count on. But yeah, Oliver, if you're still here, hi, and good seeing you. And I hope you're doing well. Pray for you every day, little guy. But yeah, we this is a video I recorded years ago, 2021 actually. You might remember why my head's shaved for this video. Actually,
That one bites really nice.
I crop cover.
Lingers.
That one's got almost like a cola quality. To
Yeah,
it.
at the very end,
really
finish.
Soft. Yeah, really soft. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. So, yep, get one more palate cleanser. And then final whiskey D. Bourbon D.
Subtle, but
Not much there.
no. Not yeah.
Kind of a boring.
Yeah, very boring nose, honestly.
Get more of a subtle honey flavor on the palate, but
Sweet.
not much else.
Yeah, a lot sweeter, but
Oh,
sticks around a little bit.
It does. It does kind of dissipate slowly, but yeah, that cola for sure. I
now
agree.
before
100%.
I start putting my grades down, yep, gonna have to go back on a few here.
Oh yeah, I'm going back through again.
All right. So going back to A.
Come.
Tony's doing them just straight back to back, which can be helpful in this.
I'm giving A a 1. That's my least favorite.
Giving A a 1.
Trying this. These two.
Okay. Actually, I think I've got my grading down.
Howdy, bandit.
Honestly,
Top
there's not a
20
bad
K.O.E.
one there,
Nation videos
especially
to
considering this is
celebrate
your budget bracket.
1,000 subscribers.
You're spending anywhere from $20 to $45 a bottle here. I believe the Michter's is going to be your most expensive bottle, typically going to be $45 a pop. Your Evan Williams and your Jim Beam Black are mostly going to run about $20 to $23. Kind of same for the Wild Turkey, unfortunately. It doesn't get enough respect because it's a really great daily sipper.
All righty. Now, do we add up our scores or should we do the reveal?
I think let's do the reveal and then we'll do the
All
ad.
right. So everybody's got their
Yep,
scores?
got my scores.
Pencils down. All right. Biases are now out of the way. Okay. Whiskey A was Mitchers. Mitchers bourbon was Whiskey A.
Okay.
Whiskey B was Jim Beam Black.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Whiskey C, Evan Williams, White Label. And Whiskey D, Wild Turkey 101.
That is insanely surprising.
Yeah, now let's go over chicken. What'd you give A?
So I gave Mitchers a 1.
A 1.
Wow.
Tony, what'd you give it?
I gave it 3.
You gave it 3. I gave it 2. So thus far, Mitchers between 1
3.
and 2. So thus far, it's got Yep.
Well, glad
Six
to have you,
points.
Bandit.
Okay.
This one's going into it.
B.
Grab a
Jim
snack,
Beam
grab a
Black.
drink.
What did you
This
give it,
one's
Chicken?
going
Give it a
deep.
3.
Gave it 3, Tony?
I can't believe I gave it a 4.
Nice.
So did I.
Wow.
So Jim Beam Black is 11 points.
Wow.
Which is going to be really tough.
I'll
to
give you
unseat.
that, Phil. You kind of predicted Jim Beam Black was the surprise here, and so far, it's looking
Well,
like
it's
you're
just
right.
so sticky sweet,
It-
and it's so easy, and it's 17
That
bucks,
was-
by the way.
Yeah, I fought with that one and 4-point pick. Back and forth quite a
Yeah,
We'll
it's,
get there.
it is surprising.
Now, C, Evan Williams, White Label. What did you give C?
bit. I gave it a 2.
2, Tony?
Too.
2, and I gave it 1. So Evan Williams White Label gets 5 points. Wild Turkey 101 for D. Chicken, what did you give it?
I gave it 4 points.
4 points. Tony, what did you give it?
I thought this was going to be a 4-point for me. I'm honestly embarrassed because this is one of my favorite daily drinker bourbons. It got a 1 from me on a blind.
Wow. Now,
I'm-
that's why we do these blinds. So I gave it 3. So you gave it 4.
So a
So
total of
it's
8.
got 8 points. And so, folks, the final tabulation scores. The eliminations are as thus. The lowest score, Evan Williams, White Label. Now, Tony, it is fair to say we gave Heaven Hill every opportunity.
More than a fair
Yeah.
shot.
So, Chicken, will you put that off into the island of misfit bourbons?
Yeah.
All right, with a total of 5 points. The next lowest scoring, kind of shocking, Mitcher's Bourbon. But,
I did not expect that to win.
I think it's coppery metallic palate kind of. That and it was our first drink of the day. Might have
Yeah.
put it at a little bit of a disadvantage, but nonetheless, excellent stuff, but did not make it. Then it was actually fairly close, but not as close as I thought it was going to be. 8 points for Wild Turkey 101. An amazing bourbon, but it did not win the day. It lost 11 points to Jim Beam Black. So, folks, this one is moving on to the final 4 of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. And this is the dark horse of the whole tournament. This
I'm
one,
surprised. I do like it. I'm just a little shocked here that I didn't get a higher score for 101 because I'll tell you honestly, right now, with both of those on my shelf, I'm still going to reach for the Turkey 101 more often than I reach for this, but this is shocking to me.
Now, what's funny is you two were so vastly different. While this was Chicken's favorite, and it was the lowest score for you. Now, Tony, do you think it might have to do with the fact that maybe like a week and a half ago you had maybe a little too much Turkey 101?
No, well, I did a couple weekends ago basically drink a bar out of Turkey 101, so there's probably a little palate fatigue there, but I think part of it was the fact that it was at the end of the line. So that last one, I'm trying to score it fairly in my head, and I went back through and I'm like, I don't know. But by then you've got the proof so coated on your tongue. So I think placement in the line did factor in here, but I mean, Jim Beam Black did just win this fairly.
Yeah, and so Jim Beam Black, the
Wow.
shocker. Like when we did the Jim Beam line, I was just like, why are we even bothering with this? And I was, don't judge a book by its cover. Aged 8 years, good stuff. And again, $17.
Yeah.
You really can't beat that kind of
No,
price.
that's a
So,
solid
cheapest
bourbon.
of the 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be.
yeah, by
Well, and actually, yeah,
Couple
because you
bucks
got
even.
that for me in like a gift pack,
yeah.
and it came with a couple
Christmas
of
time.
glasses, so I think it was $20. So normally, yeah, you're looking at about $17. You're going to find that in
Nice.
most like Walmarts or
Yeah.
even general stores, gas stations.
So, folks, we have decided which one is moving on in the final 4, but we are not even close to done yet. Keep your eyes on this space. There's plenty more to come at the bourbon tournament. Now, Chicken, anything you'd like to tell the people?
Appreciate you guys having me. This is fantastic, especially if you're saying under $20.
Yeah.
This is, go get yourself a bottle. It ain't going to hurt you. This
Yeah.
is good stuff.
Yeah. Tony?
I'm still shocked, and I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it was a fair chance, and it is what it is. Jim Beam Black, I applaud you.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here. All that being said, thank you for joining us for the opening round, the opening battle of the bourbon tournament, and there is one left standing in the budget bracket. Jim Beam Black moves on to the final four. I am your King of Extreme and the Baron of Bourbon himself, Bill K.O.E., signing off, handing it off. Catch us around, folks. Chicken, Tony. There you go.
Yes, folks, and that was number 15 of the top 20 KOE Nation videos. And yes, all y'all folks that are still with me, God bless every last one of you. And it was great to hear from Oliver and Crop Cover and Bandit as well. All you folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope you are doing quite well. And we move onward and upward to the 14th most viewed KOE Nation video, which is the Dalmore Quartet travel exclusive Highland single malt Scotch whiskey official review. And this one has 1,244 views on it, and that is why it is number 14. And let's get her going. Almost. All right, folks. Ha! There we go. And also, in case what you're wondering, what I'm bursting out laughing here, Tony and I were also watching an AEW pay-per-view where Cody Rhodes comes out dressed like Homelander, and I couldn't hold back my laughter.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special Spirits review. This is one I have been looking forward to for some time, folks. We have the quartet from the Dalmore, and this is it, Tony. The Dalmore collection is complete. The quintet, 4 cask finishes. Yeah, don't give them any ideas. But 4 cask finishes of Highland single malt whiskey, which is, considering I am not only the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, but also the Lord of the Scottish Highlands here at the KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch, it's time to get into it. And without further ado, I'm handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, T.
I'm very excited for this. Tony G, like, share, subscribe.
So would you mind reading what's on the back of this box here, sir?
I will indeed. Of course, as always, with the Dalmore Royal Heritage, bestowed in 1263 by the King of Scotland, the Royal 12-point stag proudly adorns each bottle of the Dalmore, encapsulating the distiller's regal legacy. The Quartet, a refined and fragrant single malt, beautifully orchestrating first fill ex-bourbon, exclusive Methuselah and Apostles sherry, and French Cabernet Sauvignon cask finishes. So, yeah, this is going to be delightful.
So let me see that box here for a second. So we've got, my word, so we've got ex-bourbon, Methuselah, Apostles sherry, and Cabernet Sauvignon. Those are like some of my favorite words in any language.
I had a feeling. You're going to be a fan of this one. This one's a little different. This is just slightly heavier than a couple that we've tried. This is 41.5% ABV.
This one really has a lot of chocolate on the nose.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, like a
wine and chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one just smells like Valentine's Day.
Oh, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, I really like the nose on this. It's a little soft.
Slight flour, but not too much.
Yeah. A little light on the nose, but it's a delightful scent.
Yeah, this is this is up there with any other Scotch in its nose. Just
yeah.
And I'm a
it's got
lover.
nice legs.
And this is Cabernet, and it's undoubtedly French Cabernet. So
Yeah, definitely a little more floral the deeper you get into it.
Yep.
But
Well, you know, I think it's time.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Very dry, dark chocolates.
Yeah, wow. Oh yeah, back in.
A little bit of grape. Not much.
Just enough. Oh, I love the finish there. Oh yeah, really like the finish on that.
Yeah, this is.
And that one digs deep on the end. It's not a tingle, it's not a burn, it kind of just trickles down the back of your palate.
Now let's see what it says here for. Let's see. Aroma.
A little more orange on the first taste there.
Madagascaran vanilla.
Okay.
Candied blood orange.
Hey, there it
and
is.
ripe red grapes.
Ah, there you go.
On
There's
the
that.
palate. Good luck with this one. Cristanolan cake. Sure.
Absolutely.
Sherry soaked raisins
Okay.
and soft, chewy licorice.
Oh, okay.
Finishing notes. Pear with raspberry Collins and chocolate truffles.
Okay.
Which, yeah,
that's
I was getting those in kind of different orders, but yes.
yeah. This is really, really nice. I like
Oh,
this.
Lord
I
almighty.
like this a
God.
lot. Very, very nice. How shall we grade this wonderful scotch?
Now, for those who do not know, we are going to have to find a way to grade this whiskey. And we're going to grade it on a few scales here, on 5-star scales. 5 meaning you definitely have to have it. Half star meaning you can pass it by. So this one, on a 5-star scale, Tony G, we're going to grade it on a single malt scale, as a scotch, as a whiskey, it's shelving, and then the secret 5th question. So, as a single malt scotch, how do you rate this?
I'm going to give this a 4.25 on a single malt. I think this is marvelous in terms of taste. I think the finishing of it is outstanding, and flavor is just, it's lingering with me in all the right ways. I love this a lot. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do because of the Cabernet. I know that's more your wheelhouse than it is mine, but I'm liking it a lot.
So, 4.
I'm going to go with 4.
I'm going to agree for different reasons. I like the Cabernet. 4 stars as a single malt. Yeah, this is right up there.
Yeah, really,
It's
really nice.
floral. It's just beautiful on the nose. Like, I'm going to give it 4 stars as a scotch. Now, or as a single malt. Now, as a scotch, wide world of sports here. There's single malts, there's blended. Most of the world's sales are actually in whiskey are in Scotch whiskeys.
As a scotch, I'm going to give it 3.75. I'd like it to cut just a little bit deeper. What I found with this new travel line is it's a little bit lighter on the ABV side, which is fine, but it's a little soft. I want just a little bit more stabbing on the back of my palate and reminding me what the flavors are in the back half. It's good, don't get me wrong. It's really, really good. The flavor's awesome.
Dalmore typically relies on its sharing and casking
Yes.
over its proof to get there
Yes,
on the flavor profile. So for me, I'm again going to give it 4 stars.
fair enough.
I mean, it's just
It's
amazing.
almost
4-star scotch to me. Now, as a whiskey,
As a whiskey, I'm going to say
It's a wide world of sports.
3.75 again.
Hmm.
Yeah,
so this is pretty much 3.75 through and through, except for
scotch.
as
Yeah.
a single malt.
Single malt.
I'm going to agree 3.75 because I wouldn't cocktail this.
No.
But it's so good, neat, just as is. I'm gonna have to go 3.75 because yes, damn good whiskey, but that's a wide world of sports. So now we move on to
Shelving.
the shelving. Now, Tony, I don't know if you know this. I have a shelf that's my top shelf, and it's kind of Dalmore heavy.
You don't say. Yeah, this is a top shelf.
Yeah, this is going on my top shelf, definitely. Now, the secret fifth question for those who do not know. Now, Tony, do you remember USD what this
This one was right in the range of the $80 mark, I think. for the-
$80.
the
Now,
whole new
if you
travel line.
find this bottle, 1 whole liter, the Quartet, Would you seek this out over the quintet?
It is a full liter, and that would probably make me consider it. But no, I think
The quintet.
I'd buy the quintet first and foremost. That stuff's
For you, I figured you'd say no, but this one, it hits my palate specifically. It's like a Cabernet up Dalmore 15 to me. It's smooth, it's crisp, it's light, it's clean, but it's got that little extra grape, just that little extra oomph to it that you just have to appreciate. So
sometimes
yes,
you don't
I
have to
would
fix what
replace it.
ain't broken. So
Yes, I'll give you that, but this would be an excellent, after you've had a dram of the 15, you pour a dram of this. And
you could.
you're going to have yourself a good evening.
You could.
So,
Oh yeah, marvelous stuff.
yes, folks, so this has been our review of the Dalmore. Oh my goodness, the Dalmore Quartet 4 cask assemblage. I love that word. Assemblage of ex-bourbon, Methuselah, Apostoles, and Cabernet Sauvignon casks.
It's really nice.
The Dalmore collection has been completed, Tony. I feel like all the powers of Captain Planet have combined.
Close.
And so, folks, keep your eyes on this space because we're going to have a lot of Dalmore versus videos coming down the pike. But, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our review of the Quartet, folks. I have been looking forward to this. Dalmore, my favorite distillery in all God's creation, and we've done the round robin, T. We've arrived. I think it's fair to say that we could maybe answer a question or two about Dalmore.
Oh yeah,
So,
many a question.
folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Be sure to like, share, subscribe to K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And with all that being said, I hand it off to my indomitable broadcast partner that you can find at Tony the Rod on TikTok. T, take us away.
Thanks for stopping by, folks. Another great one.
Yes. And that, folks, was number 14 on the list of the top 20 KOE Nation videos. That one, it's a good one. It's a good one. Now, this was an SCP reading I did. This one is, stick with it, folks. Okay, this one is weird. But if you understand what's happening, it really paints this surreal picture. This is my SCP reading of SCP-001 When Day Breaks. This is an interesting SCP about, it's a creepypasta about when sunlight becomes more than deadly to biological life. Something changes with the light of the sun and it becomes in some way antagonistic to all life. And so it's one of the more interesting things I've read, but it's heavy. So without further ado, number 13, and boy is that appropriate, SCP-001 When Day Breaks.
Item number SCP-001. Object Class Apollyon. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its nature, SCP-001 cannot be contained. Survivors of the SCP-001 event stationed within secure facilities are to remain in contact with one another. Personnel are encouraged to attempt to reach Site-19 by any means at their disposal. Personnel with knowledge as to the whereabouts of the O5 Council are to relay this information to the Administrator. Survivors attempting to travel outdoors must fully cover their bodies in protective clothing, preferably several layers. Travel by foot should be limited as much as possible. Cities and man-made structures in general provide the greatest protection. Formerly wooded areas should be circumvented. Travel by air is preferable above all other methods. Personnel exposed to SCP-001 are to be considered lost. Compromised personnel are to be abandoned. Euthanization is not to be attempted. Collective instances of SCP-001-A that are of formidable size are to be avoided at all cost. Conductive electrical weapons have proven partially effective at immobilizing instances and may be used for self-defense. Incendiary weapons work as well. Cryonic munitions are the most effective thus far. Testing has revealed that SCP-001-A is relatively safe to consume. This is only to be considered as a last resort in the absence of other options. As SCP-001-A may reconstrue within the digestive system, only small portions should be consumed at a time to prevent blockage. Personnel stationed at Site 19 are to pursue research concerning off-world colonization. Shuttles must be constructed as to not allow light to penetrate the interior. Description: SCP-001 is the designation given to the Sun after an event on date redacted, resulting in 6.8 billion casualties within the first 24 hours. This event has been categorized as an XK Apollyon-class solar singularity scenario. The SCP-001 effect does not seem to result from exposure to ultraviolet rays, but rather light in the visual spectrum. 390 to 700 nm. The effect is similarly present in moonlight. Upon contact with visible light produced by the sun, living organisms liquefy at the point of contact, with the effect spreading until the entire organism is converted. Visually, this is reminiscent of melting wax. The time this takes is largely dependent on the level of exposure and size of the organism. Despite this restructuring, at no point do living organisms perish. Upon completion, these organisms, SCP-001-A, take on a gelatinous consistency. Motile organisms will attempt to orient themselves in a fashion reminiscent in their previous form to varying degrees of success. Flora typically remain physically inert, yet are still capable of photosynthesis and still produce oxygen. Organisms capable of flight lose the capacity to do so. Fauna remain sentient and display behavior that parallels their non-anomalous counterparts when not absorbed into a collective instance. Humans retain a modicum of sapience and memory. Biological anomalies exposed to SCP-001 are affected in the same manner. It seems that exposure nullifies any previously expressed anomalous characteristics. Due to their composition, instances of SCP-001-A that make contact with one another may combine and blend at the molecular level. This does not seem to cause any pain or distress to the instances, though the resulting bolt can inhibit movement. Since the SCP-001 event, most instances have congregated into such collectives, which seem to possess no maximum volume. The resulting biomass is amorphous and chaotic. The component organisms will shift between a full to semi-liquid state. Limbs and bodies will rise periodically from within the mass for a short duration before deteriorating and being submersed by another life form. Collective instances will locomote by using their appendages in tandem to carry their mass. Larger instances will form a pseudopod from their constituent life forms and drag themselves about in a manner similar to amoeba. A message from the administrator. To those with families, or God forbid, children, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. You must push on. Do not let their deaths be in vain. We do still have time. Humanity may still have a future. Come to Site 19. We need all the hands we can get. Learn to embrace the darkness, friends. Fear the light. The administrator.
And that is my reading of SCP-001 When Day Breaks. Now, Bandit asked for a quick breakdown about the SCP. The SCP is an open source horror, if you will, where anybody can submit an SCP file, and all it has to do is break the natural order in some way, and it will be given an SCP number. We're now into like 5,000. The really good ones get considered into like this group of about 30 that are the SCP-001, and which one is actually SCP-001 is kind of up to you to decide. And it's a fascinating way to look at like horror or to just look at like fiction writing. And so I find it fast, and it's completely open source. Anyone can submit, and it's completely copyright free. And so that's what I love about SCP is that it's like now there's somebody that's trying to copyright, so but like really it's just kind of open for anybody to use for exactly the way I'm using it. Really good stuff. If we have any time, depending on what time we're getting done, I might play a couple other readings that I do. Like there's one where I really wish it got a lot more spin, where it's called The End of All But Me, where there's this one immortal creature that lives till the literal end of the universe. And, you know, you think it's all well and good to live forever until creation gets the last laugh. And you realize the stars start dying out faster than they're being born. And eventually you will live in a darkness that goes on forever. And the only evidence that the universe had once been filled with light are the star charts that you etched into the dead earth. So, yeah, it's some, depending on the file, it can be very compelling stuff. My personal favorite is SCP-2399, where the Great Red Spot of Jupiter is actually caused by uh, an extraterrestrial object about the size of North America. It's great stuff. But, folks, we must move onward and upward. This one is an interesting one. Number 12 is Rest in Peace, Orscheln's Farm and Home. Orscheln knife and multi-tool box opening with 1,313 views. And this one was just a couple of months ago in March. So this one folks really seemed to care about. And they wanted to know about Orscheln Farm and Family. And I tried to find out everything I could for this video. And this is what I was able to come up with. So folks, without further ado, this is video number 12. Orscheln Farm and Family knife and multi-tool box opening. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation Knife Reviews. Just like so many of you folks, I am on the never-ending journey to find that perfect blade. We're going to grade every blade on a 5-star scale as a tool, as a self-defense implement, and as a knife overall. Also, would we replace this knife if we lost it, and should you add it to your collection? Most important of all, without further ado, let's get to this knife review. And yes, you have indeed arrived here at the K.O.E. Nation. And I have to say, folks, rest in peace, Orscheln's. Orscheln's Tractor Supply, Orscheln's Farm and Family is no more, folks. And it has now been replaced by Bumgarner's. But I saw the other day this Orscheln utility kit, and I figured this is going to be the last chance to ever get it. So for those who don't know, Orscheln was a mainstay in a handful of southern states and a handful of Midwestern states. If you were from a few states like Missouri, Nebraska, I think Alabama, couple, like I said, just a handful of states. There's about 130 some odd locations nationwide. But like that sounds like it's got a lot of spread, but when you realize, like me out in Nebraska, I'm probably an hour and a half drive away from at least 4 or 5 of them. It was very concentrated on where their market was. But this was the Orscheln's Outdoor Utility Kit. And I figured, okay, this is literally going to be the last time in my life I'm ever going to have a chance to get my hands on an Orscheln's anything. So, like, yeah, it's one of those things. They were open since the 1960s, and they were just a Midwestern and a Southern mainstay throughout the United States. They kind of filled the same market niche as, like, a Tractor Supply, say, but just slightly different products and slightly different distribution. So, without further ado, let's get into unboxing this. Now, what we got here is folding knife with 3.2-inch blade, multi-tool with sheath, and a flashlight. Requires 2 AA batteries, not included. So this is probably one of the last Orscheln's utility kits that will ever be sold in the great state of Nebraska. So let's start off with the flashlight. Let's get that out. What's great about a serrated blade, it's almost like a saw. Okay, solid aluminum flashlight. Looks like it'll be good. Like I don't see anything wrong with this. This will probably ride in my center console. Truth be told, it's good. Good little flashlight. It says Orscheln right there, and hey, nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's get the sheath out. Boy, this plastic just cuts like butter compared to some other boxing. Like that Gerber boxing was actually kind of difficult to get into compared to this. Okay, interesting little nice black. I'm not sure if that's true leather or not. It doesn't. It smells leather-like, so probably not. Now, I'm probably not going to use this, honestly. Depending on how this particular multi-tool actually functions, it might just ride in my center console, but we'll see. Let's get into the conifer next. This is like a Navy vessel rescuing like a kayak. That's what they say. Okay. You know, it's got some hex drives on it. That's not a bad idea. I don't hate that. It doesn't. Okay, there's actually no pocket clip on this knife at all. That's fascinating. So, I mean, if no pocket clip is a thing for you, or you need that level of slimline carry, something to consider. The review of that blade will come a little later, but I don't hate the hex drives on it. I don't hate that. But as you can see, it says on the blade, Orscheln. Rest in peace, Orscheln. And then, last but not least, the multi-tool. The one I'm pretty curious about, truth be told. Oh. There we go. Could have ripped through that, but isn't that so uncivilized? Okay. We'll set the packaging aside there. So here on this multi-tool, we got spring-loaded pliers. That's not bad. You again got the hex drives, which not gonna complain about that. For multi-tools, got a saw, got a file, got a can opener, got a little pry tool dash screwdriver, and that's one side. On the other side, got a regular knife. You got a Phillips head screwdriver. You got a saw blade, another saw blade, and a bottle opener. So this one doesn't come with scissors, it doesn't look like, but I don't, that's fine. So I can't complain here on this little multi-tool. It's, considering I paid $30 for the entire kit, I really can't complain too hard there, folks. So the soon-to-be coming review of all of these is coming down the pike, but keep your eyes on this space, folks. So, folks, that has been this review of this Orscheln's multi-tool set, folks. We've got the multi-tool, we've got the flashlight, and we've got a knife right here for extreme utility use, folks. I will be sure to let you know what I make of all of these in the eventual K.O.E. Nation review. But until then, folks, all that being said, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser, and rest in peace, Orschelns. You served us well. God bless. Travel well. Yes, rest in peace, Orschelns, indeed. It's unfortunate, but hey, is what it is. Now we move onward and upward to number 11, the 11th most viewed video with 1,424 views. My dad and I restore my great grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill, part 3. Okay, folks, this is part 3 of it. So this is us just getting into it. So without further ado, folks, my dad and I restore my great grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill, part 3. And that is the 11th most viewed KOE Nation video of all time.
And then in great grandpa's bin, we had to build our own ladder.
Change the light bulb.
Just to change a light bulb that ain't been changed in I don't know how many presidential administrations.
Voila. Let there be light.
There's the bottom of the bin there.
And these rods hold the bin together from breaking apart when it's full of grain. They also are handy for a ladder.
Yeah, believe it or not, those rods will even hold me. They're pretty sturdy. I was about to
No
say.
longer needed.
Sweet.
Technology no longer needed.
Nice.
Sweet.
Well.
Carpenter Square speeds things up immensely. Why that? Hey, now take me again. sure you're in place. Fine. Now we're going to build a doghouse. I'm going to hold that, and you are going to put screws in from either side. And if you need another ladder, if I need the little ladder, you need the big one. No, I need at least a step to get up to here. Don't want to screw it right there. Go back. Okay. Yeah, just put another one on top or bottom. I don't know what she did. dig a lot quicker. I like them.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you don't have to spin for 3 minutes to try to get it to take. You just get 2 in anywhere you can. I might be a little angled here. That's okay. Okay, I'm over somewhere. God dang it. I got the drill bit set up, but I didn't bring it up here. Oh, there it is.
Sweet.
Thought I brought it. Now, we're going to do something only the carpenter knows. Uh-oh. We're going to pre-drill these. See what we got to do is finish our box.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to run on the bottom of that stud.
Okay.
Because we want our ship lap to start up at the rough and come all the way down. Same way on the other side. Just like that. Okay. And notice they're both too long.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll put this piece in wherever we want it and saw extra off.
Okay.
Saves you time rather than trying to measure all that shit. So I'm going to drill some holes because otherwise it'll push it when you try and drill at an angle.
Okay.
Drill some holes and we'll put a daub of liquid nails on it.
That's for.
So once we get this here, it's going to be wiggly.
Mm-hmm.
The minute we put the square piece on with the hole cut out of it, it's going to stiffen it.
Okay.
Okay. So this will do all 4 of them while we're doing it. This is where not having light is kind of a bummer, but we'll get through it. This is the best way that I've learned how to do it, Phil. Pull one of the drill bits out. If that'll fit, it'll work. That one works. Let's see if the next smaller one works. Not worth a shit. Okay, so that's the one we want. Definitely tilted. Okay, we're gonna do that 4 times. Get those other 2 off the stairs over there, would you? Okay, I'll do this. You want to get the caulking gun ready, or is it ready?
I got as ready as it can be, really.
Bad film guy. Not the carpenter, it's the film guy.
Oh man.
And that was video number 11. Me and my dad restoring my great grandpa's 1947 Crippen Mill. That was number 11. Now we break into the top 10 here, folks. So yeah, we're just getting started. Don't think this is we're just getting started. And this one we're getting into a bit of a spicy topic here. I was asked by Lethe Water Kai my thoughts on a very specific Bible verse, and I gave my honest thoughts on it. And you know me, I'm gonna own it whenever I can. Whenever I'm always gonna own it. I'm always going to. And so here we are. I'm gonna give you my honest thoughts here. This is Bible verse of the week, but also the question of female pastors answered. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 11 through 15. King James Version. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Now, some folks consider this a controversial verse from the Bible. Some folks consider this a dated one. But when you realize 1 Timothy is how a church should be structured. It's basically an instruction manual for that. So this was actually a request from a good friend, Lethe Water Kai. You can find him on YouTube and Twitch, and very, very nice man. And he wanted me to read this because he thought, well, look at how dated this is. Don't you think so, Phil K.O.E? And Lethe, you are always going to find, when you think you find something dated in the Bible, look a little deeper and you're going to find it to be timeless. Because Lethe, my good sir, you helped me find the definitive verse that answers the question beyond a shadow of a doubt of the question of female pastors. It's laid out right there. 1 Timothy is how you should structure a church, and this is pretty much definitively answered the question. Now, I have to thank you, Lethe, because I, being a former Catholic, I don't think it would surprise you to know that I was not, like, I just kind of had a gut feeling, like, I don't know about female pastors. I feel like this probably isn't right, but I didn't have any scriptural underpinning to justify that. And I was like, no, it can't just be a gut feeling. It has to be in the scripture somewhere. And Lethe, God bless you. You helped me find it, sir. So, I mean, even now, Lethe, the Lord is working through you to help reveal the truth to so many people. Lethe, the day you come back to the kingdom of Christianity with all of us, it's going to be a beautiful day. I look forward to that day, sir. Oh, let's just say it's going to be one of the greatest days of any of our lives. God bless all of you people. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation, happy, healthy, much the wiser. And if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you or one that you're curious about, because yes, this one I asked my pastor, what is the wider context here? And he gave me some great instruction. And folks, that is why, we all seek salvation through Christ, but sometimes it's pretty handy to have a pastor to help lead you through the pasture. So folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back happy, healthy, much the wiser. Lethe, God bless you too, sir. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. And there we have number 10, the question of female pastors answered from that particular verse of the Bible, 1 Timothy. So that was number 10, folks. And yeah, that one I actually had to ask my pastor about that one. He gave some really good guidance on that one. But now we move on to number 10. That will not be the last time we get into the good book for this top 10. Trust me. So now for number 9, we get into Johnny Walker 18 year versus Johnny Walker Platinum, a Johnny Walker matchup with 1,463 views, folks. And Johnny Walker, folks, just are curious about it. And so next time I got Tony over, we're going to have us a Johnny Walker review night. He's like, do we have to? It's like, let's just get it done. So it's done. And we got it in the books. But this was our review of Johnny Walker 18 versus Johnny Walker Platinum. Rock and roll, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a truly ascendant, necessary spirit review. You've heard of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. You've heard of Hulk Hogan versus Andre. You've heard of Tyson Holyfield. Well, we have a true matchup of the ages for you tonight. We have Johnny Walker 18 versus Johnny Walker Platinum 18. So, folks, this is a versus matchup that I have been looking forward to getting into for a long time, and I know a lot of you at home have too. And most of all, my indomitable broadcast partner, one Tony G. Folks, I am Phil K.O.E of K.O.E Nation YouTube and Twitch.
Stayed up nights.
I know. We've been trying to figure out who is the true winner. And also, what is the big difference between Platinum and the now current 18 label? So, Tony?
The difference is you can buy one.
And also, I've noticed a slight difference in the flavor profile. So, Tony, bring up your glass of Platinum, one of your favorites in all the world. Yes, you do. Now, bring up. You can't tell me those aren't different noses.
Barely. The 18 has a little more spicy on the nose and slightly less clay.
I think the Platinum is more spicy.
On the nose? No.
All right. Well,
just clay.
All right.
This one tingles a little bit more in the nostrils if
All right,
you
we're
really
going to take a flavor of Platinum here. Your favorite.
Mm-hmm. Oh, goodness. I'm getting hayseed. I'm getting grapes. Definitely some 15-year-old scotch in there, some 8-year-old scotch in there. Maybe some bourbon casks and fine oak cask, first fill, share. No, it's clay.
Okay, now take your 18 in your copita.
Fucking clay.
I'm getting a little more clay on the flavor.
It's a lot of goddamn clay.
Now that you mention it, it is kind of clayish.
Yeah. Well, the color represents it too.
That one's more lively.
It's got a hell of a lot of clay in it.
I'm getting honeyed Speyside. I'm not getting none of the
Peanut
clay.
butter.
And to me, it's more of like a toffee on the back, but yes.
No, this is peanut butter. This is and then this is like it's like going to the cupboard with the glass. Gosh, drinking's great and all, but I need me a snack. You take a spoon, you grab the jar of Peter Pan, take the top off, you get a big old spoonful of that. Just delicious. Now let me wash that down with some whiskey. There we go. Johnny Walker 18.
You know, it's strange, yet Tony calls them the same thing. But how much peanut butter do you get in this one, in the Platinum?
It's there. It's just covered by more layers of clay.
So different palettes, folks. So it turns out that these are actually two different products. It's not the exact same.
Even
They
according
definitely are with their label.
even
Yes.
according to Naysayer over here. Now, Tony, this is something that I know you want to do. You are the blend master. He's blending in his tummy right now.
It's a little bit more peanut butter on the 18. That's it. That's
All
it,
right.
folks.
So, are you? Go for it, T.
Boy,
Oh!
I wonder how this will change things.
It's turned into unicorn tears.
Well, before that, who
Doing so might have just opened a portal to another dimension.
could have? Who's the winner, Phil? It's
18.
yeah, this isn't even close.
Yeah.
Before
This is a great product. If you can find this, it's an interesting relic, if you will. If you're an obsessive Johnny Walker collector, you have to have this in your collection.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
but
fair.
to me, if you have to have it, go for it. But the current 18 is a better product.
This is a slightly better product. What would be the difference in retail? Is there any? I assume they didn't. I've
Well,
never really
considering you
sought it
can't
out.
find this anymore, that's why it's gone up in retail price. But that's about the only reason I can devise.
I prefer the platinum label, the look.
Oh yeah,
because I don't know, just 18 on the Johnny Walker, you expect to have a coloration, but it's not. It's just kind of a standard label. So I don't know. Presentation wise, the platinum wins for sure, but product wise, yeah, the 18 has a slightly better pellet.
I hate to agree, but I'm gonna agree because 18 is just a better Scotch. It's one of the better in the Johnny Walker line, in my opinion.
Guess what that did? That made it taste like that.
Ouch. So, Tony, as a Tony G blend, what would you give that?
D plus.
D plus. Oh man. So, folks, we have finally determined Johnny Walker Platinum versus Johnny Walker 18. T, anything you'd like to say to the people?
I understand now why they discontinued that one.
Ouch. Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special versus video of Johnny Walker 18 versus Johnny Walker Platinum. I am your King of Extreme, Phil, K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And I am signing off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, the Johnny Walker 18 Platinum super fan himself,
Tony G. Thanks for coming. Like, share.
Yes, folks, that was number 9, Johnny Walker v. Johnny Walker. Now this one, it's bittersweet. There's really no sweet to it. It's all bitter. This is from Bad Year, April 19th, 2022 was when this was published, 1,489 views. This is Gone From My Sight by Henry Van Dyke. Beautiful poetry. This is dedicated to the Lauber family. I lost some family in a plane crash. A lot of family, a lot of dear family. An aunt and uncle and a cousin in a plane crash in 2020. Later that year, I lost my brother. And so it was... I hadn't yet lost my brother when I read this, and this is for the family I lost in the plane crash, but still, it strangely applies. So this is number 8, Gone From My Sight by Henry Van Dyke.
This is dedicated to the Lauber family. Gone From My Sight by Henry Van Dyke. I am standing upon the seashore, a ship at my side, spreads her white sails in the moving breeze and starts for the ocean blue. She is an object of beauty and strength. I stand and watch her until, at length, she hangs like a speck of white cloud just where the sea and sky come to mingle with each other. Then someone at my side says, "There, she is gone." Gone where? Gone from my sight, that is all.
She is just as large in mass, hull and spar, as she was when she left my side. And she is just as able to bear her load of living freight to her destined port. Her diminished size is in me, not in her. And just at the moment when someone says, there she is gone, there are other eyes watching her coming and other voices ready to take up the glad shouts. Here she comes. Thank you.
That was difficult to get through, but I did because I wanted that to be documented. It was one of those times when you're searching for meaning in all of it, and that was how I tried in that difficult time. So, moving onward, we now go to the number 7 video. Definitely much more upbeat. This is me and Tony G's review of Johnny Walker XR21, something that folks are always seem to eternally be curious about. Get right into it, folks.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special Spirits review. I am the elated, the excited, the damn handsome man himself, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, and a very, very excited King of Extreme Phil, K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, and I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. I am also quite excited.
Yes, this is one I've been looking for, but I needed to wait until the right price showed up. And it finally hit, and Johnny Walker XR21. I've been holding on to this bottle for some time. But yeah, I finally got one for well under even the price of a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue, so I had to spring on that.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I can't pass that by.
All right, without further ado, folks.
All right, shake it out. Here we go.
Let's get into it.
This is a gorgeous presentation of a box, and the bottle. When this showed up, I was mostly impressed by the bottle. I'm like, wow, that's a pretty box. But that bottle, wow. That's not something I expected from Johnny Walker. You're pretty accustomed to their square bottles and their presentation, but this is next level stuff here.
I mean, it's fair to say that this is like almost decanter.
Yeah.
level.
The first thing I thought. I'm like, that's a hell of a decanter.
So
the cork alone on that thing, is
quite
gorgeous,
and it pretty much makes it idiot proof.
Yeah.
Tells you right where you need to do it. So while I get this prepared, T, will you?
I shall. On the back of the box, as you take your very first sip of Johnny Walker & Sons XR21-year-old, give it the time it deserves. Time to enjoy each and every layer of rich flavor.
Hang on.
Oh yeah. Very nice. To create this mellow and indulgent blend, I've used an extremely rare 3-stage blending method usually reserved for our most exclusive whiskeys due to the time and complexity required. I crafted a deliciously sweet, creamy, and spicy vanilla core using rare casks of 21-year-old grain whiskeys from the now silent Port Dundas Distillery. Individual casks were carefully combined and given extra time for the flavors to marry and the exceptional smoothness to come to foray. When these flavors were perfectly balanced, I introduced further whiskeys matured in American oak, including ex-bourbon casks to further nurture this intense sweet part of this complex blend. With the heart of the blend fully established, I built layer upon layer of rich fruit and malt flavors, drawing on selected reserves of 21-year-old single malt whiskey, including from legendary Speyside distilleries, Mortlach and Cardew.
Oh,
Of course. This exceptional blend of perfectly matured whiskeys is supremely smooth and complex with intriguing layers of intense. I'm not going to say anymore. I can't say anymore.
Yep. Let's get into that.
I'm already
after
quite
we've-
intrigued.
And let's be I can smell the aged grain whiskey, and I have never smelled grain whiskey this old before.
Oh,
and
that's
then
rich.
you get to the malt. Then you get to like
Yeah,
there's fruity flavors, but it's not the first thing that hits you.
I wasn't kidding about the layering. Even on the nose, it's there. Oh yeah, the fruit.
Yeah,
Wow.
This is the first time in my life I have ever smelled a grain whiskey this old.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have any experience higher than yours. So
No. I mean, like most of
Gotta
our
agree.
older whiskeys are single malt.
Wow,
And so this is
this does have that distinct Cardew Johnny Walker scent to it, but you're right. The grain and
but
the
it's got
fruit.
that corn grain in there, and
This to me has it's got
it's
that.
like cornbread and fruity malt.
If you walk into a fresh produce section where it's really kind of enclosed and you really can smell the freshness, that's what this reminds me of.
Yeah, I'm getting cornbread.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Oh.
Really, really nice nose. I mean, I love the smell of some of the Johnnies, and I really like Cardew. So this is a fantastic nose.
Well, see,
Oh yeah, we got to drink this. What a
I know,
shame.
I know.
Oh wow. Oh, well, that kind of pops there. Okay. I'm pinpointing on the Cardew, and it's hard not to because we're so used to that flavor.
Oh, wow.
But there's a lot surrounding that Cardew flavor.
There is.
I mean, there's a lot. I'm having trouble just picking one thing out. But
okay. Give your flavors before I give my flavor impressions. Because I left it on the tongue for 21 seconds. Went up
banana.
and down.
I really taste the oak. There's a rich spiciness that I can't pinpoint what it would be. Maybe a cinnamon, but that's not where my head went first. Banana and oak and just this candied cinnamon spiciness that I can't really.
Yeah, when you don't leave it on there for 20. Now, all right, take a nice, decent drink and leave it on your palate for 21 seconds. Wash it above the tongue, below the tongue. Let it coat the cheeks. Let it coat the top of your mouth. Let all that happen before you let oxygen hit your mouth at second 21. And you're going to have a very interesting, different flavor experience. Because now that I've tried it your way, I understand. But once you let it it's like, whoa, I must really give some compliments here. It's a different experience from what raisins.
Tobacco.
I got raisins.
There's like a lavender floral.
I immediately got raisins when I opened my mouth.
I can see where you're going with that. Yeah, tobacco-y, lavender, floral, raisin. Wow, that is some complex stuff. This is really, really good. I don't know if it's exactly what I expected, so it's hard to say it met my expectations or exceeded them because I didn't know what to expect with this. But this is intriguing. This is
now I'm getting
complex
rich
and bold.
almonds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Every time
you go in,
there's something different.
Now there's a back of oak to all of it.
Yeah, exactly. The oak is undeniable. So let's see here. Where was the?
It's there on the side and then on the back.
Okay, so the color is a deep amber, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The nose, rich fruits and oak, which we kind of touched on, but pretty basic Cardew scent, if we want to be completely honest, with some extra complexities.
And some grain.
Plenty of grain. Blending notes, smooth, indulgent, and complex. Agree. Rich, luscious fruits. Agree. With toffee and hints of vanilla. Okay, yes, definitely vanilla. Cloaked in and that is kind of difficult to read. Warming suede?
I didn't know you could drink suede.
This is handwritten, basically, folks. So I really
Apologize, but that looks like warming suede.
Let me see.
That's what that looks like to me.
Warming smoke.
Oh, okay. That would make a little more
Cloaked
sense.
in warming smoke.
That makes a little
And then
more
on
sense.
the back here, exceptional blend is perfectly matured whiskeys is supremely smooth and complex with intriguing layers of intense toffee, luscious fruits, and a sweet hint of creamy vanilla. Cloaked in warming smoke, it can be savored neat or on the rocks.
I don't know.
You could rock this.
Why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think a drop of water just to open up some of those flavors, but I don't know. I don't know that I would want this to be chilled.
Understandable. This is just standard 40% ABV.
I would have guessed 45, but okay.
Johnny Walker generally doesn't go too high over 40. Boy, now Tony,
Now I'm getting a little more of that toffee the longer it's sat here, but yeah.
we have a couple of gradings we need to get into here.
Yes. Okay.
So, folks, for those who don't know, we grade all spirits on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you need to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. Half star, 0 stars meaning you can go without it. So, we're going to grade this on a 5-star scale as a blended scotch, as a scotch, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and then the secret fifth question. So, Tony, as a blended Scotch whiskey, how would you grade Johnny Walker XR21?
I am gonna say, as a blended, I will give this a 4, just because there's a lot going on here. This is deep. This is complex. This was carefully crafted as far as a blended Scotch goes. So this is a really, really good representation of blended Scotch. I'd go back in and say there's more here that's going to take several more tries to really unearth all the different blends and flavors that they've got here. This is really intricate for a blended.
I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to go 4.5.
Oh.
I don't know of too many other blended Scotches that can top this. Like, the list is very short. And so, yeah, this is 4.5 stars as a blended Scotch. No, that's too many. Now, as a Scotch, this is putting it up against not only the blended, but also the single malt Scotches.
Okay.
How would you rate this?
As a Scotch, I'm going to say... my immediate thought was 3.5. That deserves at least 3.75.
Why do you say that?
Honestly, I can't give you a valid reason why I can't go 4, but maybe it's the stigma of Johnny Walker, but this presents so well. You know it's a blended Scotch. Like drinking this, you would know that this isn't a single malt. This is clearly not a single malt. So you have to enjoy a blended Scotch to truly enjoy this, and I think that might throw some people off who are single malt snobs.
Understandable, but that's why I'm still going to disagree with you and give this 4 stars as a Scotch, because yes, that's a wide world of sports and there's some really good Scotches out there, but this one bats up there with any of them. This is an excellent blend. It's an excellent Scotch. I could introducing somebody to this would just spoil them. You'd spoil them.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, you can't use this as an introductory because it's too bold and rich and complex.
Every drink is something
I don't know
different.
if it would spoil them or it would confuse them.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would do both.
Yeah.
So I'm going with 4. Now, here's an interesting one. Cask aged spirit. This is putting it up against all the bourbons, the brandies, cognacs, armagnacs, all of the Japanese whiskeys. It's a reposado tequilas, añejo tequilas. It's a wide world of sports.
As a cask aged spirit, this is a 4.25 because the detail here and the presentation and the complexities and everything that we really like about it, it's all there. Regardless of introducing somebody to whiskey or Scotch or blended Scotch, that's irrelevant at this point. The art form of making whiskey and creating and blending, that's all here. And as a cascade, 4.25.
4.25.
I'm going to disagree with you again, T, but only just.
Only just.
Just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
I have a feeling.
And as a cask aged spirit, 21 years, masterful blend of 21-year cask aged grain whiskey, 21-year cask aged malt whiskey, all brought together by the master blender within Johnny Walker. I'm giving this not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, bam, 5 stars as a cask aged spirit, folks. It has a new flavor adventure every time you go in. This is what you need to graduate to, folks. Do not start this. This is a whiskey you have to graduate to, all right? You have to have been through a couple of twists and turns, some ups and downs, and know what's what when it comes to whiskey. But boy, howdy. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, T.
I just keep coming back to a spicy banana. I really do. I love bananas, so this is really appealing on that quick sip.
Now I see it.
Flavor.
The spice more than the banana. I'm not getting much banana, but
for me, it's that's the first thing that comes to me.
So it's interesting that for me, the first one was raisins.
Yeah.
For you, it was banana.
Kind of in the same flavor profile.
Yeah, folks, this is an interesting endeavor. Now, the shelving.
This is a top.
Yeah, this is either a top shelf or you put this like in your little like secret hidden whiskey vault so nobody knows that you have it.
Even if like I found in a box and an empty bottle of this at a garage sale, I'd probably still buy it for $20 and fill it with shitty Johnny Walker just to show it off because it presents that well.
Yeah, and you just hope a few drops are still left in there. Yeah. And yeah, that's probably what I'm going to use this for in the future is going to be a decanter for other Johnny Walkers.
This is gorgeous.
Like this will probably be my Johnny Walker green decanter going forward. But yeah, beautiful bottle, beautiful whiskey, marvelous presentation. Now, the secret fifth question to those who are new to the show. When this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? This cost me just a little over $120 USD.
That's a steal.
It's still that's still a bit of scratch. Yeah, that's still a bit
considering Blue Label is upwards of 200.
I'm now seeing it for 260 in
which
some
is
spots.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
When green is like $60 to $70 a bottle.
Well, now it's like 80.
That's probably still fair.
So yes, folks, the reason I sprang on this is because I saw it for quite a bargain and I wanted to bring this to you, as well as we're going to put this up against other Johnny Walkers in the line so you can have a point of reference. But yes, I will probably seek this one out again. I already know at least one of my brothers is going to love it. So yeah, there's this one probably. That's why I'm trying to get the reviews out tonight, folks. Now that's been corked, I don't know how long this one's going to last. So yeah, now Tony, $120 USD. That's still a lot of scratch for any one bottle.
It's a lot, especially for the Johnny Walker name. I'm a big fan of the green. I'm always going to have a bottle of that on my shelf. And, you know, for that price, what would it normally go for? Because this... we
almost 200, like 180 bucks.
I was going to say, this is probably standard about 200. So if I was out of green and I saw this for that price, if I went in shopping for green and they didn't have green and they saw this for that price, yeah, I'm probably just going to take that home with me.
Yeah. So, goodness gracious, Johnny Walker XR21. It's rare when you buy a bottle with a general level of expectation that it actually exceeds it. Because now, it took me in directions I never thought I was going to go. But it exceeded all expectations. So, well, T, anything you'd like to say to the folks?
This is lovely. Definitely seek this out and try it, even if it's just one dram.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special Spirits review of Johnny Walker
XR21, an amazing blended 21-year-old Scotch whiskey in a bottle I've been hanging on to for way too long.
True.
Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And you can find this guy right here all over TikTok, YouTube, Spotify, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and the like. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. T, this was quite a good one. Later, folks.
Oh, this is the singing part.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to fabricate you raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
I'm curious, did that
Eldorado. Oh Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. Let's see.
nice? Kind of. Oh, that's awesome. I'm sorry. That's awesome. A duet de Phil. Folks, that's like the best deal in the history of it. Like, there's no better deal than that. Okay. You just got a duet of Phil. Okay. So that was number 7. It gave you a duet of Phil. You should all be so incredibly grateful for that. But we move onward and upward to video number 6. And that is the Dalmore Trio single malt Scotch whiskey. It's basically one of the only videos on all of YouTube about the Dalmore Trio with 2,349 views. So, folks, without further ado, we're going to get right into video number 6, the Dalmore Trio single malt. And yes, folks, I'm actually jealous for you that you got to experience that duet. I'm a little jealous for you, truth be told. So without further ado, let's get right into it.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special Scotch whiskey review here at the K.O.E Nation. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the Lord of the Scottish Highland, here to give a Highland single malt Scotch whiskey review, here with my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Excited. Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
Oh, this one's going to be good, T, because this is another travel exclusive from the Dalmore. And, oh boy, howdy. This is one of the final pieces to an almost complete collection here. So, the Dalmore Trio. And the new travel exclusive series, and it also comes in this awesome liter bottle. So I'm gonna let you get into the back there, T, and don't hit me with the palette yet.
If I may. A royal heritage. You're probably familiar with this one by now, folks. Bestowed in 1263 by the King of Scotland, the Royal 12-point stag proudly adorns each bottle of the Dalmore, encapsulating the distillery's regal legacy.
Hang on. Ooh,
Little soft, little soft.
soft and subtle.
The art of the Dalmore. For over 150 years, the Dalmore has set the standard in multi-cask maturation. Carefully compared, spirit, and hand-selected casks from the world's finest bodegas and wineries are expertly curated to create a sumptuous and layered whiskey of legendary fitness. The Trio. The captivating single malt, beautifully orchestrating the influences of first fill ex-bourbon aged Pawnee port and exclusive Methuselah sherry cask finishes.
So this is bourbon, sherry, and port.
Oh God, yeah, those are
Well,
all things.
That sounds
I
like the
love.
yeah.
So much.
Okay, that's
Wow.
very soft cherry.
I was thinking wine. That's probably the port though that I'm getting. Yeah, soft cherry, but
Very soft.
the port comes through for me. But I'm a sucker for port.
Yeah. What can I say? I'm kind of a
That's
sucker
really
for
nice.
sherry, so sherry, Porto. Let's call the whole thing off.
Boy, didn't take much time on the nose there, Phil. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah,
Coca powder.
yeah.
Based.
There's the port.
Yep, the port's on the back there.
Mm.
But
That
you get the
that's-
coca powder first.
That slowly intensifies. At first, it's incredibly light, and then it gradually increases, and then in comes the port. The finish, I get maybe a little bit more of the sherry on the finish.
Yeah. Now I'm looking forward to putting this one up against, I believe it's Valor, because the cask aging is pretty much the same. Well, it's not the same because they age a standard Dalmore and then they add a little bit of port finishing. This is blended of 3 different whiskeys. So
Yeah.
that's more how you would want to arrive at getting the 3 of them together. And this one's
The aroma: raspberry tart, Seville oranges, and Morello cherries, dipped in caramel. On the palate, damson plums, manuka honey, and coffee latte. The finishing note
probably
is
where I'm getting
chewy
cocoa.
licorice and vanilla.
It's probably where I was
Which
getting
makes
the cocoa. But
Yeah, I
and the
agree.
vanilla and the licorice, again, that just kind of comes across as wine to me.
Yeah.
And
This is delightful.
oh Lord
Another
Almighty!
great offering from the Belmore.
I
Go
mean,
figure.
Richard Patterson, you done it again. Amazing stuff.
How are we rating this?
We're gonna grade this as a single malt Scotch
Yep.
on a 5-star scale,
All right.
as a Scotch on a 5-star scale,
Okay.
as a whiskey on a 5-star scale.
Yep.
It's shelving, and then the secret 5th question. 5 stars, for those who don't know, means you need to have this before you shuffle off this mortal coil. And half star means, you can leave it behind. So, Tony, as a single malt Scotch, how do you grade this?
I will give this a 3.75.
Why do you say that, sir?
It encompasses everything I love about the process of making a single malt. Like you said, bourbon, sherry, port, across the board. It's wonderful. It's just a little bit light. Now, again, I don't want to get hung up on proof or ABV, which this is. Let me check. I believe 46, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's gonna say on the top there.
Nope. This is 40%.
40. Yeah, I was about to say it's light enough. I can believe that.
It is a little bit lighter.
Well, I think it's also because when you've got like the Dalmore 12 year, the Dalmore, like a lot of Dalmores are very powerful with their flavor.
Intense.
This one is very light, sippable, and approachable. And for
Very.
that, I'm going to agree. 375 is a single malt Scotch.
Yep.
Now, as a Scotch whiskey,
I'll go 4 because this has got a great flavor. It hits home run on everything I like about Scotch. So, yeah, simple enough. It's a little light again, but no, the flavor profile is absolutely fantastic.
I'm going to disagree, but only just, and I'm going to give it 375 again.
I had a feel.
It's just right there for me. But again, it's like you said, it's light, and when you think Dalmore, you think just a symphony of flavors,
Right.
and this one is a beginning trio. Hey, who would have thunk it? But so, as a whiskey, Tony G.
As a whiskey, go 375.
You know, you could almost mix this one.
You could
Of any
actually.
Dalmore, like if you were gonna
Yeah.
mix it, this
This is
one
it.
would be one you could actually do it with.
Yeah.
Now, you remember USD what this one cost?
I believe this one was right around 80,
Okay, 80.
give or take.
All righty. So, and we will get there, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna agree. 375 for me. This is a 375 whiskey through and through. Doesn't really matter how you grade it. It's 375. It's way better than the median. It's just barely not quite 4-star, but it's amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Now, Shelvin.
Oh, it's Dalmore. It's top.
I was about to say, I've got a couple of Dalmores that could sit next to on my top shelf.
Sure, a couple.
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah.
And that's right where it's going to go, on the Dalmore shelf. In terms,
Dalmore and friends.
yes, Dalmore and friends. Dalmore and friends. So, yes, that just happened. In terms of, now, Tony, $80 USD for this whiskey. If you were to see this, would you pick this up?
I'd be really, really tempted. Again, it's just a little bit light for my preferential in a Scotch, especially in Dalmore. I would definitely consider it, but it would depend on what was surrounding it. Now, we've had the quintet, and that was transcendent. So I'd probably be more inclined to grab that myself. But
I was
if
just
I only
thinking
saw
the same
this,
thing. Like, if this was sitting next to the
Yeah.
quintet,
probably get the quintet.
yeah, and any good thinking
But this is
person would. But
marvelous.
yeah, this is excellent. I'm probably going to keep a bottle of this on hand so long as this is part of
You could
the
introduce
new
people.
travel. And this one is, like you said, it's a good light whiskey. You can mix it. You can do a lot of things with this. I am impressed with it, but like you said, quintet's just unto itself. But so, folks, Richard Patterson, you've done it again. Tony, you just always finish your vegetables at the beginning of at the end of all of these.
Like
So,
a good boy.
folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our review of the Dalmore Trio here at K.O.E. Nation. Richard Patterson, Sir Patterson, thank you. You've done it again, you brilliant man, you. And folks, be sure to check out, there's a lot more Dalmore. There's a lot more, all kinds of crazy content coming here at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to stay right here, folks, and I will catch you on the flip side. Tony G, take it away.
Another great one from the Dalmore. Thanks for stopping by, folks.
Yes, that was number 6, the Dalmore. And that will sadly be the last time that the Dalmore single malt Scotch whiskey appears on this particular video. But I am very pleased as could possibly be, to say that in the top 5 of all KOE Nation videos, the good book made it. Psalm 23, 1-6, with 2,507 views. I'm really happy with how this one turned out. And if you can see, look how the sun was just glowing perfectly through that church, just giving it just, it was just a wonderful day. But this is number 5 of the top 20 KOE Nation videos thus far.
Psalm 23, 1-6. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 23, 1 through 6. That is this biblical verse of the week, folks. If there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you, you find deeply profound, just let me know in whatever way you can get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. Travel well.
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful verses. And that is a now closed Swedish Lutheran church that I was reading there. It's just outside of a town I live in. So wonderful, wonderful day. And it was just one of those, I don't know how, like, I was just driving home and I just saw the church just like bright as ever. Just sun was just shining on it, and just was told, go there, Phil, go. So I did, and I recorded that, and I think one other video. 'Cause I didn't know much about scripture, and my mom sent me a video. She even said by accident that had some scripture in it, so I read that one too. But without further ado, we now move on to an interesting video for number 4. I recorded this thinking, oh, no one's even gonna see this one, but instead it became the 4th most popular video I've ever done, with 3,319 views and also 263 likes. This is my, on June 14th, 2021, Happy Birthday President Trump presidential birthday toast video. This is my 4th most popular video of all time, folks. Without further ado, let's get right into number 4. Happy birthday, President Trump. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for the continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Today, we raise our glass of Trump wine to President Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. So, whenever you make a video about modern day presidents, you always have to be careful, because there's always going to be controversy. You're always going to have half of your audience is going to be really pissed off, and the other half is going to be like, hooray. And so for this one, I'm just going to give down the line, this is our birthday tribute to one Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. His term was quite the ride, wasn't it, folks? Boy, it was a time. It was an era, and it's one that we're going to look back on and tell future generations about. We were there. But yes, Donald J. Trump, one of the only presidents that I know of that appointed 3 Supreme Court justices in one term. And his other big accomplishments, he had a tax cut that was able to pass through the House and Senate, and he got signed. And also, to his credit, love him or hate him, the first president since Harding to not get us into any new wars. So that alone. So folks, wherever you're at, whatever you're drinking, this evening I am going to be drinking in toast a bottle of Trump wine from Trump Vineyard, their Meritage release from Monticello, the 2017. So this was actually, the grapes were grown, harvested, pressed. There we go. They were grown, harvested, and pressed, then fermented, then bottled, then stored, and then brought to market, all while Donald J. Trump served in the White House as the president of these United States. So, folks, every last one of you, raise a glass to the 45th president of these United States, one Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, there's a lot more coming down the pike from the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Be sure to stay right here at K.O.E Nation, YouTube and Twitch to find it all. But we will get to those on their day. Today,
is President Trump's Day. Raise your glass one more time, folks, to Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Excellent, excellent stuff. You need to give it a shot sometime. Their Meritage release from Trump Vineyards. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And what the hey, it's my show. Raise your glass one more time to President Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks.
Yes. So that was number 4. And that one kind of caught me off guard as to how popular that one got. And this one, this next one, I'm glad it got as popular because I put some effort into it. So sit back because this is quite the story and quite the tale. This is with 3,605 views. This, folks, is my audiobook reading of all tomorrows. So this is one of the most out there tales I've ever heard. It literally changed my conception of how you even think about the universe. And this is truly a worthwhile tale. So sit back and enjoy. Pour yourself a drink, put your feet up, and enjoy. All Tomorrows by C.M. Coastman, read by Phil K.O.E.
All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and varying fortunes of man by C.M. Coastman. To Mars. After millennia of earthbound foreplay, mankind's achievements on a noteworthy level began with its political unification and the gradual colonization of Mars. While the technology to colonize this world had existed for some time, political bickering, shifting agendas, and the sheer inertia of comfortable terrestrial usurping had made this step seem more distant than it actually was. Only when the risks clearly began to present themselves, only when Earth's environment had begun to buckle under the strain of 12 billion industrialized souls, did mankind finally take up the momentous task. All through the decades, traveling to and later settling on Mars have been envisioned as quick, relatively easy affairs, complicated but feasible and manageable in short term. As the push finally came to shove, it was realized that this was not the case. It had to go step by step. Atmospheric bombardment by genetically tailored microbes slowly generated a breathable atmosphere in a cycle that took centuries. Later, a few cometary fragments were knocked off course to bring forth seas, oceans, water. When the wait was finally over, remnants of Earth's flora and fauna were introduced as specifically modified Martian remakes. When everything was ready, people came from their crowded world. They came in one-way ships, fusion rockets, and atmospheric gliders, packed to the brim with colonists, sleeping in dreams of a new beginning. The first steps on Mars were not taken by astronauts, but by barefoot children on synthetic grass. The Martian Americans. For several hundred years, Mars remained as a backwater, prospering but still dim compared to the splendor of Earth, which was glowing brighter than ever before. Thanks to the relocation of environmentally demanding industries to Mars, Earth could usurp everything without having to damage its tired biosphere. This was the terrestrial heyday, the climax of economic, cultural, and social development on old Earth. This, however, was not to last. Like the gradual separation of America from her colonial mother, the governments of Mars adopted a new Martian identity. They became the Martian Americans. The difference between Earth and Mars was not only political. A few generations in the lighter gravity gave the new Americans a spindly, lithe frame that would look surreal in their old home.
This, combined with a certain amount of genetic engineering, took the Martian separation to a new level. For a while, the silent schism between the two planets was mutually accepted, and the balance of power hung in an edgy equilibrium. But the Terra-Martian standoff could not last forever. With limitless resources and an energetic population, Mars was bound to take the lead. Civil war. The Martian turnover was expected to occur in two ways, either through long-term economical gain or by a much shorter but painful armed conflict. For almost 200 years, the former method seemed to take effect, but this gradual stretch eventually did break in a most destructive way. Almost since its establishment, Martian culture was suffused with an explicit theme of rebellion against Earth. Song, motion pictures, and daily publication repeated these notions again and again until they became internalized. Earth was the old, ossified home that held humanity back, while Mars was new, dynamic, active, and inventive. Mars was the future. The ideology eventually reached its semi-paranoid revolutionary apex. Roughly 1,000 years from now, the nations of Mars banned all non-essential trade and travel with Earth. For Earth, it was a death sentence. Without the resources and industries of Mars, the terrestrial heyday would quickly devolve into a pale shadow of its former glory. Since a trade of essential goods continued, nobody would starve. But for every citizen of Earth, the Martian boycott meant the loss of up to 3/4 of their yearly income. Earth had no choice but to reclaim its former privileges, by force if necessary. Centuries after her political unification, Terra geared up for war. Most thinkers and fanaticists of previous times had imagined interplanetary war as a glorious, fast-paced spectacle of massive spaceships, one-man fighters, and last-minute heroics. No fantasy could have been further from the truth. War between planets was a slow, nerve-wracking series of precisely timed decisions that spelled destruction on biblical scales. Most of the time, the combatants never saw each other. Most of the time, the combatants were not there at all. War became a duel between complicated, autonomous machines programmed to maximize damage to the other side while trying to last a little longer. Such a conflict caused horrendous destruction on both sides. Phobos, one of Mars' moons, was shattered and rained down as meteorite hail. Earth received a polar impact that killed off 1/3 of its population. Barely escaping extinction, the peoples of Earth and Mars made peace and reforged a united solar system. It had cost them more than 8 billion souls. Star people. The survivors agreed that massive changes were necessary to ensure that such a war never occurred again. These reforms were so comprehensive that they entailed not political, economical, but biological changes as well. One of the greatest differences between the people of the two planets was that over time, they had almost become different species. It was believed that the solar system could never completely unify until this discrepancy was overcome. The answer was a new human subspecies, equally and better adapted not only to Earth and Mars, but to the conditions of most newly terraformed environments as well. Furthermore, these beings were envisioned with larger brains and heightened talents, making them greater than the sum of their predecessors. Normally, it would be hard to convince any population to make a choice between mandatory sterilization and parenting a newfangled race of superior beings. However, memories of the war were still painfully fresh, and it was easier to implement these radical procedures in the wake of such slaughter. Any resistance to the birth of the new species did not extend beyond meager complaints and trivial strikes. In only a few generations, the new race began to prove its worth. Organized as a single state and aided by the technological development of the war, they rapidly terraformed and colonized Venus, the asteroids, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Soon, however, even the domain of soul grew too small. The new people who inherited it wanted to go further, to new worlds under distant stars. They were to become the star people. Colonization and the mechanical Otopi. Even for the star people, interplanetary travel was a momentous task. Early minds had boggled over the problem, and fantasies such as faster than light travel and hyperspace emerged as the only solutions. Simply put, it was impossible to take a large number of people with enough supplies to even the closest star to make colonization feasible. The existing technologies could only slug among a mere percentage of light speeds, making the journey an epoch-spanning affair. Enormous generations ships were conceived and even built, but these succumbed to technical difficulties or onboard anarchy after a few cycles. The solution was to first go there and make the colonists later. To this end, fast and small automated ships were sent forth to the stars. On board were semi-sentient machines programmed to replicate and terraform the destination and construct its inhabitants from the genetic materials stored on board. A bizarre problem plagued such attempts. The first generation of humans to be manufactured sometimes developed a strange affection for the machines that made them. They rejected their own kind and perished after the massive identity crisis that followed. The technological Oedipus complex was not uncommon. Nearly half of all the colony founding attempts were lost through it. Even then, however, the remaining half was enough to fill humanity's own spiral arm of the galaxy. The summer of man. Right after mankind's colonization of the galaxy came its first true golden age. Reared by machine prophets, the survivors of the Opedal plague built civilizations that equaled and even surpassed their solar forebears. This diffusion across the heavens did not mean a loss. Across the skies, steady flows of electromagnetic communications linked mankind's worlds with such efficiency that there was no colony that did not know about the goings on of her distant siblings. The free flow of information meant, among other things, a vastly accelerated pace of technological growth. What couldn't be figured out in one world was helped out by another, and any new developments were quickly made known to all in a realm that spanned centuries of light. Not surprisingly, the living standards rose to previously unimaginable levels. While this did not exactly mean a galactic utopia, it was safe to say that people of the colonized galaxy lived lives in which labor, both menial and mental, was purely compulsory. Thanks to the richness of the heavens and the toil of machines, each person had access to material and cultural wealth greater than that of some nations today. During all this development, a curious phenomenon was observed. While alien life was abundant in the stars, no one had encountered any signs of true intelligence. Some attributed this to an overall rarity, while others went as far as divine influence, resurrecting religion. Regardless of the theorizing, one question went truly and utterly unanswered. What would really happen if mankind ever ran into its equals or superiors in space? An early warning. During those times, a small discovery of immense implications warned humanity that it might not be alone. On a newly colonized world, engineers had stumbled across the remains of a puzzling creature, considered so because it had every hallmark of terrestrial animals on an alien planet. Justifiably named Pandoravis Pandora, the colossal fossil belonged to a bird-like creature with enormous claws. Later, research determined it to be a highly derived therizinosaur from a lineage of herbivore dinosaurs that died out millions of years ago on Earth. While every other large land animal on that colony world had 3 limbs, a copper-based skeletal system, and hydrostatically operated muscles. Pandarevus was a typical terrestrial vertebrate with calcium-rich bones and 4 extremities. Finding it there was as unlikely as finding an alien creature in Earth's own strata. For some, it was irrefutable proof of divine creation. The religious resurgence, fueled at first by mankind's apparent loneliness in the heavens, got even more intensified. Others saw it differently. Pandaravus had shown humans that entities powerful enough to visit Earth, take animals from there, and adapt them to an alien world were at large in the galaxy. Considering the time gulf of the fossil itself, the mysterious beings were millennia older than humanity when they were capable of such things. The warning was clear. There was no telling what would happen if mankind suddenly ran into this civilization. A benevolent contact was obviously preferred and even expected, but it paid to be prepared. Silently, humanity once again began to build and stockpile weapons, this time of the interplanetary potency. There were terrible devices, capable of novaing stars and wrecking entire solar systems. Sadly, even these preparations would prove to be ineffectual in time. Q. The first contact was bound to happen. The galaxy, let alone the universe, was simply too big for just a singular species to develop intelligence in. Any delay in contact only meant a heightening of the eventual culture shock. In humanity's case, this culture shock meant the complete extinction of mankind as it had come to be known. Almost a billion years old, the alien species known as Q were galactic nomads, traveling from one spiral arm to another in epoch-spanning migrations. During their travels, they constantly improved and changed themselves until they became masters of genetic and nanotechnological manipulation. With this ability to control the material world, they assumed a religious, self-imposed mission to remake the universe as they saw fit. Powerful as gods, Q saw themselves as the divine harbingers of the future. This dogma was rooted in what had been a benevolent attempt to protect the race from its own power. However, blind, unquestioning obedience had made monsters of the Q. To them, humanity, with all of its relative glories, was nothing more than a transmutable subject. Within less than 1,000 years, every human world was destroyed, depopulated, or even worse, changed. Despite the fervent rearmament, the colonies could achieve nothing against its billion-year-old foes, save for a few flashes of ephemeral resistance. Humanity, once the rulers of the stars, was now extinct. However, humans were not. Man extinguished. The worlds of humanity, gardens of terraformed paradise, seemed strangely empty to the Q. Often there were no raw materials available other than people, their cities, and a few basic niches of ecology, populated by genetically modified animals and plants from Earth. This was because humans had erased the original alien ecologies in the first place. Offended by another race trying to remake the universe, the Q set forth to punish these infidels by using them as the building materials of their vision. While this led to a complete extinguishment of human sentience, it also saved the species by preserving its genetic heritage in a myriad of strange new forms. Populated by ersatz humans, now in every guise from wild animals to pets to genetically modified tools, Q reigned supreme for 40 million years on the worlds of our galaxy. They erected kilometer-high monuments and changed the surfaces of entire worlds, apparently to whim. One day, they departed as they came, for theirs was a never-ending quest, and they would not, could not stop until they had swept through the entire cosmos. Behind them, the queue left 1,000 worlds, each filled with bizarre creatures and ecologies that had once been men. Most of them perished right after their caretakers left. Others lasted a little longer to succumb to long-term instabilities. On a precious few worlds, descendants of people actually managed to survive. In them lay the fate of the species, now divided and differentiated beyond recognition. Worms. Their world lay under a scorching sun, its intensity made monstrous through the inventions of the bygone Q. The surface lay littered with husks of dead cities, baking endlessly like shattered statues in a derelict oven. Yet life remained on this unforgiving place. Forest of crystalline plants blanketed the surface, recycling oxygen for the animal life that teemed underground. One such species, barely longer than the arms of their ancestors, was the sole surviving vertebrate. Furthermore, it was the planet's last heir of the star people. Distorted beyond recognition by genetic modification, they looked for all the world like pale, overgrown worms. Tiny, feeble feet and hands modified for digging were all that betrayed their noble heritage. Aside from these organs, all was simplified for the life underground. Their eyes were pinpricks. They lacked teeth, external ears, and the better half of their nervous system. The lives of these Ezrat people did not extend beyond digging aimlessly. If they encountered food, they devoured it. If they encountered others of their kind, they sometimes devoured them too. But mostly they mated and multiplied and managed to preserve a single shred of their humanity in their genes. In time, it would do them good. Titans. On the endless savanna of a long extinguished colonial outpost, enormous beasts roamed supreme. More than 40 meters long by terrestrial measurements, these behemoths were actually the transmuted offspring of the star people. Several features betrayed their human ancestry. They still retained stubby thumbs on their elephantine front feet, now useless for any sort of precise manipulation except for uprooting trees. They compensated this loss by developing their lower lip into a muscular, trunk-like organ that echoed the elephants of Earth's past. As bestial as they seemed, the Titans were among the smartest of the reduced submen that remained in the galaxy. Their hulking stance allowed for a developed brain, and gradually sentience reemerged. With their lip trunks, they fashioned ornate wood carvings, erected hangar-like dwellings, and even began a form of primitive agriculture. With settled life came the inevitable flood of language and literature. Myths and legends of a bygone, half-remembered past were told in booming voices across the vast plains. It was easy to see, within a few 100,000 years, humanity could start again with these titanic primitives. Sadly, as a catastrophic ice age took over the Titans' homeworld, the gentle giants disappeared, never to return. Predators and prey. Devolved predators were common among humanity's feral worlds. Most of the time, they resembled the vampires, werewolves, and goblins of bygone lore, hunting equally subhuman prey with a combination of derived weaponry. Some had enormous heads with large, killing teeth. Others tore their victims apart with talon-like feet. But the most common kinds bore modified fingers and thumbs, bristling with razor-sharp claws. The most efficient of these predators lived on one of mankind's first off-world colonies. In addition to paw-like hands with switchblade thumbs, they also had grasping tooth-studded jaws on disproportionate heads with large, sensitive ears. All of these served to make them the dominant predators on their home planet. They ran the prairies,
stalked the forest, and ranged through the mountains in pursuit of different people. Herbivores saltators with bird-like legs, while their prey lapsed into complete animosity. The hunters managed to keep the spark of intelligence alive in their evolutionary honing. Mantellopes. Not all devolved people lapsed into complete bestiality. Some held on to their minds while losing all of their physiological advantages to the genetic meddling of the Q. A singular species was a prime exemplar. They had been bred as singers and memory retainers, acting much like living recorders during the reign of Q. When their masters left, they barely survived, reverting into a quadrupedal stance and occupying a niche as grazing herd animals. This change was so abrupt that the newly evolved mantellopes endured only due to the forgiving sterility of their artificial biosphere. The mantellopes, equipped with full, if slightly numbed, human minds and completely disabled animal bodies, lived agonizing lives. They could see and understand the world around them, but due to their bodies, they could do nothing to change it. For centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. Entire religions and oral traditions were woven around this crippling racial disability, as dramatic and detailed as any on bygone earth. Fortunately, the selective forces of evolution made their agony a short-lived one. Simply put, a brain was not advantageous to develop if it could not be put to good use. A dim-witted, half-minded mantelope grew up faster than a smart one and grazed just as efficiently. The mantelope's animal children overtook them in less than 100,000 years, and their melancholic world fell silent for good. Nothing was sacred in the evolutionary process. Swimmers. Perhaps because their life cycle involved an aquatic larval stage, the Q had transmuted a large number of their human subjects into a bewildering array of aquatic creatures. Taken care of by specially bred attendants, these post-human water babies came in every shape and size imaginable. There were limbless, ribbon-like varieties of eel people, whale-like behemoths, decorative people who swam by squirting water out of their hypertrophied mouths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallowers that served as food stock. All of them were perfectly domesticated. All of them went extinct when their masters left. All save a few lightly mutated generalized forms. These swimmers still resembled their human ancestors to a large degree. They had no artificial gills. Their hands were still visible through their front flippers. Their feet were splayed affairs that functioned like a pair of tail flukes. Recognizable human eyes peeked through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though not in words, and never in sentient understanding. For millennia, they swam the oceans of their ecologically stunted world, feeding on diversifying kinds of fish and crustaceans, survivors of the food stock originally imported from Earth. With the intervention of the Q gone, natural selection resumed. The swimmers became more streamlined to better catch their fast prey. The prey responded by getting even faster, or evolving defensive countermeasures such as armor, spikes, or poison. Their evolution back on track, the swimmers drifted further and further away from their sentient ancestry. They would wait for a long time indeed to taste that blessing again. Lizard herders. They were the lucky ones. Instead of unrecognizably distorting them as they had done to most of their subjects, the Q had merely erased their sentience and stunted the development of their brains. Distantly resembling their ancient forebears on Earth, the primitives led feral lives for an unnaturally long time. They never regained sentience after the Q left, despite having every incentive to do so. This was partially due to the total absence of predators on their garden world, resulting in no advantage for intelligence.
Furthermore, the Q had made some small but integral changes to their brain, tweaking the structure of the cerebellum so that certain features associated with heuristic learning could never emerge again. Once again, the reasons for these baffling changes remained known only to the Q. The dumb people eventually settled in a symbiosis with some of the other creatures that inhabited their planet. They began to instinctively farm some of the large herbivore reptiles, ancestors of which were brought from Earth as pets. Soon, the balance of this mutualism began to tip in the reptiles' favor. The tropical climate of the planet gave them an inherent advantage, and they underwent a spectacular radiation of different species. They encountered no competition from the only large mammals on the planet, the brain neutered descendants of the starfarers. Faced with a reptilian turnover, the only adaptation the submen could muster was to slip quietly into bestial oblivion. Temptor. In the Temptor's case, the remodeling was done with an almost artistic enthusiasm. How they managed to survive in their bizarre form was not clear. Their ancestors were used as sessile decoration, and through some miracle of adaptation, they had endured. No human would have recognized them as their descendants. The females were beaked cones of flesh, some 2 meters tall, rooted in soil like grotesque carnivorous plants. The males, on the other hand, resembled contorted bipedal monkeys. Unlike their mates, they were perfectly ambulatory. Dozens of them ran around the female mounds like so many imps. Some would gather food, others would clean the females, while others would stand on guard for danger. Although their actions looked purposeful, the males had no will of their own. In tempter society, females controlled everything. Using a combination of vocal and pheromonal signals, they guided the masculine hordes into any number of menial tasks, while mating with the strongest, the most obedient, and the dumbest to produce even better drones. On certain periods, they would also give birth to a few precious females who would be carried away by subservient males to root themselves. It was a terribly efficient hegemony that would certainly give rise to civilization in a matter of centuries had fate not intervened. As a stray comet obliterated the Tempter's mound forest, one of humanity's best chances for reemergence was cruelly swept away. Bone Crusher. Through the deliberate modification of Q and the blind modeling of evolution, the heavens came to be populated with creatures that would put the myths of their ancestors to shame. Their ancestors were pint-sized pets of Q that were bred for the dazzling colors of their tooth-derived beaks. When their masters left, most of these pampered creatures died, with no one or nothing left to take care of them. But some, belonging to the hardiest breeds, survived. In less than a geological eye blink of a few million years, the descendants of such creatures radiated into the evolutionary vacuum of their garden world. One lineage led to a profusion of human herbivores. These were preyed upon by a variety of enamel-beaked raptors, each evolved to deal with a specific prey. Among these generalized niches were entire assemblages of specialized animals, resembling anything from ibis-billed swamp sifters to splendorous forms with bizarre crests that flared out of their toothy beaks. There were even secondary sentient forms in the shape of ogre-like bone crushers. To an observer of today, they would indeed be the stuff of nightmares. 3 meters tall and hairy, sporting vicious thumb claws and enormous beaks that suited their scavenging diet. Despite their shortcomings, these corpse-eating primitives were one of the first species to attain intelligence, and although primitive, a level of civilization. All of this proved the fallacy of human prejudice in the post-human galaxy. A creature could feed on putrefying meat, stink like a grave, and express its affection by defecating on others, but it might as well be your own grandchild and the last hope of mankind. In eventuality, however, not even the bone crushers fulfilled this promise. Their dependency on carrion for food limited their population severely, and their medieval civilization crumbled after a few uneventful millennia. Colonials. Their world had given the toughest resistance against the Q onslaught. So tough, in fact, that they had turned back 2 successive waves of the invaders, only to succumb to the third. The Q, with their twisted sense of justice, wanted to make them pay. Even extinction would be too light a punishment for resisting the star gods. The humans of the rogue world needed a sentence that would remind them of their humiliation for generations to come. So they were made into disembodied cultures of skin and muscle, connected by a skimpy network of the most basic nerves. They were employed as living filtering devices, subsisting on the waste products of Q civilization like mats of cancer cells. And just to witness and suffer their wretched fate, their eyes, together with their consciousness, were retained. For 40 million years, they suffered. Generation after generation were born into the most miserable of lives while absorbing the pain of all that they were going through. When the Q left, they hoped for a quick extinction, but their lowliness had also made them efficient survivors. Unchecked by the Q, the colonials spread across the planet in quilt-like fields of human flesh. After an eternity of tortured lives, the human fields tasted something that could almost be described as hope. Flyers. They were not uncommon at all in the domain of Q. At least a dozen worlds sported human-derived flying species of one kind or another. Most resembled the bats or the petrosaurs of bygone past, dancing through the anther like angels or demons, depending on the point of view. There were a few bizarre kinds that relied on swollen gas glands for floating as well. Sadly, most of these creatures were already too specialized to be anything but flyers. They had forsaken their humanity for the conquest of the sky. They had little potential for further radiation beyond their limited roles. The only exception proved out to be a monkey-like species that flew on wing membranes stretched across the last 2 fingers. Their advantage was a unique turbine-like heart, artificially developed during the regime of the Q. No other human flyer in the galaxy had such an adaptation. The starfish-shaped organ sat in the middle of their chest, directly funneling oxygen from the lungs to the bloodstream in a supremely efficient way. This meant that the flyers could develop energy-consuming adaptations such as large brains without having to give up their power of flight. Not that the flyers were going to reclaim their sentience right away. Instead, they literally exploded into skies, filling the heavens with anything from bomber-sized sailors to impossibly fast predators that raced with sound. Their world was pristine, and there were plenty of niches to play into. Intelligence could wait a little more. Hand flappers. Some flying post-humans reapproached sentience in an entirely different way. Without the augmented metabolisms or the gravitational advantages of their siblings on distant planets, they had no choice but to give up their power of flight in order to develop further. The hand flappers were one such species. Their wings, once used for butterfly-like flutters in an unearthly garden of Q, had shrunken and reverted back into their manual condition. Their legs were likewise readapted, but they bore a splayed awkwardness from their perching ancestry. Only a singular and an almost sadistically simple flaw held them back from developing civilization. In the course of their secondary atrophy, the wings of the hand flappers had become useless as hands as well. Their flag-like appendages were very useful in signaling and mating dances, but they couldn't hurl missiles, construct shelter, or even manufacture basic stone tools. All that they could do with their useless hands was to display each other's sexual availability. So the hand flappers did just that, flashing and dancing their way into oblivion. Blind folk. When the queue came, they dug in and dug in deep. Inside several continent-sized shelters under their besieged world, they waited for the invaders to pass them by. It was a futile gamble. The queue located the shelter caves and remade their inhabitants without effort. The shelters became home to an entirely different ecology, a realm of perpetual darkness, fueled by the trickle of water and nutrients from the world outside. A surprisingly complex ecology developed on this scarce resource. Gigantic pale insects, the descendants of common house pests, competed with dolly-esque birds and rodents over fields of overgrown fungi. Predators were not uncommon. Almost crocodilian fish patrolled the underground streams, and vast, blind bats, echolocating with unnerving precision, took their toll on the residents of the cave floor. The kilometer-high ceiling of the shelters glowed in the dark with protein constellations of bioluminescent fungi, and in some cases, animals. People were present here as well, albeit in unfamiliar forms. They were more often heard than seen as they tried to find their way in the dark with banshee-like screams. These albino troglodytes lived in a realm where sound and touch, not sight, was the gateway of perception. They had developed long, tactile fingers, enormous whiskers, and mobile ears to live in the dark. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but a patch of hauntingly, flawlessly smooth skin. Their perfect adaptation to the world of darkness had erased the most basic feature of human recognition. As adapted as they were doomed. Before the blind folk could develop any kind of intelligence to crawl out of their geographical graves, the glacial construction of their world's continental plates snuffed out the shelters one by one. Lopsiders. The Q were grotesquely creative in their redesign of the human worlds. One group of misfortunate souls they transported to a planet with 36 times the amount of normal gravity and made them over for life in this bizarrely inhospitable realm. The results of these experiments resembled nightmare sketches of Bosch, Dali, or Picasso. They looked like cripples squashed between sheets of glass. 3 out of their 4 limbs had become paddle-like organs for crawling. Only one of their arms remained a spindly tool of manipulation. This singular, wizened limb also doubled as an extra sensor, like the antenna of an insect. Their faces were different horrors altogether, all pretensions of symmetry. The hallmark of terrestrial animals from jawless fish onward were completely and utterly done away with. One bulging eye stared directly upward while the other scanned ahead in the direction of the creature's vertically opening jaw. The ears were likewise distorted. Monstrous as they looked, these X-Men thrived in their heavy gravity environment. Once again, there was the usual explosion of species into every available niche, and the Lopsiders consolidated their chances for renewed sentience. Striders. While the Lopsiders were redesigned to live under extreme gravity, another species had been adapted for life under the exact opposite conditions, on a Jovian moon with 1/5 of Earth's gravity. It was a world of wonders where even the grass grew almost 10 meters tall and the trees were beyond belief, towering to sizes attained only by the skyscrapers of antiquity. In these surreal forests lived equally spectacular fauna, the descendants of pets, pests, and livestock of humans, who in turn had been reduced to animosity as well. One could see them in the league-tall forests, almost dancing among the trees as they reared higher and higher to browse. Their arms, legs, and necks had been stretched impossibly thin. Great flaps of skin blossomed throughout their bodies to dispense waste heat. Sometimes they would even change their color in order to reflect light and keep cool. Overheating was a great problem for their grotesquely tall, thin bodies. Although imposing, these Geocomentian wraiths were overdeveloped as to be sickeningly fragile. Even on their gravitationally forgiving world, a fall could shatter their bones, and slipping down from a branch would prove to be fatal. Sometimes on the open plains, even a strong wind could bring them down like the toppling masts. They survived entirely due to the merciful conditions of their garden world, which were about to change drastically. About 2 million years after the Q left these towering works of human art, a lineage of fearsome predators evolved from the terrestrial poultry that had gone feral on the planet, resembling attenuated versions of their dinosaur ancestors. The predators swept through the garden world like wildfires, extinguishing any species too fragile to escape or resist. The peaceful, delicate striders were among the first to go. Parasites. Humanity had diverged into two separate lineages on their world. On one hand, there were several races of almost Australopithecine cripples, degraded by the Q for managing to turn back their initial wave of invasion. Yet simple atavism was too light a punishment for them. Their twisted relatives, the parasite, made up the second part of their sentence. There were actually several kinds of parasitic X people, ranging from tortoise-sized ambulatory vampires to the most common fist-sized variety that lived attached to their host. There were even tiny endoparasitic kinds that infested the wombs of their female victims like ghastly living abortions. All of these evolutionary tortures were played out under the careful scrutiny of the Q for 40 million years. The punishment was so baroque, so elaborate, that most of the artificial parasite host relationships died out when the Q left. Some submen learned to cleanse their tick like relatives by drowning, burning, or even eating them. Others, like the vaginal parasites, died out as their aggressive method of parasitism effectively sterilized their host. Yet one or two varieties did manage to cling on to their host with abdominal suckers, muscular, gripping limbs, and sterile, pain soothing saliva. But their success did not lie entirely in the strength of their parasitical advantages. They also learned to regulate their dumb hosts, not killing them by over infestation and thus ensuring their own long term survival as well. In any case, totally single sided relations were rare in any ecology, natural or artificial. In millennial cycles, the cousin species' vicious parasitism began to give way into something more beneficial for both sides. Finger fishers. Their ancestors were trapped on an archipelago world, a planet sprinkled with many small continents and countless islands over interconnected networks of calm, shallow seas. Like a magnified Aegina, this place was a terrestrial paradise in many respects, except that after the Q, no minds were left to enjoy it. On this vacant biosphere, evolution was quick to begin her blind, unpredictable dance. Once feral, the descendants of degenerate humans adapted themselves to every available niche. No matter how exotic, how outlandish. One group learned to pluck fish from the lazy shores. Millennia passed as they settled more into their piscatorial lifestyle. Elongated fingers became ambulatory fishhooks. Teeth modified for a generalized diet became needle-like affairs, lined up neatly in a long, thin muzzle. In less than a few million years, the fingerfishers established themselves as a prominent lineage. There was scarcely a beach, an island, or an estuary that was devoid of their pale, lanky form. As prolific as they were, the fishers were still no better than animals. Their humanity would come only after another spasm of outlandish adaptations. Hedonists. Even the blissful existence of the finger fishers would have seemed bothersome to the hedonists, for their kind was not evolved but designed for a life of pleasure. The Q had kept them as pampered pets, set loose in a tropical island world of succulent fruits, bountiful trees, and calm lapping lakes full of sweet bacterial manna. Furthermore, the hedonists were left as the only animal life on this place. They had no choice but to enjoy it to the fullest. In normal conditions, any given species would quickly crowd out such a utopian environment. But normal conditions were never the point of the Q redesign. They had altered their subjects so that they could conceive only after mating an enormous number of potential suitors, continually over a period of decades. While this took care of the population problem, it also made the species less adaptable. Without any point in sexual competition, natural selection would progress only at a glacial pace. Fortunately, their stable microcosm remained free of environmental catastrophes even after the Q left. All these changes had made the hedonist day. Their lives were juxtaposed routines of browsing, sleeping, and mind-blowing sex. Troubled neither by the concerns of disease or pregnancy, aloof and carefree, they enjoyed the most pleasurable times of all mankind's, albeit with the intellectual capabilities of 3-year-olds. It didn't really matter, though. Who needed to think when having such a nice time, after all? Insectophagi. Nondescript, quaint human species abound in the post-Q galaxy. Hundreds of them lived out simple, unnoticed lives, never developing to become sentient, never learning their true heritage as star-born human beings. Most of them went extinct, not to be missed or even remembered. Those that lingered on managed to survive in shady, quiet niches, never again making any impact on the celestial scheme of things. One such species was the insectophagi. They had quietly adapted themselves for a diet of colonial insects and small animals. They had faces covered with leathery plates, claw-like hands to dig out prey, and worm-like tongues to scoop them up. All in all, they weren't special in any particular way, but a combination of galactic invasions, coincidence, and pure luck would later make them the longest enduring of all starmen. The meek would inherit the cosmos, though not just yet. For now, the insectophagi were concerned only with the location of insect colonies and the onset of mating season. Spacers. It must be remembered that the star people did not succumb entirely to the Q invasions. While their worlds fell away one by one, some star people took refuge in the void of space. One after another, entire communities scrambled into generation ships and had cast themselves off into the darkness, hoping to go unnoticed by the beings that had overrun the galaxy. Desperate times made for desperate measures. As the Starmen had observed during their initial colonization of the galaxy, life in generation ships inevitably led to mass insanity and anarchy. This time, humanity had to adapt themselves or face extinction. Entire asteroid fields were confiscated and hollowed out. to make spaceships of unseen size. These hollow shells cradled bubbles of precious air and water, but no artificial gravity of any kind. It was discovered that a purely ethereal existence would ease the stress of interstellar exile, provided that its inhabitants were adapted for life inside such an environment. Furthermore, people were forced to change themselves. In an atmospherically sealed, gravity free environment, their bones were left free to grow longer, thinner, spindlier. Their circulatory and digestive systems were pressurized to avoid heart problems and congestion. The latter change had another advantageous side effect. Humans could navigate through the void with jets of air expelled from modified anuses. Such experiments were numerous and usually plagued with failure, yet they did succeed in creating a future, sealed tight in their moon-sized, air-filled, weightless havens. The descendants of the Star People managed to evade the scourge of Q. It was an endless diaspora. Even after the Q left, they would find themselves too divergent to have anything to do with their ancestral lifestyles. The survivors of the initial hurdle would never set foot on a planet again. Ruin haunters. A particular human species singled out by its lucky access to the heritage of its stellar ancestors would eventually get to play a leading role in the shape of things to come. They had gotten through the Q invasion with relatively little degradation. Yes, they had been reduced to the level of apes, but their recovery had been quick. Apparently, the Q had not worked as hard at suppressing their intelligence, nor had they made a comparable effort to wipe away the material traces of the Starmen. Even after millions of years, enormous ruins of the global urban spaces littered the continent of their world. Thus did the ruin haunters earn their name. With developed minds and unrestricted access to the wisdom of the ancient cities, the exponential pace of their development was only natural. One by one, they deciphered and built upon the secrets of the bygone Star People until they almost equaled their galactic ancestors in wisdom and skill. All this development happened in an unnaturally short period of time, and sometimes the old technologies were not even understood as they were blindly replicated. Needless to say, such a pace of development put premature stress on the social and political structures of the ruin haunters. They barely survived the 5 consecutive world wars that raked their planet, 2 of which were thermonuclear exchanges. They made it through. Their baptism by fire had hardened and awakened them. The wars united them politically and pushed their technological capabilities even beyond the level of the Starmen. Coincidentally, they also developed a dangerous form of autochthonous madness. The ruin haunters had come to believe that they were the sole descendants and the true heirs of the Star People, and they were ready and willing to do anything in order to claim their fictitious bygone golden age. Sentience reborn. If any sort of periodical arrangement can be brought to the history of mankind, the post-Q era of emerging human animals can be likened to a series of millennial dark ages. However, like any dark age situation, these periods of silence had finite lifespans. One by one, like stars emerging from the fog, new civilizations were born out of the shattered remnants of mankind. In some cases, the recovery was swift and straightforward. In most other situations, it came only after a lengthy series of adaptive radiations, extinctions, and secondary diversifications. Within these lines of descent, there was as much distance between the initial post-humans and their intelligent descendants as between the first crustacean fuzzballs and Homo sapiens. Sooner or later, human intelligence returned to the cosmos. But except for their shared ancestry, these new people had nothing in common with people of today or even each other. Extinction. Not all human animals made it through. In fact, it must be realized that the majority of post-Q humans died out during the eras of transition, extinction, the utter and absolute death of an entire family, entire community, entire species was rampant in the galaxy. There was nothing cruel or dramatic in all of this. Extinction was as common and natural as speciation. Sometimes a species failed to adapt to competition or the abrupt change of conditions. In other occasions, their numbers dwindled across imperceptible gulfs of time. This way or the other, human animals faded out. In all this death, however, there was new life. As one species vacated a certain niche, others would soon step in to take its place. Adaptive radiations would follow, filling in the blanks with a myriad of diverse and varied forms. Despite the fallen, the flow of life would proceed, blazing in constant turnover. Snake people, descendants of the worms. The scorching sun eventually cooled down, and life flooded back to the surface of her subterranean stronghold. As animals of all kinds exploded into the terrestrial niches that had been left vacant for millennia, so did the descendants of the worms. On the surface, they found new opportunities as entire assemblages of serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and people. One form, descended from tree-climbing mammalian snakes, re-evolved the human intelligence that had lain dormant for so long. They observed, contemplated, philosophized with novel, spirally coiled brains, and handled the world with a singular pelvic hand born out from the remnants of their ancestors' feet. They looked nothing at all like their distant human ancestors, but their social development followed a similar path. Several agricultural world empires, followed by industrial revolutions, social experiments, world wars, civil wars, globalization. But then again, socio-political parallelism in history did not necessarily imply a similar or even recognizable human world. Modern cities of the global snake world were tangles of pipe-like roads, branching three-dimensional railroads and windowless, hole-like buildings. Through their knotted architecture differed from region to region, these settlements generally looked like kilometer-wide balls of glass, metal, plastic, and cloth, wrapped so tightly that a human of today would find it impossible to move inside them. Plazas and open areas were totally absent, as they presented navigational obstacles and areas of insecurity. Their evolutionary background in the trees had made the snake people into borderline agoraphobes. None of these, of course, was unusual to the snakes in any way. Their relatively alien lifestyle was as particular to them as ours is to us. All across their world, the arterial cities throbbed with people, each with their own joys, sorrows, chores, living out lives as human as any other intelligent beings. Killer folk, descendants of the human predators. The carnivores also rebounded into civilization. Their journey involved a series of changes during which they lost the adaptations which had allowed them to endure as the top predators of their world. The saber teeth, once used for slashing through sinew and trachea, became fragile and thin, only used as organs of social display. The hook-like thumb claws were also reduced, but not deleted. In their place, the last two digits rotated perpendicularly to become newfangled graspers. All this graciality, however, did not mean weakness. Although they were no longer specialized for hunting, the killer folk could still kill with their bare hands, but only if they really wanted to. What enormous claws and teeth could not do, they could easily achieve with bow, arrow, flintlock repeater, or gas rifle. Their descendants from predators gave the killer folk a unique social profile. Almost all of their religions and rituals allowing for periods of completely natural animalistic hunts and duels. This necessity of venting these atavistic urges also led to the formation of religious hunter nobilities, privileged warriors who were skilled at the art of hunting, war, and murder. Entire societies were assembled underneath these ruling classes, orderly communities that erupted once every year into an orgy of death, sex, and prayer. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors, together with their vast herds of once human livestock, chased and battled each other across a chessboard of continents. All of this chaos was to be swept away with the advent of modernity. In a development comparable to an industrial revolution, one nation pack of killers devised methods of settled, intensive factory farming, organized state structure, secularism, and technological leapfrogging were quick to follow. Needless to say, such developments polarized the world into bands of progressive, developed factory herders and increasingly fanatical hunting states. While one side condemned their old animal ways, the other side embraced them with blind zealotry. This was their crisis of modernity, the balkanization of the progressive and conservative factions on the road to global unity. Fortunately, the killers managed to pull themselves through, even after drifting dangerously close to global conflicts at certain points. Tool breeders, descendants of the swimmers. They used to be simple creatures, descendants of a battered people that had taken to the sea. Their remote sapient ancestors would have given such beings no chance of a sentient comeback, for they thought that technological advances were impossible in the fluid medium of the oceans. But the swimmers disproved such predictions by founding one of the most advanced and most outrageously alien cultures of the entire human lineage. Fire, the cornerstone of industrial engineering, was almost impossible to sustain and use underwater. But the breeders simply chose another path when complex tool making proved impractical. They began to breed their tools and machines for them. It had started long before the species was even intelligent. In the endless variety of life in the seas, the swimmers always adopted and controlled the organisms that were useful in some way. Once domesticated, these creatures were willingly or unintentionally modified through artificial selection and conditioning. The process was slow, but once underway, these effects were formidable. A modern city of the breeders was a sight to behold. Huge heart-like creatures pumped out nutritious fluids to a network of self-repairing living conduits. This was their equivalent of a power grid, and it reached every single one of the breeders' huge exoskeleton dwellings, powering bioluminescent lights, flickering cephalopod skin televisions, medicinal sea squirts, and countless other devices that had been bred from living creatures. The advances in biology had risen exponentially until genetic engineering was completely mastered. Modern breeders did not even need to use animals. A simple manipulation of cultured tissues and stem cells could give solutions to any problem at hand. The mastery of genetics had conquered many obstacles. The yawning ocean depths, as well as the planet's few tiny land masses, were now firmly within the breeder's grasp. However, they were not content with mere planetary dreams. New forms and bizarre creatures were still being developed in daring attempts to conquer the one realm that was most hostile to life. Sealed in their living ships, the breeders wished to return to the stars. Sarasapiens, livestock of the lizard herders. One of humanity's eventual inheritors was not even human. They came from the reptilian stock that had proliferated during the demise of the lizard herders. Theirs was a true case of a world turned upside down. As the humans degenerated into witless animals, the cold-blooded reptiles prospered in the tropical climate of their planet. Millennia passed and they begun to produce increasingly smarter forms, one of which distantly resembled featherless versions of the predatory dinosaurs of the past, actually crossed over the threshold of sentience and built up a civilization. These fledgling creatures were quick to understand the true origins of the monstrous ruins littering their planet. Ruins that until then had been considered natural aberrations or timeless memorabilia of gods. Now, however, they saw the intermingled ruins of the Q and the Star people for what they really were. It was through this understanding that the biologically unrelated Saros took up the cultural identity of humanity. In their archaeological efforts, the Saros began to understand that the animals that they used for food and labor were descended from the founders of their very existence. And somewhere in the stars lurked the forces that malformed them, forces greater than the star people, dark forces that might someday return. The human animals served as a reminder, just as Pandaravis had, that if the Saurosapiens wanted to assume their continued existence in the cosmos, they had to be watchful. The pressure of such a reality put their cultures under enormous stress. Some factions turned to made up religions and remained ignorant under an umbrella of comforting fantasies. Others acknowledged the threat of the galaxy, but reverted to a paranoid rhetoric of conservationism. The galaxy had scared them greatly. Finally, there were those who saw the galactic redoubt and acted to face the odds, however great they might be. Conflicts and even wars were not uncommon between these three factions. In the end, the centuries-long dispute began to resolve in the progressives faction's favor. As they expanded their sphere of knowledge, influence, and activity, the Saurosapiens became as human as any other civilization opening up to the galaxy. Modular people, descendants of the colonials. The blind workings of evolution followed the unlikeliest paths, made use of the most fleeting opportunities. The very existence of the modular people was testimony to this fact. Their ancestors, the colonials, would have been seen as hopeless cripples by almost any observer. They lacked coherent organs, and their existence was limited to carpeting water shores like mats of algae. But as degenerate as they were, the colonials were resilient survivors, able to hold on to life in the harshest conditions. As time passed, they began to organize themselves in differentiated colonies instead of homogeneous mats. In the colonies, each human cell would perform a singular function and benefit from the union of others. Thus began the great age of organization, during which different colonies competed with each other to developing specialized human cells that would give them an edge in the struggle for life. Some colonies grew enormous taproots that were able to siphon resources from far away. Others abandoned roots altogether and began to move themselves on starfish-like foot segments. Some colonies came up with units equipped with claws and poisons, taking competition to a brand new, deadly level. Others responded to the threat with armor plating or watcher cells equipped with enormous eyes. The eventual winner of this colonial arms race was a sentient colony organized around hyper-specialized units whose entire purpose was to direct the others. These colonies spread around the planet as they adapted the parts of their rivals to function within themselves. Thus were the modular people born. Living in a fully industrialized megalopoly, they came in an indescribable variation of shapes and sizes. Anything from castle-like guardian fortresses to diminutive scuttling couriers as a member of the modular world. They could combine with each other and split up, or exchange parts as needs presented themselves. The only thing constant in all of their protein existence was their mental and cultural unity. Due to their biological structure, these people had managed the impossible. They were actually living in a world of peace and utopian equality, where everyone was happy to be part of a greater, united wholes. Terra Sapiens, descendants of the Flyers. The Flyers' supercharged hearts had given them an evolutionary winning hand, and they diversified to fill up the heavens. It was only a matter of time before the competition in the skies got too intense, even for their souped up metabolisms. Some lineages gave up their wings and returned to the ground, living as differing sorts of predators, herbivores, and even swimmers. Their aerial adaptations gave them an edge on the ground, and they produced forms of stupendous size and agility. There were wonderful beings, but no sentience came out of the terrestrial sky beasts. Instead, civilization flowered in the skies. One species from a line of waiting stork like predators evolved a brain that was large enough to imagine and act upon the world. Their feet, already versatile to catch slippery, swamp dwelling prey, got even more articulate and assumed the role of hands. As a compensation, they lost some of their aerial streamlining, but what they could not do with their bodies, they were more than able to make up with their minds. The power of flight made the Terra Sapiens a global folk before they could invent nations and borders. With such an inherent ease of travel, ideas and individuals diffused too fast for social differences to ossify. Acting with a planetary awareness, they farmed their gigantic terrestrial relatives, raised cities of perches and fluting towers, harnessed the atom, and began to gaze up to the stars without having to compensate too much for the average individual's welfare and without dividing up into quarrelsome factions. As egalitarian as their life seemed, they paid a stunting, inevitable price. Their hearts, even in their boosted state. As a consequence, they had an ephemeral existence. A Terra Sapien was sexually mature at 2, middle aged by 16, and usually dead by 23 years of age. This grim cycle caused them to appreciate every moment of their existence dearly, and they pondered upon it with fervish intensity. A shelf of scrolls by Terra Sapien philosophers would have been the envy of even human libraries. In their cities, life blazed away with unreal speed, rushing past to meet fleeting deadlines. As a species, the angelic flyers were victims of heart disease. Asymmetric people, descendants of the lopsiders. Although contorted by gravity, the lopsiders managed to regain their sentience and develop a civilization in a short few million years. Squat, pancake-like buildings spread all over their planet. These constructs looked like squashed bunkers, and they were never more than a few meters high. They did not seem like much, but such structures were entrances to underground homes, schools, hospitals, temples, universities, but also embassies, prisons, asylums, command centers, and arsenals. They lived strange lives, but the lopsiders were human in all of their virtues and evils. Thus, it was only natural for them to expand outward and to look to new frontiers to colonize. Fortunately, their solar system harbored other planets, similar to the lopsiders' homeworld in almost all respects except gravity. But they weren't willing to let such trivial details stop them. Throughout their history, humans had always risked changing themselves to preserve their future. It was a risky gamble, but it had paid off since the days of the Martian Americans. But re-engineering the flattened lopsider body for a benign gravity was a monumental task indeed. Suffice to say that the experiments took millennia to achieve even limited success. After countless attempts, the asymmetric people were born, or rather made. Their bodies were changed considerably. What had been shovel-like toes to slither through the high-gravity dirt had become centipede legs, and the singular, grasping hand was elongated to an extreme degree. Their grotesque faces had been inverted and turned upside down after reverting from a flounder-like existence. Twisted as they were, members of this new race enjoyed tremendous advantages over their flattened forefathers. Their social development also paralleled that of the bygone Martian Americans. Once again, there was a golden age, followed by increasing tensions and interplanetary war. But unlike the Martians, the asymmetrics ruthlessly exterminated their parent race and went on to rule the solar system alone. On the way, they stumbled across the remains of the Q and the Star People and advanced immensely. Triumphant on their own realm, they turned to the heavens to further exploits. Symbiotes, descendants of the parasites. As time passed, the relationships between the parasites and their hosts got connected to such a degree that it began to involve a cooperation of the individuals. There were no longer single-sided relationships. In exchange for the host's nutritious blood, the parasites offered their heightened senses as early warning against predators and other hazards. A great arms race of symbiotic relationships thus commenced. Certain parasites offered their host larger eyes, others sharper senses of smell, hearing, or even additional defensive weapons in the shape of venomous saliva, malodorant sprays, or an extra bite. The host returned the favor with longer running legs, stronger bodies, and specialized ergonomic nesting sites rich in blood vessels and covered in insulating fur. Different complexes of parasites and host species evolved, compatible only amongst themselves. The development of such creatures was in a way reminiscent of the great modular colonies, thriving on their own world light years away. But unlike the modulars, the components of the symbiotes belonged to a different species, instead of modified variations of the same basic organism. In eventuality, both relationships led to the same point: sentience. In the secluded forests of a certain continent, a new parasitic species developed. They did not have the ballistic poison sprays, infectious stings, or the grossly hypertrophied arm claws of their relatives. Instead, these parasites offered a simpler bargain: inability to think in return for total submission. Initially, this relationship was more like a horse and its rider. But after a few 100,000 years, the symbiotes could manipulate their hosts like puppets through a combination of tactile and olfactory signals. A few more millennia, and these combined beings developed an order not unlike our own, complete with countries, politics, and even war, albeit reduced in the newly globalizing world culture. In this age, technology filled most functions of the host, but a thriving husbandry of these creatures still remained due to tradition and simple efficiency. An average symbiote would begin the day on his business host and move on to a more comfortable domestic one when they returned home after work. And perhaps on the olfactory television, he would smell news of the evacuations of the million-year-old Q ruins, of the marvelous discoveries salvaged from the Starman wrecks, or of the enormous radio arrays that rose everywhere to listen to the stars. It was a pattern that was being repeated all over. Sail people, descendants of the fingerfishers. The fingerfishers were already among the most divergent of the post-human races. With harpoon-like digits and almost crocodilian muzzles, they looked nothing like their parental stock. But even this form would look conservative to their sentient descendants. With many small scattered islands, isolated subcontinents, and different niches, their homeworld was an evolutionary cauldron where isolated members of certain species could, under the right circumstances, evolve into wildly different forms. This condition was similar to the island realms of Madagascar, Galapagos, or Hawaii on Earth, except that this time it was on a global scale. Some descendants of the fishers, trapped on lonely islands, grew smaller and developed their fishing claws into graceful wings. Others took directly to the sea and became the analogous of whales and dolphins. Within this evolutionary bubbling, one particular lineage gave rise to the ancestral sail people. They too elongated their fingers into wings, but these were not used for flight. Instead, they became sails that drove them effortlessly across the ocean. With fingers turned into sails, they used their mouths and extended tongues to catch their prey. These organs eventually assumed the role of the fisher's long atrophied, dexterous hands. The need to better navigate the endless seas put an inevitable pressure on their memories, and the sailors' brains grew correspondingly. It was only a matter of time until one of these navigators became smart enough to think. Even when sentient, the sail people still needed a long time to achieve any sort of social stability. Their scattered world made for a tremendous diversity of cultures, which competed and fought just as resiliently across generations. Untold flotillas of tribal warriors battled each other in epoch spanning, pointless conflicts. Nomadic warriors and pirate societies inevitably came into being, prolonging the uncontrollable cycle of violence. Only when a certain warrior tribe developed warfare on an industrial scale and the state society needed to support it. And then, only when this notion of modernity gave rise to the idea of peace did the sail people finally manage to unify. Generations of blood had stained the ocean for far too long. Sarteriacs, descendants of the hedonists. Their pleasure-drenched existence, locked between their static paradise world and their inherently slow pace of evolution, seemed immune to change. Perhaps this was true for 1,000,000 years or so, but on a larger scale, complete stasis was a fable. During a particular era, geologic upheavals threw up huge masses of land over the shallow oceans of their world. The hedonists, until then trapped on a singular island no bigger than today's Iceland, were not late to colonize these new pastures. This was more of a necessary exodus, since the events that raised the new lands had also thrown up enormous clouds of ash that smothered the atmosphere and blocked out the sun. Their innocence finally spoiled, most of the hedonists died out, unable to adapt. The only survivors were fast breeding freaks who had abandoned the reproductive quirks of their ancestors. It was these forms that colonized the newborn continent and gave rise to a multitude of species, which included the Sarteriacs, sentient heirs to the hedonists. These beings resembled their ancestors to a great degree, except that they now sported enormous tails, boneless organs of balance woven out of extended pelvic muscles and fat. Along this appendage, their entire bodies were reoriented in horizontal, almost dinosaurian postures. Although they had abandoned the frantic reproductive strategies of their ancestors, their social lives still retained a delightful tint of casual promiscuity. The Sarteriac civilization was quick to establish itself globally, for even with the additional landmass, the terrestrial domain of their world remained no larger than Australia. For a while, 3 and then 2 land empires competed against each other before dissolving into a myriad of smaller nations and finally reunifying into a coherent world order. From this point on, the Styriac world once again became a Valhalla of pleasure with festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuating every working week. This time, however, it could all be savored by true intelligence. Bug phasers, descendants of the insectophagi. Over time, their insectivore ancestors came to resemble their prey. Hardened leathery plates, once used for defense against stings and bites, ossified and became integrated into the jaw structure. Their hands and feet, with reduced numbers of fingers and toes, developed into pincer-like affairs. Even their metabolism reverted partially into ectothermy in the balmy, lazy climate of their planet. But it was none of those adaptations that gave them the edge in survival. Simply put, a congenial defect allowed them to regain their sentience. Even after the smothering by the Q, the genes of the star people remained dormant in their cells. Through pure coincidence, one lineage of the insectophagi developed an atavistic throwback, resulting in larger brains, which just happened to be useful in cracking open insect nests with crude stone tools. It was an easy ride from there on, although millennia long in itself. The development from stone axe to spaceship was an eye blink in geological time. Like many other species, the bug facers passed through consecutive cycles as agrarian, in their case, hive farming empires, colonial endeavors, industrialization, massive world wars, and finally globalized world states. But there was one thing that set their development apart from all other post-human species. They faced another alien invasion. History does not record much about these invaders, except that unlike the Q, theirs was a singular effort and it was beaten off an intense cycle of orbital and terrestrial wars. Although vanquished, the invaders did succeed in leaving behind their traces. They introduced their own flora and fauna, which flourished on the bug facers' home planet long after they departed. More importantly, they imbibed the poor bug facers with a pathological interspecies xenophobia, to the point that they were even fearful of their own post-human cousins on other stars. Through an ironic twist of fate, their fears would be more than justified. They're not just yet. The bug facers still had time. Astromorphs, descendants of the spacers. Initially refugees, the spacers were quick to master the vastness of interstellar space. Their isolated space arcs joined together and multiplied to form a gigantic interlocked artifact that was large enough to contain entire worlds. But no planets lay inside the Astromorph's capital, only cavernous, gravity-free bubbles where the inhabitants could finally develop to their fullest. Freed from the constraints of weight, their bodies grew spindly and insectile, with individual digits extending into multitudes of thin, versatile limbs. Other than these, the only developed organs were their derived jet sphincters, which went on to become the principal means of locomotion. But above all were their brains, their bulging, swollen brains. With no hindrance from gravity, the human brain could grow into unprecedented sizes. Each generation devised experiments that produced offspring with greater cranial capacity, giving rise to beings who went through their everyday lives thinking in concepts and structures scarcely comprehensible to people of today. The physiological limitations of the human mind had been long since debated. Now it was established that these limits were indeed real, and individuals who could break them would likewise conquer new grounds in philosophy, art, and science. Everything changed. Yet some aspects of humanity, such as the basic desire to expand, remained. To this end, the astromorphs built great fleets of globular subarcs and spread their influence across the heavens into every stellar cluster and every star system. Within less than 1,000 years, the galaxy was straddled by a new and far more alien empire of man. Strangely enough, its dominion included none of the newly emerged post-human species, for its masters had completely lost interest in planets, those stunting, gravity-chained balls of dirt and ice. The newborn arcs settled comfortably in the outer rims of star systems, quietly observing the lives of their struggling relatives. For the first time in history, there were actual gods in the myriad human skies. They were silent and weren't even noticed for most of the time, but their watchfulness was ultimately going to pay off. Second Galactic Empire. Over time, the sentient post-humans began to reach out to the galaxy. They inevitably stumbled across the ruins of the Starmen and figured out their interstellar ancestry. These discoveries were followed by a realization that there might be others like them, unimaginable distances away. Thus, the fledgling civilizations set about to probing the skies. The contacts, all established by radio communication, were not spread out evenly. The empire began little more than a few million years after the Q left, and the Satyriacs. A few thousand years later, they were joined by the tool breeders, hailing out from the ocean depths through living radio arrays. The second wave of sentient species joined in during the following 10 million years as the modular whole, Petrosapiens, and the fledgling asymmetrics contacted their celestial cousins. Finally, in the next 20 million years, newly evolving civilizations such as the Sorrows, the Snake People, Parasite Symbiotes, and the Sail People successively contacted the burgeoning galactic empire. The Bug Facers were aware of the whole process, but due to their xenophobic experience, they only opened up after a staggering 40 million years of silence. This union was an empire of speech, for actual travel between the stars was too difficult to be practical. Like the bygone colonies of the Starmen, the post-humans cooperated through the unrestricted exchange of information and experience. Although covering every aspect of an astonishing variety of cultures, the empire's efforts focused on two main issues: political unification and galactic awareness, constant readiness for possible alien invasions. Everybody had come across the remains of the mysterious Q. Nobody wanted a repeat of the same scenario. When the Second Empire ran into the astromorphs, who had silently saturated the galaxy with their own empire of man, they feared the worst. But luckily for them, the godlike beings were not interested in a second empire, nor any of its worlds. The astromorphs were given a wide breath and accepted as they were incomprehensible, omnipotent forces of nature. This coordinated effort lasted for almost 80 million years, during which its member species attained previously unimaginable levels of culture, welfare, and technology. Each species colonized a few dozen worlds of their own, in which nations, cultures, individuals lived to the fullest potentials of their existence. Needless to say, all of this was only possible through constant communication and a total openness to the galaxy. Most communities took this for granted and dutifully participated in the galactic dialogues. But there were others, silent, darkened beings who refused to join in. Through them would come the ruin of the empire. Enter the Gravitals, descendants of the Ruin Haunters. After the lessons of the Q, the Second Galactic Empire kept a constant watch against alien invasion. Ironically, they neglected to look among themselves. The second great invasion of the galaxy came not from outside, but from within. The Ruin Haunters, who were lucky enough to inherit the secrets of the Starmen and the Q when other species were mere animals, had experienced a tremendous advance in technological prowess. All in all, they were as sophisticated as, if not more, than the astromorphs of the void. But their ascendancy was not a sane one. Recall that most Ruin Haunters were already deranged with a twisted assumption of being the sole inheritors of the Starmen. They refused to communicate with their relatives on other planets and kept to their own affairs. This neurotic hubris assumed truly dangerous proportions after the Ruin Haunters modified themselves. The origin of this modification lay in an earlier catastrophe. The Ruin Haunter's sun was undergoing a rapid phase of expansion, and the species, advanced as it was, could do nothing to stop the process. So the Haunters did the next best thing and changed their bodies. The infernal conditions of the solar expansion meant that a biological reconstruction was totally out of the question. Thus, the Haunters replaced their bodies with machines, floating spheres of metal that moved and molded their environment through subtle manipulations of gravity fields. In earlier versions, the spheres still cradled the organic brains of the last haunters, but in successive generations, ways to contain the mind within quantum computers were devised, and the transformation became absolute. The ruin haunters were replaced by the completely mechanical gravitals. While not even organic, the gravital still retained human dreams, human ambitions, and human delusions of grandeur. This, combined with mechanical bodies that allowed them to cross space with ease, made interstellar war a frightening possibility. Machine invasion. It took a long time for the gravital to prepare. Propulsion systems were perfected and new bodies capable of withstanding the interstellar jumps were devised. But when they finally decided that the time was nigh, nothing survived the slaughter. The invasion followed a brutally simple plan. The target world's suns were blockaded and their light was trapped behind specially constructed million-mile sails. If the dying worlds managed to resist, an asteroid or two finished them off. Enormous invasion fleets were built, but it was rarely necessary to deploy them. The machines had caught their cousins completely off guard. The Great Dying, all of which occurred in a relatively quick 10,000-year period, stretched the boundaries of genocide and horror. Almost all of the new human species, unique beings who had endured mass extinctions, navigated evolutionary knife edges, and survived to build worlds of their own, vanished without a trace. Even the Q had been loyal to life. They had distorted and subjugated their victims, but in the end, they had allowed them to survive. To the machines, however, life was a luxury. Such thorough ruthlessness was not, ironically, born out of any kind of actual hatred. The gravital, long accustomed to their mechanical bodies, simply didn't acknowledge the life of their organic cousins. When this apathy was mixed with their insane claims as the sole heirs of the Starmen, the extinctions were carried out with the banality of, say, an engineer tearing down an abandoned building. Under the reign of the machines, the galaxy entered a brand new dark age. When considering the invasion, the machine invasion brought on the greatest wave of extinctions the galaxy had ever seen, for it was not a simple act of war by one species against another, but a systemized destruction of life itself. When considering such a vast event, it's easy to get lost in romantic delusions. It's almost as easy to write off the gravital as evil as it is to consider the entire episode as a nihilistic end of everything kind of scenario. Both of these approaches are, as they would be in any historical situation, monumental fallacies. To begin with, the gravital were not evil, at least not to their own perception. These beings, although mechanical, still lived their lives as individuals and operated inside coherent societies. They had surrendered their organic heritage, but their minds were not the cold, calculating engines of true machines. Even after giving orders that would destroy 1 billion souls, a gravital would have a home to go to, and as incredibly as it might sound, a family and a circle of friends towards which it felt genuine affection. Despite being endowed with compassion, their harsh treatment of the organics was the result of, as mentioned before, a simple inability to understand their right to live. Furthermore, the gravital did not constitute a singular, indivisible whole whose entire purpose was to wreck the universe. True, their technological advancement had allowed them to form a pan-galactic entity, but within itself, the machine empire was divided into political factions and even religious faiths. Superimposed over these fault lines were the daily lives and personal affairs of families and individuals. Like any sentient being, they had a sense of identity and thus differing agendas. Nor did the machine invasion mean the end of everything. There certainly was a widespread destruction of life, But what was lost was only organic life, consuming energy, directing it for reproduction, thought, and even evolution. The machines were as alive as any carbon based organism. Despite the turnover, life of a sort survived, and as would be seen, even preserved some of its organic predecessors. Subjects, the many descendants of the bug facers. The bug facers, racially shy and xenophobic due to their background of repeated alien invasions, became the first species to face the gravital onslaught. As ironic as their fate seemed, the bug facers were the luckiest of the post-humans. Instead of being exterminated like the rest of their cousins, they survived as the only organic beings in the machine empire. The precise reason for their retention remains unknown to this day. Perhaps the machines hadn't perfected their ruthless apathy by then, or perhaps they pitied the poor organics and allowed them to maintain a stunted parody of an existence. Whatever the reason, the bug facers endured, but they hardly resembled their original ancestors anymore. Genetic engineering, the lost art of the galaxy threading Q, and later the tool breeders as well, was mastered almost as comprehensively by the machines, not hesitating to warp the beings which they did not really consider to be alive. They spliced their way into bug facer DNA, producing generations of literal abominations. Would a woman or man of today show any apprehension towards reassembling a computer or even recycling trash? Such was the attitude of the triumphant gravital. Thus, multitudes of subjects were produced, distorted to such an extent that even the meddling of the Q seemed comparatively timid. Most of them were used as servants, caretakers, and manual laborers. These were the lucky forms. Some submen were reduced to the level of cell cultures, useful only for gas exchange and waste filtering. Others were molded into completely artificial ecologies, baroque simulations that served only as entertainment. Some machines, with their still human ambitions, took this practice into a new level and produced living works of art, doomed one-off creatures who existed purely as biological anachronisms. Be it a tool, slave, or entertainment, humanity narrowly held on to its biological heritage, while its machine cousins reigned supreme for an unbelievable 50 million years. The other machines. Recall that despite its galaxy cradling might, the machine empire was not homogeneous. It contained dozens of differing factions that did not always agree on everything, including the treatment of their downtrodden biological subjects. Some machines, over a process involving several religious, social, and philosophical doctrines, began to comprehend the universality of life and the common origin of organic and mechanical humanities. Initially, such individuals lived in seclusion or withheld their beliefs from the world. They secretly engineered lineages of subjects that could live, move, and think as freely as they could. In a few memorable instances, the engineers fell in love with their creations, and their martyrdom inspired other machines to think just a little differently. Eventually, the ideology gained enough momentum to be practiced openly in everyday life. However, the sect of toleration soon ran into odds with their hardline pan-mechanical rivals. The seething intolerance between the two factions finally broke when some tolerant machines wanted to set several worlds aside for unrestricted development of biological life. All hell broke loose, and the machine empire, the apparent seamless monolith of the galaxy, experienced its first short, bitter civil war. The war didn't cause any lasting damage, but it plainly illuminated one fact. The greatest entity in the galaxy was not without its problems. The fall of the machines, return of the spacers. In the longer run, the internal struggles of the machine empire just might have led to its downfall. But there was no need to wait that long, as the empire died a shorter but immensely more cataclysmic death. For a long time, the machines and the astromorph empires had been eyeing each other nervously. They hadn't yet run into open confrontations, as the astromorphs kept mostly to their outer space arcs and the machine empires occupied the planets. In almost every inhabitable solar system of the galaxy, the same upside down tension built up between organic beings living in the void and machines inhabiting perfectly terrestrial worlds. Power was evenly balanced between the two rival empires. Moreover, this balance involved forces strong enough to destroy planets in mass. Each side knew that any kind of war would result in mutual annihilation, and only insanity could start such a conflict. Well, the post-Civil War empire of the machines did go insane, in a sense. In order to divert attention from internal struggles, it needed a new enemy to consolidate its rival factions against. How unwise that this enemy came to be the astromorphs. It was unnecessary and nearly impossible to describe the carnage that followed. The conflicts lasted anywhere up to a few million years, and the resulting loss of life, both mechanical and organic, made the initial machine genocide seem irrelevant. When the cosmic dust settled, the winners displayed themselves. The conquerors were the astromorphs, changed beyond recognition after 50 million years of continual self-perfection. Their grossly hypertrophied brains stretched out like wings on either side, and their finger-derived limbs had formed into intricate sets of sails and legs. Endowed with superior technology and limitless patience, these beings almost completely destroyed the machines, despite losing a substantial number of their own species. The conflict also thrust the astromorphs into the affairs of their long-neglected human cousins. As impossible as it seemed, some of the machine subjects had survived the ordeal. Now the astromorphs could no longer look away. With the machines gone, it was up to the astromorphs to clean up after them. They took up the subjects and used their genetic heritage to populate entire planets. During this age of reconstruction, which lasted for another 2 million years, many astromorph world builders emerged as true gods, creating inhabited worlds almost out of scratch. Their subjects, meanwhile, became the inheritors of a truly new, war-torn phoenix of a galaxy. The post-war galaxy. When replenishing lost worlds, the astromorph gods took measures to ensure the continued safety of their creations. The abrupt rise of the machines had shown that unless carefully regulated, the wealth of the stars could always host a race of pan-galactic usurpers. The astromorphs, watchful but ever transparent, didn't want to interfere directly. Instead, they produced terrestrial versions of their own kind to regulate the galaxy. They adapted their delicate ethereal fingers into spidery limbs and shrunk their brains considerably to readjust to the rigors of gravity. The resulting sideline was stunted by astromorph standards, but still it produced demigods in every sense of the word. These beings, known often as the terrestrial spacers or simply as the terrestrials, nurtured and controlled the development of the post-war civilizations on many planets. They acted as caretakers, prophets, kings, and emperors, but also as grim reapers as the occasion dictated. The endeavor did not always proceed as smoothly as planned, of course. Most of the time, the newborn races refused to heed their mentors and in several cases even rebelled against them. Needless to say, this crime was always punished with a swift extinction. Furthermore, even the terrestrials grew corrupted. Instead of offering guidance, terrestrials on many planets simply played God, weaving contrived religions around themselves to shamelessly exploit their subjects. It was not ethical or even productive, but this method seemed to guarantee more stability than actually trying to bring up the new races. This way or another, Organic sentience reclaimed its dominance in the galaxy. The new empire, managed by terrestrials, populated by a myriad descendants of the subjects, and overseen ultimately by the omniscient astromorphs, achieved greater progress and a longer lasting calm in the galaxy than all of its predecessors combined. The new machines. Long after their fall from grace, the machines still clung on to existence. During the initial aftermath of the war, the astromorphs had planned to exterminate every last one of them, only to discover that the machines were simply too useful to destroy. For millions of years, they had perfected the interface between mind and machine to such an extent that they could live and operate in the most inhospitable conditions. Such beings, deprived of their galaxy straddling power, would make invaluable contributions to research and exploration of the new empire. There was a sense of poetic justice in all this. The machines, who once distorted biological life forms to their whim, were finally treated to a similar fate. To begin with, the astromorphs completely scrapped their ability to self-contain gravitational manipulation, the very force that had rendered them invulnerable in the first place. They were given finite lifespans and slightly numbed imaginations, so that history would not repeat itself. The degradatory nature of these changes, however, did not imply an overall regression. Unlike their ancestors, the new machines were endowed with nanotechnological bodies that could remodel themselves continuously, which meant that they could come in every shape and size imaginable, and then some that could not. The machine citizen could live for some time in the void of space, conducting research, and then transform into a completely different body plan for a holiday on a cometary halo, tropical jungle, or a methane ocean. He or she would also make the trip personally by growing temporary hyperdrives and ramjet engines. Despite these breathtaking versatilities, the machines were never as common or prominent, even after completely accepting their role as lowly citizens of the new empire. The greatest war in conceivable history had ingrained the organics with too deep a mistrust of their mechanical neighbors, and the new machines were always treated with a degree of discrimination. The sins of their fathers had come to shackle this most splendorous of all human species. Second contact. With successive waves of machine aided discovery and colonization, the new empire grew exponentially. Such was the growth of wealth and progress that its description would need to use concepts that remain unexplored today. To talk with a man of today about the comings and goings of the new empire would be akin to giving lectures of 20th century geopolitics to a hunter-gatherer. This magnificent entity was not blind to the universe around it. It turned in its ears, eyes, sensors, and probed the events of the surrounding galaxies. The new galactics suspected that the surrounding nebula might have their indigenous folk, and it was wise to contact them before a misunderstanding or conflict could occur. On a darker side, these observations also served as lookouts for potential invaders. Even then, the memory of the Q was not forgotten. The discovery was eventually made. One of the neighboring galaxies was showing patterns of activity that were the unmistakable signs of sentient organization. Some thinkers reveled in the discovery of a new civilization, while others feared a return of the Q. Fortunately, this second encounter with an alien species provided to be a peaceful one. Perhaps the intelligence of both galaxies were finally mature enough to meet without quarreling. The other galaxy was dominated by connected unions of different beings, presided over by varying kinds of amphicephali, bizarre creatures that resembled giant snakes with heads on both ends, one of which bore a secondary retractable body that they would use to interact with the world. Apparently, they had undergone alternating series of regressions, evolutionary radiations, and self-imposed genetic makeovers, just as humanity had. With all of their wild differences, the amphicephali were welcome. They were the first, but surely not the last. Earth rediscovered. The purpose of this work is not to describe the limitless progress that followed the cross-galactic contact. One could go indefinitely, chronicling how the United Galaxies re-encountered and subdued the Q, how they cradled the suns with artificial shells, multiplying their inhabitable zones a billionfold, how they crisscrossed interstellar space with wormholes and made travel a thing of the past. Ultimately, descendants of those beings even conquered time itself, prolonging the existence of their minds indefinitely via rejuvenating technologies. For a time, all men were gods. But from your vantage point, one discovery truly stood out in this orgy of advance, compared with gargantuan achievements like the taming of space and the construction of star shells. It was a mere blip, a revelation of long forgotten trivia. This was the rediscovery of Earth, the birthplace of humanity, where the omnipresent astromorphs, the star gliding machine, and the millions of humble resident races could all trace their origins. It was made quietly by a singular researcher combing the vestiges of forgotten history, decade after decade. Millions of years of war, invasions, and extinctions had buried the evidence thoroughly and comprehensively. When she finally came across irrefutable evidence, nobody was around to celebrate. That would come later. Return. The discovery sparked a certain amount of interest, though nowhere as much as other breakthroughs had. To most humans of the cosmos, their ancestral birthplace was simply an interesting piece of information, a piece of trivia with which they had lost all ties. Still, a ship was set forth, and it landed without ceremony. For now, there was no intelligence left on Earth. Too far away from the main centers of population, it had been completely ignored, gone stagnant and feral. But still, it was home. When the explorers stepped out, human feet trod on old Earth once more after an absence of 560 million years. Mankind was home. All tomorrows. I must conclude my words with a confession. Mankind, the very species which we've been chronicling from its terrestrial infancy to its domination of the galaxies, is extinct. All of the beings which you heard in the preceding presentation, from the lowly worm to the wind-riding sail people, from the megalomaniacal gravital to the ultimate galactic citizens, lie a billion years dead. We're only beginning to piece the story together. What you hear was the best approximation of the truth. Why did they disappear? Perhaps it was a final, unimaginable war of annihilation that transcended the very meaning of conflict. Perhaps it was a gradual breakup of the United Galaxies and every race facing their private ends slowly afterwards. Or perhaps, the wildest theories suggest, it was a mass migration to another plane of existence, a journey into somewhere, sometime, something else. But the bottom line is, we honestly don't know. Ultimately, however, what happened to humanity doesn't matter. Like every other story, it's a temporary one. Indeed long, but ultimately ephemeral. It didn't have a coherent ending, but then again, it didn't need to. The tale of humanity was never its ultimate domination of 1,000 galaxies or its mysterious exit into the unknown. The essence of being human was none of that. Instead, it lay in the radio conversations of the still human machines, in the daily lives of the bizarrely twisted bug facers, in the endless love songs of the carefree hedonists, the rebellious demonstrations of the first true Martians, and in a way, the very life you lead at this very moment. Many throughout history were unaware of this most basic fact. The Q, in dreams of an ideal future, distorted the worlds they came across. Later on, the Gravital, with their insane desire to recreate the past, caused the ugliest massacres in the history of the galaxy. Even now, it's sickeningly easy for beings to get lost in false grand narratives, living out completely driven lives in pursuit of non-existent codes, ideals, climaxes, and golden ages. In blindly thinking that their stories serve absolute ends, such creatures almost always end up harming themselves, if not those around them. To those like the misguided, look at the story of man and come to your senses. It's not the destination, but the trip that matters. What you do today influences tomorrow, not the other way around. Love today and seize all tomorrows. All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man by C.M. Koseman. Read by your reader and narrator, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. This was an amazing time, an enjoyable time. It was great to be with you. And remember to seize all tomorrows. Yes, folks, that was number 3, All Tomorrows by C.M. Koseman. Let's move right on to number 2 because, folks, you have been an amazing crowd. Let's get right into it. Number 2. Goodness gracious, that's not what I want to do. Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue Label. This is the second most popular video on YouTube for K.O.E Nation. Let's rock and roll. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very, very interesting versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. I am the elated, excited, and interested King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on TikTok, K.O.E Nation on Twitch. Yes, that's K.O.E Nation, folks. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. Let's do some versus scotch.
Yes. So Johnny Walker XR21 is an interesting 21-year blend.
This a beautiful blended scotch. And the presentation is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
The bottle undersells it. The box that this thing came in was absolutely phenomenal too.
Oh, yes.
And the cork might be one of my favorite corks. This looks like an old cologne bottle out of fucking the Avon catalog.
I was about to say, this looks like, you know, when they first came out with Chanel number 5 or something like that.
Yeah, this is what Avon got most of their bases for their colognes bottles.
And then
this is
the
amazing.
classic Johnny Walker Blue Label. And what we're going to decide here, folks, is which one is superior. Which one is worth your time, your effort, your energy? Because Johnny Walker Blue Label has gone up there in price. And XR21,
strangely affordable.
Yeah, I got this one for a little over $100.
Yeah,
I think it was like 120, 130. All right, so this, and you can even see a little bit of difference in the color.
Yeah, you definitely can. That was the first thing I thought. Like the 21's definitely darker. The blue is definitely lighter. There's strange, but
well, the Blue Label is a blend of 10,000. One in every 10,000 casks makes it in Blue Label. This is stuff that's been aged at least 21 years.
Now, can we make any assumption on how old the youngest would be on blue?
No, they don't tell you. Like, folks have been trying to figure that out for years. See, if you figure it out, be sure to let me know. And if you know in the comments,
it's like 3 years.
Yeah.
There's a 3-year in there, and then there's like a 30-year in there.
Yeah, so when I consider both noses side by side,
21 is beautiful. Blue.
Blue's a little thinner, isn't it?
It is. It definitely is. And this is going to sound like an insult, but it's not. It's got that prototypical Johnny Walker smell. And I don't mean this as an insult. I promise I don't, but washable marker.
Well, it's because there's that slight peat there.
Slight, but
And I don't detect any in the 21.
no.
What I do get is cornbread.
Hmm.
And I get that really on the palate whenever I drink it, but we'll see if we get that here.
Interesting.
Well,
Okay, a
Tim,
little more grain forward.
let's
21?
21.
Super smooth. Mm. Okay. I can see what you're saying there. There's a slight peat here. Delightful. And a real, ooh, I forgot how much I like the finish on this. It opens up in the end on the finish. Oh yeah, really like the finish. Strong. It's not spicy. It's not.
When you leave it on your palate, it gets very woody very quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's an oak finish, which appeals to us Yanks, right? But wow.
But do you see what I mean about cornbread on the front side?
I see what you're saying.
So
Definitely.
Yeah.
My palate a bit.
then the venerated, the world famous Johnny Walker Blue Label, which is really the flagship brand of like the high-end stuff.
It is, and
I mean,
I'm on
Johnny
record.
Walker Red. I mean, don't get me wrong, Johnny Walker's the house that Red Label built, but
Sure. And I'm on record many a time saying the green label is superior to the
Mhm.
blue, but
and I gotta agree.
the blue's nothing to sneeze at by any means.
I'll tell you.
A lot sharper. Ooh. Jalapeno spice. It's subtle, but jalapeno.
Yeah, there is a spice there because
It's
Yeah.
It's a muted spice. Like it's not like spicy popping on your palate, but the flavor of like a jalapeno, very diluted. Like
diluted curry.
okay, but like I'm thinking specifically like if you took a jalapeno, diced it up, and just threw just a few in like a breakfast burrito, that level of jalapeno. Not like taking a big bite out of one, but subtle garnish. And that's seriously just like
It's like there's
overwhelming
a
to me.
Chinese buffet around here that they've got a jalapeno chicken that they cook it just right, so that the jalapeno kind of like leaks out into the chicken.
Mhm.
And so if you actually eat one of the jalapenos,
Mhm.
it's very light, very muted. You're not like being burnt out or anything.
Yeah.
So, but well, now I got to go back to 20 because this is a lot closer than I thought it was.
I don't remember blue being like it's this one. For me, the 21 is all about the finish. Like it gradually just gets better, and better. The blue's kind of right. It peaks and then it just kind of dissipates.
Mm-hmm. Well, Blue Label is kind of like the ultimate gift whiskey. 21. This is I kind of get
Blue, if you
This is
want
your
to
Scotch
impress
snob.
somebody by giving them the gift. 21 by giving somebody a gift that actually knows their blended Scotch.
as much as I hate to say. Now, T, this is the unenviable part of our endeavor here.
Okay.
We need to pick which one we prefer. I'll be honest, the slight peat and the marker does come through
It
in
does.
Blue Label.
It really, really does.
I'm gonna have to say Johnny Walker 21 year is a better whiskey.
I
in
can't
my opinion.
disagree at all. Again, this one just gets
There's no
better.
peat and it's
and
cornbread and it's just
Again, with the blue. The blue's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but what are we talking? Like a $200 bottle at least?
at least now it's like 200. I've seen it 260. Like it's been getting pretty insane.
That's outrageous. This is a very good $160 bottle.
I was just gonna
of
say
blended
160.
Scotch. This is stupid affordable at 120.
Yeah,
Stupid affordable.
this should
Presents better, and guess what? Tastes better.
and should be more expensive.
yeah,
It really should.
really should.
So, folks, this has been an interesting now, Tony.
But I'm never disappointed with the blue.
I know you've been waiting.
The jalapenos there.
I know you've been waiting. You have my full permission. Because how many times are you ever going to get the chance to do this in life? Oh, it's like a sign. Yes, the Blend Master
Yeah,
blends.
this is not
Give
a
it a good
blend.
spin. Give it a good spin.
This isn't a blend that you're going to get to do very often, folks. And it's already a blended scotch, so I'm not going to offend anybody. And if you're offended, fight me.
This is for science, okay? These are the sacrifices we make for science for you. Let me take this.
They both.
I hate to say the blue kind of stands out a little more.
I think the blue stands out, but they both kind of dissipate each other,
But I
and there's
think
not a
that's-
lot left.
I think that's just what Pete always does.
Yeah, you're right.
But all right, give it
You
a
do have that smoky blue, so you know it's peated.
give it a taste, sir. I'm just gonna stick with my 21. Do I need to? What grade do you give this?
A. Solid A. That works. That works. It's rich.
It introduces an unsweetened dark chocolate
Yeah.
aspect
It
to it.
really brings the finish of this out, but the
It
peak
cuts-
of this
It
is
cuts
still
the
there.
oak because I think it's a little too oaky if you leave it in your mouth for
Okay.
21 seconds.
That's perfect, actually. That's perfect. The peak
Yeah, I'm
of
gonna
this
agree.
is still here,
A
but
blend.
the increasing goodness of this shines through.
I gotta
love
agree with
this.
you on that
This
one,
is
too.
great.
So, folks,
Mm.
we came, we saw, we discovered, and we conquered. And Johnny Walker XR21, as of today, is the Johnny Walker of Extreme. So, folks, yes, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special, very informative versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus the venerated Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make your way back here happy, healthy, much the wiser here at the KOE Nation. Tony, take it away.
Like, share, subscribe. Tony, the Blend Master G, approves, and these are both fantastic. And you know what? Why don't you just do your own little versus video and let us know how you think this should have gone. Argue with us all you want, but this was fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yes, folks, that was number 2, Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue. Now, folks, we have arrived at number 1. You beautiful people have made it all the way to the end, to number 1. And I'm doing this also tonight because this might be the last time this is the number 1 video, because the previous video that I just played might be surpassing this soon. But Blanton's versus Colonel E.H. Taylor versus Eagle Rare versus Buffalo Trace. Buffalo Trace Distillery Showdown with 5,200 views. Let's see, what do we got exactly here? 5,242 views. This is one of my older videos, but it's also one of my most popular. This is number 1, the most viewed KOE Nation long form video of all time so far. Welcome, one and all, to a very special Buffalo Trace edition of the KOE Nation. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
The Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. This is a very exciting one.
We are
because,
going, we're
love
hitting
good stuff.
a lot of bases here from the Buffalo Trace Distillery, Sazerac. This is quite a line of bourbon. We're going from their beginning offering of Buffalo Trace. Pretty good stuff.
Yes.
You and I have never had
No,
Eagle Rare.
I'm very excited.
Aged 10 years.
I've heard nothing but good, and it comes in a glorious looking, almost like a wine bottle.
Yes, it's a little tall for my liquor cabinet,
Yeah.
so it only fits on the top shelf. So we will see if that's where it shall remain.
Well, that's not exactly something to live up to. So hope you're ready for the challenge.
Oh, I was about to say that's quite a there's quite a bit of heavy hitters there, and something that did make it to my top shelf. Colonel E.H. Taylor Small Batch. As you can see, folks, I have enjoyed this whiskey thoroughly.
That's a nice one. I like that one a lot more than I expected. But last but certainly not least,
Blanton's single barrel bourbon. I've had a little bit of this, the original single barrel. This was barrel number 450. The best barrel of that particular batch, obviously.
Okay.
This was bottled 3/10/20. Warehouse H, obviously. Rick number 51, the best Rick that year, obviously. And yes, this is really good stuff. And I actually have another bottle of this same barrel. So interesting stuff, folks.
Some people call Blanton's overrated. I call those people can't find a bottle of Blanton's people.
Oh, snap. Now, personal disclosure, full story. My grandmother loved bourbon. And this was one that she actually thought was just kind of a neat little interesting treat, was Blanton's in particular, before it really got big. Now, she would only order bourbon press, third bourbon, third 7-Up, third water. That was all she'd ever order. And so she would be very interested in this one.
All
but
right.
we are going to get the pours going here, folks. We've got some Buffalo Trace.
Yes. Starting off with the entry level. Now, this is a very nice, affordable bourbon. You're going to find it most places. Some places a little more scarce, depending on the month. But, you're paying about $25 a bottle for that, right?
I paid like $27.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're pretty
In the
close.
ballpark.
And I'm sure there's somebody that has paid some ridiculous secondary market price.
Fair.
I don't know why. But, yeah, there's times I even have a hard time getting my hands on this.
Yeah.
Just plain old
bourbon is a fickle creature.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah. What about the Eagle Rare? What's that going to run someone?
God, it used to run like about $27-30, and I'm seeing it creep up to $40 to $45.
Wow.
We'll see.
It does present nice, but yeah, I can't help but think sweet red wine.
Yep, it really. But yeah, the bottle, it just presents so handsomely.
It does.
Like
Very
it
nice.
does lead you to believe you're buying a premium product.
Yeah.
This one leads you to believe that you're buying an actual old-fashioned bourbon recipe.
Yeah, I look at that and I expect to see shelves of that in an old-timey saloon. That's the design. It's perfect for that. I love the idea. I love the concept. And it's a very nice one.
Clint Eastwood walks into a cowboy bar in one of his spaghetti westerns. He says, "Give me a whiskey." They pour him this.
Yeah, probably not so much this.
This Kentucky Derby. That's what I immediately think when I take a look at this.
Wonder why, looking at the cork.
Couldn't have anything to do with that.
No.
And we're putting those in these Copita Blenders nosing glasses.
What a shame.
And
I wouldn't want to smell this or anything.
this line has two purposes for us, Tony, because
Yes.
first of all, we want to see how the line stacks up against each other. We're going to let these breathe for just a moment while we explain our intents to you, the audience. Also, this is the kickoff of the Great Bourbon Tournament. We are going to put all the heavy hitters of bourbon up against each other. Now, normally, the line, only one is going to move on. But because Blanton's is such a special case and everyone wants to see that one compared to all the other bourbons,
Yeah.
this one's going to get a spot in the tournament. We will give more details as to the tournament probably in another video. Keep your eye on this space,
Yes.
folks.
Coming soon.
But-
This is the start.
We're going to see if any one of these other bottles can make it to the next round. Because we're going to do things like, well, I don't want to get into other distilleries, but like I said, the heavy hitters of bourbon, and we're going to see how they stack up. And
we've even got a couple of dark horses you maybe never heard of.
Very true. We do have some exciting ones that
So-
most people probably aren't familiar with.
Let's start off, T, with the beginning Buffalo Trace. Caramel?
Yeah, I would say like not a spicy, but it smells like you smell like a hot cinnamon,
Mm-hmm.
like a hot caramel cinnamon. Yeah, it smells like candy.
The heat comes through in the palate for me.
Mm-hmm.
The sweet is in the nose.
Yes.
And we've reviewed this before. Unfortunately, the video didn't quite come through.
Yeah.
So while we're here, your general grade on this tea.
It's so like you said, that nose is really nice, but going in that you're about to drink some booze. But I think the nose being as sweet as it is, that heat on the front of the taste, it almost gets more intense to me on the back end.
Yep.
I don't want to call it a mintiness, but the way it lingers on the back of your tongue could be compared to that of a mint.
Like it's almost like cinnamon challenge.
Yeah.
Like very heavy, like
Yeah.
shaved fresh off of a cinnamon stick.
Yeah.
Cinnamon.
No, that is just a great affordable bourbon for typically under $30.
Yeah, it's a great mixer. I've had
Yeah.
it work very well. You don't really need to add any kind of spicy kick to it.
No, it's got all the necessary ingredients right there for an affordable price.
Yeah, so this is an excellent whiskey. But let's be frank, this is a good day drinker.
Oh yeah,
This is
an everyday. This isn't one you're going to have to sit there and ponder about opening. You're not going to, oh, do I open it now? Do I open it later? No, you can just have like 5 bottles of this on hand with one open. Like you can do a lot with this. This is a diverse one. I like this a lot. But yeah, you're right. This isn't a special occasion bourbon at all.
Now, this is the one I'm really wondering about.
Yeah.
Eagle Rare. We'll get back to gradings and all such here a little later.
All right.
I'm really curious about this one now. It's had a chance to open up just a little bit.
It's got a nice look to it.
I like bourbon that's aged 10 years.
And this is 10?
Yep.
All right.
I've had some other brands that 10 years and they just seem to hit me just right.
It's got a nice color, but it also leaves a bit of a coating on the glass. So
45% ABV.
I expect a little bit of a thickness to this, even though it looks relatively.
So it's going to be 90.
Ooh,
90 proof.
That's almost got a floral.
Very smooth on the front, but it does have a spice kick on the back. It's not.
That's not cinnamon.
It's a peppery allspice.
I was thinking, yeah, I was going to say peppermint, but yeah, no minty sweetness on the back. It's all.
Yeah, it's a very
There's the texture. Oh yeah.
The spice, like it immediately just makes me think of like spice traders in some like Mediterranean market. Like
lots of different spices going on here, but honestly, in look alone, it reminded me of red wine, but there's a feature there that almost reminds me of a bittersweet red wine. Maybe in the texture it leaves on your tongue.
It's not quite tannic,
right?
But it's like tannic parallel.
Yeah,
it even like kind of sucked some of the moisture out of my mouth.
But very smooth right on the beginning. Yes, you're right.
Excuse me.
I don't know what I expected. That definitely wasn't what I expected, but I'm also pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, that's a spicy meatball right
there. That
now.
is very, very spicy in a good way.
I suspect like
not much sweetness.
Just because I know the kind of palates that you like you love the Macallan in Scotch, which is overly minty. This one has some powerful spice on the back.
Yes. And
I think this one is probably one of your.
I'm liking it a lot. I mean, the more I try it, the more I like it.
At $40, is that one you'd spring on?
You know, I think I would. As many people as I see rave about this one, I can see why now. Yeah, you're right. Like it shouldn't be quite $40, but I can see why people would pay that and more if this is a flavor you really like, which I'm very
when
interested.
Picked it up, it was $27, or yeah, it was about $27, and I just been sitting on it for months now.
Yeah.
And
I've been eyeballing it for months.
I just figured it'll probably be like a slightly better version of this, but
No, very different.
which the two of these I hear have a very similar, if not the exact same mash build,
Really?
which does show the quality of their cooper and cask making. Like that's because a lot of Buffalo Trace, there's only a very select few mash builds, and then it's all how it's aged, the casking, and just where it sits and how it interacts with that Kentucky summer heat. And that's why you're getting such vastly different flavors. But notice that the spice is still on the back end for both of them, which does point to them having the same mash build, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. This, yeah, it's so much more powerful on the nose now, the Eagle Rare. Yeah, it definitely stands out harder on the nose
it's like
now.
a nutmeg or something.
There's something
and like
there.
a cooking vanilla.
Yeah, there you go. Because the sweetness, it's not very sweet, but you're right. The sweetness that would be there would be that of a cooking vanilla. It lingers. It's very potent. Very nice. I'm surprised.
I'm actually now, since we've never graded this one before, Tony, and we have graded this one.
All right.
We'll get back to this one, and we might just cut in our grades and an audio. I don't know. We'll figure it out in the future. Tickled my nose hairs. So, as a bourbon, how do you grade Eagle Rare?
I'm gonna give that on a bourbon scale. I'm gonna say 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
Why do you give it that?
Because I think it's unique enough as a bourbon that it doesn't just fall into line with what you expect the default flavor profile to be. It's got a lot of uniqueness going on there. It's not overly sweet. It's got some burn. I think it's really not, but I don't know that you would do a lot of typical bourbon cocktailing with it. Not standard cocktailing. You could do some unique cocktailing, not your standard cocktailing. That's, I guess, would be my opinion of it.
Yeah, this wouldn't be one that I would just mix with just a plain old soda.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, you could do it, but why?
That's why I'm going to give it.
Like, do that with Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, I'm going to give it 3.75.
Okay.
As a bourbon.
We're about in the same wheelhouse.
Now, as
an extra quarter star because you're a bourbon guy.
Maybe. And I'm a fan of the distillery. What can I say?
Fair
now,
enough.
as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, oh man. I think that's a 3.75.
3.75 as a whiskey.
I really think that's unique enough that stands on its own, aside from the distillery line, that I really enjoy it. It's not quite 4, but yeah, 3.75.
I understand what you're getting at, but it does stand on its own against I immediately,
because I know what I'm getting with these two.
I immediately started talking about single malt scotches and how it can stand up against those in its own way. So I'm gonna disagree with you slightly, and I'm gonna even slightly break the scale at a 3.8.
Ooh, okay.
So it's a fine whiskey.
So I'm right. You just don't want to admit that I'm right. That's fair.
Never. What? No. Now, as a cask-aged spirit,
I'll go 4 on that.
Damn, stealing my thought.
I think
I was going to do the same. It's a 4-star.
Yeah.
The casking is actually quite extraordinary.
Yeah, that's impressive.
There's also, I think it's Eagle Rare 17.
Oh.
Now that's one of those real unicorn bottles. That's
not going to see that in just everywhere. All right.
Nah, but that's the one.
Don't put it on your grocery shopping list.
That's the one that a lot of folks are chasing. So I wonder what gets expressed more in those 5 years difference. Like, I imagine there's some spice extra.
All right.
Because there's really no caramel here.
No.
But so, all right.
I think you were right with the
shelving on this one, Tony.
Oh boy, I'm going to say this is definitely a middle shelf bourbon.
I would normally say that, but because
Doesn't
it's
fit.
too tall, and I found a perfect little corner, it's going to go on the top shelf for easy reaching.
Okay, all right.
And yes, it's going to be a it's a weekend drinker, but it's not like a Christmas or a Thanksgiving weekend. It's just I've had a rough weekend and need to unwind.
Fair. Should we go back and do the Buffalo while we're grading?
You know, yes, but now Tony, $40. Will you seek out a bottle of this?
Depends what else I've got on my shelf for bourbon, but there's not else that I can think of that would be comparable to that exactly. So, yeah, I think I would.
All right.
I think I would.
Yes, if I can find a bottle of it, when this one goes empty, I will refill it.
Okay, so Buffalo Trace, the original.
The original Buffalo Trace. We're going back, folks. So as a bourbon.
As a bourbon, I'm going to say 3.5. I was going to go 3.25, but I'll go 3.5 because I think that one's got just the right amount of spiciness, and it's sweet to the right extent. Some get way too sweet, some get way too spicy. I think this one's got a nice blend, so I'm going to give it 3.5.
This one's approachable where this one's complex.
Yes.
So I'm giving this 3.75 again.
Okay.
So they're both 3.75 just as a bourbon. Are there better bourbons out there? Apparently, people are paying insane prices for them. So apparently there are.
Sure.
Just judging on that. But this is pretty good stuff for what you're getting. You can cocktail them. You can have them straight on their own, which we're doing right now. I'm giving it 3.75. Now, as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, I'll go 3.75 for sure, because that you could do almost any kind of cocktailing you would want with. That'd be a great cooking whiskey.
Yep, like I was about to say, great kitchen whiskey.
Yeah, that's a good shower whiskey right there, folks.
I'm going to give this as a whiskey, just straight up. That's a wide world of sports there.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to have to give it 3.25.
Wow.
Because, again,
okay.
you're putting it
All
up
right.
against such a wide world.
That's fair, but you know how many different kinds of whiskey there are. In terms of this on the bourbon entry on the whiskey scale, I think it holds up well enough. And as a price point, as like I said, the spicy and the sweet is the right balance. I'll stick with where I'm at.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, as a cask aged, I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to stick with 3.25. It's a good one, but again, you're going up against a very wide world, and this is a great introductory. It's very approachable. It's a good bourbon.
I was going to say 3 is too low. I think you're probably right there. 3.25. Yeah, I'll go 3.25.
Regular Buffalo Trace. One more taste of Eagle Rare.
Now shelving for the Buffalo Trace.
I'm going to be honest. This is going to be a pretty definitive bottom shelf for me.
All right. I could see myself putting it on the middle, but in appearance-wise alone,
for easy reaching,
yeah, bottom shelf. It's definitely not a bottom shelf in terms of quality. I'm saying bottom shelf in terms of probably just appearance alone. I think that's what downgrades it.
That's my way of, it's not a very complicated whiskey, but I want to complement it in a way. It's like it's on my bottom shelf for easy reaching.
Yeah,
purposes.
yeah.
But
makes perfect sense.
$27. Are you gonna?
Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah, I'm
gonna try and keep one in stock, and this will probably be, if I can keep it in stock, one of my main mixer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great for that.
We move on.
The Colonel.
Colonel E.H. Taylor small batch.
All right, this has been sitting for a little bit.
Sweet,
it's a lot.
Sweet caramel.
Yeah, it's a lot lighter on the nose.
Candied apple.
I'm not getting a lot of fruit, but yeah, I was going to say if it's fruit, it's orchard for sure.
It's candy,
I'd almost
like caramel apple.
Yeah, all right, I can see that. I was almost thinking like pear.
I could see it.
All right.
Oh, that's delightful.
It's very smooth on the initial palate, and then the spices begin to flourish, not explode, but they just kind of tingle outward, and it's really nice.
100 proof,
Mm.
bottled in bond, which is very important to some people.
Mm.
So that's one of the things for it to say bottled in bond. It has to be at 100 proof. Yep, it's hot, but
Very
it's
hot.
not
out the finish.
overwhelming.
No,
Like,
it's not.
It's not like, again, hate to bring them up again, but it's not like the Macallan where it's like, okay, can I get off this ride now? Like, this is a little much.
It opens you up though. This is a. Is it
think
right?
of like apples that were baked in like heavy cinnamon.
Yeah. It clears you out. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. It's so light and crisp, but once it starts to expand on your palate, boy, there's a lot there once it opens up.
Yeah, I remember.
I like that a lot.
Check out on KOE Nation my review of Colonel E.H. Taylor. You know it's the right thing to do. So you can get our full grading. But this is one of my favorite bourbons I've had in a while.
Yeah, I really like the way that this expands. The more you sip on it, the more you enjoy it on your palate. I really like this one.
Yeah, that last sip I took was just easy, sweet. Like it was just like sweet grains, orchard fruits.
That was my first thing.
Caramel.
It's got a lot of
sweet corn.
Yeah, grain. Yeah, the sweet grain for sure. Yeah, I was thinking
amazing.
grains, but that's when it exploded on my mouth.
Yeah,
That's really
it tends
nice.
to do that.
It's really nice. I'm a fan. This is one I want to definitely pick up a bottle of.
Now,
sometime.
I've utilized this strategy before in poker. I'll sip on cognac because one little drop expands onto the entire palate, and so I don't have to get up and I can just stay playing all night and survey the table. This whiskey could work in much that same way. Just a few drops just explode onto your palate.
But it's easy drinking enough to where you could drink a little more than you'd want to. Or need to.
As I have. Now, this is small batch, which I really am a fan of small batch. Whether it's bourbon or whatever, for some reason, that seems to just round all the edges out.
Sure.
Like, in a lot of places, like single malt's the way to go. In Japanese whiskey, they view blending as the highest peak of engineering. So
That's
it just
an honor to
depends
be
on
blended.
it just depends on who you're asking, I guess. So
That's fair.
this was well blended. Whoever's the blend master at Colonel E.H. Taylor, you're worth every penny. So before we make a final judgment on Colonel, let's move on to the main event, folks. The reason you're here to see our comparison with Blanton's bourbon.
It's much darker.
But it's very similar.
It is, but it's more where that gets a grainy spiciness. This is
a dark chocolate.
Yeah, darker candy. I'm not getting any spiciness on the nose.
Oh, there's a little, but it's just a baking spice.
Yeah.
It's not anything like we got from the Eagle Rare.
Yeah, like a baker's chocolate.
Well, let's see how it goes.
All right. Rich. So smooth.
Wow.
There's a little bit of spiciness.
A little. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's so subtle.
Yeah, that's amazing.
God, that's good.
Like, I mean, I know some people say it's overhyped, but
it's for a reason.
Yeah, it's hyped up for a reason. It is actually like the contents of the bottle are actually good. It's not just a pretty bottle.
No, yeah, and that's something you don't see a lot. Like, yes, the bottle is quite fancy and it stands out and it's unique, but yeah, the contents are very pleasant.
Yeah, just the nose is very clean on it. Just a little bit of
It doesn't linger.
vanilla, some
Yeah,
bit of toffee.
I was just about to say toffee because mocha is the wrong word.
But I can it's not coffee, but it's
Yeah.
like a coffee adjacent,
Yeah.
like it's in a parallel to coffee.
Yeah, it's there though, and it's not. It doesn't linger, but the texture stays with you.
Mm.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
really nice.
Now, again, in terms of
Mm.
cocktailing, the only one that I think is like people will even allow you to do is mint julep. I think that's like
That's acceptable.
And now, I know a lot of people are going to be just like, "How could you say such a thing?" But would this not make one of the best Irish coffees you ever had?
I don't think that still qualify as an Irish coffee, but yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, that would go good
Yeah.
in a coffee
Cocktail.
flavored cocktail. Yes.
Now, I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying it would be great.
Yeah, actually, I think that is necessary. That needs to be tried at least once. That would it's almost too perfect
Once in
for
our
that.
life. So, Tony,
Yeah, it's almost too perfect for that.
we've gone through this lineup here, and we've already determined Blanton's
is moving on, of course.
moving on
Has to.
into the tournament because it just,
It's got to.
Now,
It's an enigma of sorts. So
now
it has to.
let's come back to Buffalo Trace,
All right.
standard line. Okay. Now, make the case for why this should move on, and then make the case for why it shouldn't.
It's approachable. It's very understandable as a whiskey, as a bourbon. It's familiar. And it's just really easy to sip on. Case against, it's very familiar. And I think against a whole slew of other opponents, it may easily fall by the wayside.
Yeah, the case 4 is that you would be putting the base offering of Buffalo Trace up against all these heavy-hitting contenders. The case,
I'll put it up against Blanton's right now. Is it winning? No.
No.
There you go.
And here's the heavier question.
You can't win in the prelims. You can't win in the tournament.
You know, and I hate to make the cut on this one, but it's a good one. But there is also that slight, I don't know what the, like almost a medicinal, like very, there's a part to it that I think is just going to stand out too much. Like, okay, this is the Buffalo Trace base line.
All right.
And so that's why I hate to do it to you. Don't worry, Buffalo Trace. You and I are going to get plenty of good cocktails, but you're unfortunately not moving on in the tournament. We got plenty more reviews to come out of this bottle.
It's just begun for you.
Oh yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. Like
You'll come back.
We'll be putting this guy up against Jack Daniels number 7, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Wonder who will win that.
Yeah, that will be a tough one. Yeah. Now, Eagle Rare.
Okay.
That was your Buffalo Trace.
Ah, yes.
Now put Eagle Rare up against your Blantons here.
All right.
Hard to believe.
Oh my gosh.
Hard to believe there's that different. And it has opened up a little bit.
There is a candy there that triggering
candy
something.
cane.
Maybe there's a specific type of candy that is just hitting me. Okay, case 4. That is so unique, so smooth, and actually, after having a few other kinds, it's not nearly as spicy. I think opening it up a bit, the spice dilutes just a touch, maybe. It's still there, but it's a lot softer.
I think we've just primed our palates.
That's probably fair too. I don't know. The case against this, I can't think of a lot other than this is more of a niche type bourbon, and it will definitely stand out if it makes it to the next round.
Yes, that is the case 4 is also the case against.
Exactly.
It's so different as a bourbon. Like there is, I don't know how to say, there's kind of a weird nuttiness to it.
that
Okay.
is not present in the rest of the line.
No.
And this is, and the flavor profiles aren't the same, but this reminds me of the Willet in that
Yeah.
this is something that you get a very specific friend of yours. It will either be their favorite whiskey in the world or they will never want to touch it. Like, it's just, I don't know how else to put it. This, though, I like it.
Yeah, where Willet was Christmassy, this is like Christmas in the South.
We'll go with that. This one, I like it, but I'm gonna be honest with you, T. It was a 3.75. I just don't think it makes it.
All right.
Or do you disagree?
I think it was obviously going to be between the Eagle Rare and the Colonel, and I think the Colonel has to move on.
Well, that was going to be the question. Does Colonel E.H. Taylor?
I think it has to because it does stand alone aside from the line.
I was about to say, like, this one still has that candied apple.
Yeah.
This one has that dark chocolate
Mhm.
from the Blantons. So Colonel E.H. Taylor.
I think you're getting the best of both kind of sides of a coin of bourbon on these two specific entries, and
So,
yeah,
you know,
I think so, Colonel.
yep. Colonel E.H. Taylor, the rest of this bottle is going to be dedicated to proving yourself against the world of bourbon because I can't find another bottle. So,
Yeah.
I'm using the rest of you for science.
Yes.
These are the sacrifices that we make here. So we have determined that, I think we've determined there's going to be 16 spots in the tournament and, 2 8 whiskey videos. So we'll put one of these in each of the 8. So we got a little bit of a difference there. So there is a potential for a Buffalo Trace clean sweep.
That is true, but
Or we could split it up into 4 whiskeys, 4 videos. A lot of different ways we could do
we're
this.
going to go, we could probably go a few different ways, but there is something that has to happen now, and I'm afraid you know what that is.
Blendmaster Tony. Blending away.
So just a smidge of that left.
I'll take a nose of that, but so he's mixed Eagle Rare, Colonel E.H. Taylor, Buffalo Trace, and just a bit of Blanton's because he is the greatest blend master. The folks at any of these places got nothing on him. Does seem to mellow it out on the edges.
A little.
I'll just stick with my Blanton's here.
Mm.
It's a little hot.
Hot, but so smooth.
Nice. Nice.
There's definitely a pepperminty to go with that hot spice. It's a very well-rounded bourbon experience, and it definitely lingers on your palate. Not in a bad way, but that's pretty dang good. Not my greatest achievement in terms of mixology, but that's nice.
Oh, folks.
That's
So,
really nice.
folks, thank you for joining us on this amazing journey. We've had 2 that have advanced in the tournament. Buffalo Trace, you have given us 2 whiskeys in Colonel E.H. Taylor, small batch, and Blanton, single barrel. So you have a single barrel and a small batch offering. Moving on to the Great Bourbon Tournament.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yes, folks, it's going to happen here. Keep your eye on this space. We have reviewed some amazing whiskeys here. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this review of Blanton's versus Colonel E.H. Taylor versus Eagle Rare versus Buffalo Trace, the Sazerac Distillery on display, folks. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Mm.
The blend master himself.
Tony G.
Like, share, subscribe, folks.
Thank you, Buffalo Trace.